cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs.
Coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's get it going on a Thursday, baby. Speeding to the weekend on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Thanks for waking up with us. Coming up on this edition of the show, we'll start with Mike Florio and why he says that gambling played a part in the Eagles' win on Sunday against the Rams. You got to hear that. We've got Major League Baseball to talk about. Final week of the regular season. The playoff chase is on. NFL Power Rankings, Thursday Night Football, and at 8 o'clock, ESPN's Buster Olney will be here to continue talking about what's happening in the majors. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, it is a Thursday. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. Exactly what we predicted yesterday came true in my household yesterday. Okay. So yesterday I was thinking to myself, okay, let's watch either Good Morning Football, let's watch some MLB Network. Jenks, guess what we were watching?
Yes.
Coverage of the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
And listen, the Ryder Cup doesn't even start till Friday, is what
right.
I have gathered from watching all of this coverage. So it's going to be an uphill climb for me because, listen, we have a lot going on. We have football tonight. We have all these baseball races, which one would assume that my husband would be interested since he played professional baseball for 11 years. But no, we are watching interviews with all of the players at the Ryder Cup.
I mean, did you learn anything yesterday? I'm excited about the Ryder Cup, which I know it's sort of getting under-publicized a little bit because it's the NFL, because we have college football in Oregon and Penn State, and because of the races in baseball. But the Ryder Cup is fun. It's going to be great.
Oh, yeah. I think that you're going to see a lot about it because I heard that Trump's supposed to be there. So buckle up, baby.
Buckle up. Great. Be watching football all weekend. We got a lot to get to here in the first segment, so let's hear about your bets, and then we'll get to it.
Yeah, best bet of the day was a winner. Had the first 5 under 3.5 runs between the Pirates and the Reds, kind of banking on the strikeout potential of Paul Skeens, obviously, and Hunter Green. Both these guys combined for 14 strikeouts, and the Pirates led this game 1-0 after 5 frames. As for the Astros on the money line, Astros are going in the broken pile along with the Tigers. These are meaningful games for the Astros, and they still ain't winning. Didn't score a single run last night against the A's. They had the better pitcher going in Hunter Brown. Still did not get the job done. When Luis Severino goes 6 1/3 shutout against you, I don't know. Go put your nose in the corner, Astros.
Yeah, I was disappointed. I was more confident on that bet than I was the other one because I was also on Pirates Reds first 5 under. At least we got that. So 1-1 night for me as well because I had Astros first 5. Donkster got a dub, had the Guardians in the money line against the Tigers. We're going to talk about that. Tigers continue to fall apart. For the week, Chelsea, you are 2-3. I'm 5-2. The Donkster 1-1. Thursday edition of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you along each and every morning. Let's start in the NFL first, though, because this was something that I thought was interesting. I saw you tweeting about it yesterday. So we know the story between the Eagles and the Rams. They played on Sunday. Eagles come in as a 3.5-point favorite. And they were down 26-7. They rallied back. They take a 27-26 lead. Still, the Rams had a chance to kick that field goal with time running out. So, in theory, if you had the Rams plus the points, you weren't going to lose this bet. Either way, you win until the unthinkable happens. Eagles block the kick. As we know, it's returned for a touchdown by Jordan Davis, the big boy, rumbling 61 yards for the score. So, the Eagles cover the spread. It was a really bad beat if you were on the Rams. Yesterday on the Dan Patrick Show, Mike Florio for Pro Football Talk blamed this play on gambling.
You talk about gambling, and I'm watching the Eagles-Rams game.
I know exactly where you're going. Jordan Davis. And here's the reality. This is the direct result of the NFL going from hating and shunning anything to do with gambling to jumping right in bed and loading the pockets. They're the guy in the old game show where you go into the booth where the money's flying everywhere. Yeah. They're just grabbing as many dollars as they can while it's there. But yeah, we're all aware now of the point spread. We're all aware of the ramifications. And how many millions of dollars changed hands because Jordan Davis decided to do not the smart thing. The smart thing, the game's over. Just fall down. You got the win. Because in theory, somebody comes up from behind, does the Don Beebe to Leon Lett, the ball goes out, the Rams take it the other way. The smart thing to do is go down. He runs it in for a touchdown. The Eagles cover. Uh-oh. And it was perfectly legitimate, but when you open Pandora's box, this is the kind of stuff that flies out, and people are aware of this. So it's just part of the stuff the NFL needs to be concerned about, and sometimes I wonder, Dan, are they as concerned as they should be?
So, Chelsea, I'll ask you because you were the first person to point it out yesterday in our feed here. I thought this was a ridiculous take. What did you think?
A direct result of gambling? Are you kidding me? Like, did crazy plays just start happening when gambling was legalized? Like, help me out here, Jenks. You've been watching sports for a long time. Did plays like this never exist?
Never.
Tell me.
Here's the thing.
Never seen it.
This is such a lame take. It's such a lame take. Now, are you saying that people who have always believed the NFL is fixed and this will give them more ammo? Sure. That's existed forever. There are all sorts of conspiracy theorists out there that think each and every sport is fixed, whatever. But crazy plays to end games have happened forever. You're just more aware of how the spreads are affected or how totals are affected or how the numbers are affected because you know the lines now because we live in an age where people gamble on a regular basis. But the idea that in that moment, Jordan Davis said, oh man, I got to make sure the Eagles cover here. Like this is a fast, violent game. He ran on instinct. And by the way, if you're a big boy and you get a chance to run for a touchdown, I'm getting that tutty. That's a once-in-a-lifetime play. I'm not pausing to think about the point spread. I got to make sure we cover. That's not on these guys' minds. They're not thinking about that. They're thinking about winning the game. And if you got a football in your hands and you got green in front of you, you're scoring a touchdown. So I understand in certain situations you have to be smart about it. There was nothing about this play that had to do with gambling. It's a bad take.
Absolutely. Like, think about in the heat of a moment. Like, think about your most basic instincts. These are the instincts that are hammered into you when you're a child, when you're a teenager. And think about, like, Jordan Davis. He's probably at least been playing football since high school, right? Maybe middle school, maybe younger. And when you were taught football at a young age, you scoop it and you score it. He is not thinking about the point spread in that split-second moment.
Right.
Like, this is a new thing. And here's the thing. I feel like this is a dangerous thing to accuse Jordan Davis of. Is it not? Like, that feels very unfair. If I'm Jordan Davis, I'm going on the offensive and saying, why are you saying my name in this? Why are you accusing me of, swaying this game one way or another? Are you assuming I have money on this game? Let me point out something. The Eagles do not win money themselves for covering the spread. They are simply trying to win football games. End of story.
Yes. And also, if you're looking for it, you can find this all of the time. Look, the numbers that Vegas sets are very sharp, as we know. Sometimes you get an easy dub, but more often than not, it's a sweat, is it not? That's why Vegas makes a lot of money. It's very difficult to bet. So you could be watching any basketball game, right? And let's say Kevin Durant's points prop is 28.5, and he's got 28, and he misses his final shot of the game. And you end up a half point short. You could say, ooh, man, I bet KD was aware, man. He probably missed that shot on purpose. I'm like, no, he just missed a shot. If you look hard enough, you can find this everywhere because the numbers are the numbers, and the numbers are generally on point. And also, let's not forget that for every Rams bettor that had a bad beat during this game, if you were an Eagles bettor, there were people in the Eagles, they won. So it's for every person that lost money, there was someone that won money. So that's not some sort of big conspiracy. Someone won, too.
Yeah, I just don't get why this is happening like all of a sudden. And why do you choose this play to grandstand against? Like, if you're going to argue that the NFL is rigged, like, do it in the games where, like, the referees decide the game.
Right.
Right? Because, like, the players aren't, especially when it's in favor of their own team. It would be one thing if there was a player who was about to score a touchdown and took a knee and the team loses. Obviously, that's very fishy.
Yes.
But, like, a player is going to try to win the game for his football team. And if you're saying, well, he should have kneeled. How many dumb football plays do we see in the NFL? We see them all the time. Like, think about, like, Deshaun Jackson, who used to, like, drop the ball before the end zone. Do you think that's a smart football play? No. But, like, these guys are in the heat of the moment, and they're going to do what their first instinct is. So I feel like you can't blame Jordan Davis. And this is just another thing that, like, can we stop blaming the Eagles for everything? I feel like their fans have to be getting fed up with everything. They're like, oh, you can't do the tush push. Oh, Jordan Davis must be, covering the spread here. Like, just shut up. This is so stupid. And I'm tired of people blaming gambling for everything.
And also, the example he used, he used the Don Beebe, Leon Lett example from the Super Bowl 30 years ago. 30 years, like your example is something that happened
timely.
Yes. 3 decades ago, which wasn't even the same because Leon Lett was slowing down and kind of grandstanding a little bit. And Don Beebe, who was very fast, ran him down and finally at the 1 yard line. Like that was a play where you weren't taking care of the football and you kind of got lazy. You thought you had an easy score. It's not even a great comparison, and also it was forever ago. So I feel like you're really reaching if you really think. I thought, sure, it's a bad beat. I didn't think for a second, this is a problem. Jordan Davis is a problem. That never crossed my mind.
Right, and he didn't lose the football. So it's like, okay,
right.
We can talk about hypotheticals all day, but at the end of the day, they won the game, and it was a magical moment. Like, that's the worst part, is this was such a great audio call from the Philly announcers. It was such a great moment for Jordan Davis himself, a guy that's 336 pounds and running 18 miles an hour. Can we not just appreciate that? So if you're going to complain about gambling, do it with something else.
I could not agree more. I didn't get this take at all, and now that I've slept on it, I get it even less. Here's a play, actually a series of plays that we have seen over the past couple of weeks. One terrible play, one terrible strikeout or bad call, whatever it is, the Tigers are completely falling apart. Oh, my God. We have to talk about this before we go to break because once again, they lose to the Guardians last night, 5-1. The Guardians come home at -125 on the money line. Total set at 7 and a hook. The under hits. Tanner Bybee scatters 5 hits over 6 innings, allows 1 run, strikes out 5. Cleveland with plenty of offense as well.
This pitch hit a ton. Deep center field. It is gone. George Valera has put the Guardians on top 2-1.
Call courtesy of Guardians Sports Network. Jose Ramirez goes 2 for 4 with 2 RBI. And the Guardians, Chelsea, after trailing at one point this season by 15.5 games, now lead the AL Central by a game over Detroit with 4 to play. And they own the tiebreaker because they won the season series against Detroit. What a collapse by the Tigers and no end in sight. And now time is running out.
Yeah, literally the only good news is that the Astros lost again last night as well. So it looks like the Tigers still have a chance to make the playoffs, which is a wild statement for how dominant this team has been for most of the regular season. If you could put this entire run in a nutshell, I urge you to watch the play of Tariq Skubal not last night, the game before, trying to throw a ball through his legs to first base. He airmails it into right field. And you're just like, what is he doing? Some of these plays, you can tell that it's mental. That when you are so pressing for wins and you're so desperate, that sometimes it comes through and the pressure is just too much. So I don't know what the Tigers are going to do with these next few games. But I will say this. If they do get over the hump and they actually make the playoffs, guess who they still have to face in the first round, Jenks? If the season ended today, the first round matchup would be the Tigers playing the Guardians. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think you're right. That Skubal play and that whole series where he hit David Fry in the face, which was awful, and I'm glad David Fry's going to be okay. That was so, God, I didn't want to watch that. I made myself, and I was like, oh, my God. Glad he's going to be all right. And then Screwball with a wild pitch, and then that play, he just kind of lost his mind there. And between the hit batsman and then the pressure of what's happening here, the Tigers have just fallen apart. And like I said, there's no end in sight. I think I'm going to keep fading these guys. I don't think they're going to recover.
I'm definitely not betting on them. Like,
Yeah.
maybe they win a game here soon, just because they got to win one sometime, right?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure, but whew, what a disastrous month for Detroit.
Oh, Wolf is right. Coming up on the show, he's a Super Bowl champion many times over, and now he's a cover boy. Bill Belichick and your latest nominees for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. All of that is coming up next on the Daily Tip. Great to have you with us here on a Thursday. Come on back.
In 20 minutes, the crew give out their power rankings after the weekend in the NFL. Here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because like I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo, and I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But like I just could not believe, like not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. like this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Like, because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. Like, what are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they want to do accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike
Please.
Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a meltdown.
be against Auburn. No.
There's a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes. They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
Ooh. And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, like, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM Network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes. Appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
On the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is Thursday. Great to have you with us. Thanks for waking up. Yeah, it's early, but we got you. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Coming up on the show, a look at players on the ballot for the first time with a chance to make the Pro Football Hall of Fame and a quarterback debate. Everyone loves that. Well, I don't know if you saw this, Chelsea, but Bill Belichick, 2-2 on the season at Carolina. It's been a very meh year in Chapel Hill. But now he's on a magazine cover. Oh, my goodness. Belichick, the first coach ever featured on Us magazine, my favorite magazine. So it's Bill Belichick and, of course, Jordan Hudson. So this is a story about the real Jordan Hudson. And this is from the cover. Opportunist, muse, or deeply misunderstood? Friends and insiders talk to us about how the former cheerleader captured the 73-year-old coaching legend's heart and became the most talked about woman in sports. What did you think when you bought this yesterday at the newsstand and read through it?
Yeah, Us Weekly is normally what I get. Because here's the thing. I want to get mad at this, but this is also the magazine that regularly promotes quote-unquote celebrities like John and Kate +8, The Bachelor losers, or, you know, The Real Lives of Mormon Wives. So, like, keep that in mind. This is not the cover of Forbes. So, with that being said, like, some of the things I say on here, though, like, I literally had my mouth aghast when this last line, like, I read this last line. The most talked about woman in sports, Caitlin Clark exists. Hell, if you're going non-athlete, isn't Taylor Swift the most talked about woman in sports that's not an athlete?
Yeah.
It also feels like a slap in the face to all the female athletes who are doing big things. So, like, no, Jordan Hudson is not the most talked about woman in sports.
Yeah.
I feel like most people don't even know her actual name. Like, people know of her, and they've seen her face. Like, oh, that's Bill Belichick's 26-year-old girlfriend. But, like, let's stop the spin zone. Like, this just feels like an absolute puff piece. And I understand that that's the job of a lot of these, you know, celebrity magazine covers. But, like, what are we doing here? Like, she's 26. She is, you know, got some type of a hold on Bill Belichick. But let's not promote this. This is not some accomplishment. Like, this feels like I'm back in the year, like, 1950. And they're like, she landed herself a rich beau. She should be your role model. No. What are we doing? She has no real accomplishments for herself other than who she's dating.
My favorite part is how she captured his heart. I'm like, I'll tell you how she captured his heart.
She's 26.
Like, you like me? Yeah, you're 26? You want to go out with me? Okay. You just captured my heart. I'll do it. You just captured my heart. I can't believe it. Sure. Anytime, whatever you want. Which is, by the way, exactly what he's doing. Whatever she wants. I mean, she's bought up all this real estate in Chapel Hill. And it's amazing how when you know, the coverage has cooled somewhat. Like, yeah, they're on the cover of this magazine. This will sell magazines, maybe. But as far as sports coverage goes, this has sort of fallen from the headlines. Same thing with Dion out in Colorado, right? Like, ultimately, if you're not winning at a high level, then the spotlight starts to fade. So I don't know how this season is going to go for North Carolina, but they got blasted by UCF on Saturday, 34-9. They have not looked good.
Yeah, let me pause for a second because I don't want to put all the blame on Jordan Hudson because she's a 26-year-old girl. Like, I think the blame goes to Bill Belichick. He's the one that's letting her do this to him. And I think all of us just thought that he had a better, I don't want to say moral compass because it's not like morally wrong. It's just, I think we thought that he was smarter than this. And I think we see her walking all over him, and she does whatever she wants to do. She's always on the field, asking him for money to go to the concession stand or whatever she's doing. So Bill Belichick has a role in this. It's not like he's some innocent bystander. And I do hate it when we put everything on the woman. It's like, she's the problem. She's the problem. No, Bill Belichick is letting this happen.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like I disagree with that. Like, yeah, he's letting it happen, but that doesn't justify, like, what she's doing. Like, if she's taking advantage of the situation or she's manipulating the situation or she's creating these companies or buying all this real estate, like, she's manipulating this. Like, to me, this has nothing to do with whether or not she's a woman. It's like, this is what you're doing. Like, whether you're male or female, it's pretty clear you're taking this situation and using it to enrich yourself no matter what. So, yeah, Bill Belichick should probably draw a line in the sand, but I don't think that absolves her for what she's doing, which is clearly just trying to make as much money as possible.
But the crazy part is that he's not some senile old man that's not very smart. If you're talking about out manipulating somebody, imagine I told you that 5 years ago, that there was going to be a 26-year-old girl that would out manipulate Bill Belichick. Somebody who's won all those Super Bowls. Wouldn't you say that's crazy?
I would say if it were on the football field. I would say if it's off the field and I feel like there's a huge separation between, what happens on the field and then when it comes to romance or how people get involved with one another, particularly when you're talking about this age difference. There's no way Bill Belichick thought this was going to happen, which I think is part of the manipulation. Like, there's no way I buy that she's into him. So, yeah, it's surprising, but maybe it's not surprising because when people get into a relationship or whatever it is, like, they treat that differently oftentimes than their job. They're not necessarily one and the same.
Right, but we didn't see this with his relationships either. Like, it wasn't like it was a parade of 26-year-old women. He had Linda, whatever her last name was, which was an age-appropriate girlfriend who I think she was younger than him. She was good-looking, but, like, it wasn't something that I feel like we saw coming. Like, that's not a hot take. Nobody saw this coming.
No, nobody saw this coming. Absolutely. Not at all. He didn't see this coming. Everything was fine until someone came along who was 50 years younger. And he's like, oh, wow, all bets are off the board. This is crazy. I'm going to act crazy. And he's letting her do whatever she wants. But as long as Billy Boy is happy, at the end of the day, he does need to win some games. So he's certainly a Hall of Famer. There's no question about that. No matter what happens at Carolina, it's not going to change what he did with the Patriots and what he did in the NFL. But we have a new Hall of Fame class, or at least names that have been introduced as considerations for next year's class. So first time on the ballot, some big names. Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Phillip Rivers, Alex Smith, Greg Olson, Jason Witten, Frank Gore, LaShawn McCoy, Marquise Pouncey, Geno Atkins. So these are some big-time names, and I believe the Hall can elect as few as 4 and as many as 8 or 9. So when you look at this list, are there some shoe-ins here? I feel like there's 4 or 5 guys here who are definitely getting in.
Yeah, it does feel like it because there's a lot of big names. I think it's difficult for me to have the Hall of Fame conversation because it's hard for me to look at the Hall of Fame players and be like, oh, well, this is a great comparison to Y.A. Tittle. So, like, for me, it's hard to know, like, what the benchmark is because I'm looking at quarterbacks more specifically because I think that's going to be a big discussion. We even said it in, like, our group chat. Eli Manning in his second year of eligibility. Phillip Rivers now enters the chat. And I think Phillip Rivers is going to have, like, a big conversation around him because how much do you value longevity in the NFL? Because, at one point, Phillip Rivers was the NFL's passing yards leader. He was, surpassing that. But still, I think people say, oh, ring culture has gone too far. He hasn't won a Super Bowl, but he's done a lot of things. but I just don't see a comp. And, when you're looking at the other quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame, like I was like, okay, let's look at Kurt Warner, because I think he only has one Super Bowl. And, he certainly doesn't have the longevity of Phillip Rivers, but usually when I think of Hall of Fame, I think of guys I'm like, oh, yeah, definitely. Right. I don't think Phillip Rivers is a definitely. And I think people even make this argument about Eli Manning. But I think Eli Manning has to get in if you put in Kurt Warner, because Kurt Warner has one Super Bowl, 2 regular season MVPs. And I just feel like what Eli Manning did, the fact that he beat the undefeated Patriots in the Super Bowl, and he beat the Patriots twice in the Super Bowl, I think he deserves to be in, but I'm not so sure about Phillip Rivers.
No, I agree. I do want to go back to this list for a second, though, and I think that Larry Fitzgerald is a shoo-in. Like, that guy's one of the best receivers to ever play. Drew Brees is definitely getting in, 13-time Pro Bowler, Super Bowl MVP, won a Super Bowl. Jason Witten is interesting. An 11-time Pro Bowler, I think he gets in. I think the final 2 from this class I would go with are Frank Gore. I said this last time this came up, but Frank Gore is criminally underrated. It's a great trivia question. If you look at the top 3 rushers in the history of the National Football League, it is Emmett, Barry Sanders, Frank Gore is number 3. Rushed for 16,000 yards, a member of the NFL's 2010s All-Decade team. And then also Marquise Pouncey, who is a center, not a glamour position, but certainly one of the best to ever do it, a 9-time Pro Bowler for the Steelers. I think those guys are in. And then once you get past those guys, you get to, a guy like Phillip Rivers in his first season. And then Eli Manning in his second season or second year of eligibility. I tend to think that Phillip Rivers is the Hall of very good. I mean, his stats overwhelm Eli. There's no question about that. But also, when you talk about ring culture and you talk about the goal of playing in the National Football League is to win Super Bowls, then, Eli has 2. And he also has 2 Super Bowl MVPs. And also, storylines matter. And when you look at Eli, it's not just the Super Bowls. It's not just the MVPs. It's the slaying of the Patriots. Which no one could do. That's the one thing that he has that no one else has. Yeah, nobody could beat the Patriots and Tom Brady, but I could, and I did it twice. And that goes a long way, and I think it goes a long way in the minds of the voters.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to give Drew Brees another piece of paper. Like, hey, you're nominated for the Hall of Fame. I still will never forget. It's a core memory for me. It was a primetime game in the NFL when I think he got the passing yards or something to that effect. And they handed him a laminated sheet of paper. They stopped the game and said, Drew Brees, we have this to hand to you. And you're thinking, what assistant thought this was a good idea? Can we not at least get him a plaque? What's he going to do? Tack this up on his wall?
Yeah, not much. Not much. He probably threw it away after the game like, you got to be kidding me. I was rolling in this game, and you stopped all of my momentum to give me this, which is garbage. Also, this is a good point that Denton made in the chat, which is 128 names have been announced for Hall of Fame consideration. So these are first ballot, first time on the ballot. But ultimately, you could go from a cauldron of choices here. These are just guys who are for the first time available or at least eligible for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But some big names in this class, and I do think ultimately, if we're talking about Eli's getting in. Eli's getting in, Drew Brees is getting in, with or without his plaque. Whatever that was. But I think, too, also how you treated the media and the relationships that you have matter. Now, whether you think that's fair or not, okay. But Eli was very well liked. He's very well liked now. He's very much in the public eye. And when you think of Eli and you think of the Mannings, you kind of get this warm feeling like who doesn't love that family? Who doesn't like to see them interact with one another? He has a great relationship. And I say that because yesterday I don't know why. It's interesting that we're talking about this today, but yesterday afternoon I was kind of curious, who are the greatest running backs to have never made the Hall of Fame? Who are those guys? And one of the guys that kept popping up was Ricky Watters, who played for the Niners and Eagles and back in the 90s. He was awesome. But one of the things against him, and I did not know this story, was there was a play, was it in the 80s, 90s? I forget. He's going across the middle. And Randall Cunningham is throwing him the football, and he just stops because he doesn't want to get hit. Just stops. And it's like, what are you doing? And they asked him after the game, hey, he's getting booed by Eagles fans. He's like, why? They said, why didn't you go after this pass? He said, for what? For who? Why would I do that? And that was held against him for a long time, even though he's a great player. That attitude just really curtailed his hopes. And so a lot of times that relationship matters.
Yeah, you want the mentality of the shield overall. Protect the shield at all costs. They don't care about you. But I also feel like it almost has to be either egregious or a highly publicized moment like that for it to go against a player, because the names that I'm thinking of, like, I mostly think of baseball, like Kurt Schilling. I feel like that was kind of like, I don't want to say egregious, but like he is very volatile, a volatile personality. So I don't know how it goes in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but let me ask you this as well, because I think, again, this is something that I know from baseball, but I don't know if it's a thing in football. Is there a certain cachet to being a first ballot Hall of Famer to where some of these guys might get in, but the voters like, no, we don't want him to be a first ballot Hall of Famer?
1,000%.
Huge controversy a couple of years ago with Terrell Owens and this, because T.O. should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. He wasn't. And then when he did get in, he decided to have his own little thing at Chattanooga rather than go to the Hall of Fame because he was so upset that he was not first ballot despite having all the numbers.
Good point. That's right. There's something about being a first ballot. It means you're a shoo-in, like you're a no-doubter, right? Like you're on the ballot, oh, you're getting in. And so, of course, there's a different gravitas to that. You always hear that, a first ballot Hall of Famer. It didn't take any time. You got in because you were that good. And T.O., I didn't like T.O., but also you can't deny the numbers. But that's exactly the point, which is a lot of people didn't like T.O., and that's why he didn't get in the first ballot, even though if you look at his numbers, it's like, my God, he absolutely belongs. So, that relationship does matter in the end. Coming up next year on the show, before Week 4 gets underway, time for a fresh look at our NFL power rankings. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Coming up next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having a
Please be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's
Yes.
way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It wasn't catchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, like, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes. Appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Great to have you back. It is a Thursday. Almost forgot where I was for a second. Yeah, more coffee needed. I'm Jake. She is Chelsea. Coming up on the show, the Eagles survive against the Rams. But is that enough to keep them at number one in our power rankings? Well, you know, I wish I could retire right now. I turn 52 in December. But that's not going to happen. It's a long way off until I'm sitting on a beach somewhere.
So sorry.
I know, thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Guess who is retiring though? And she did not do it at 52. Oh my God. Sister Jean is retiring at 106.
God.
What? Good for her. I'm happy for Sister Jean. I would have done it much earlier. Of course, you know Sister Jean. I was going to say mascot. That's not true. She's not a mascot. She is the campus minister and official chaplain for Loyola of Chicago. Went viral back in 2018 when Loyola was an 11 seed, made the Final Four. So she has been working the entire time. They didn't just, bring her in and say, hey, cheer for the game. She's been working as the official chaplain. She's served in this role since 1991. That is... Denton said, nothing says the American dream like working until 106. She did it! Now she can finally relax after 106 years of working. But you know what? What a gift to all of us. One of those pure stories that everyone can get behind. So here's to a job well done. Enjoy your time. You certainly have earned it, Sister Jean.
I suppose so. But I feel like when you're doing the Lord's work, shouldn't you be doing this like your entire life? Like, isn't it different when you work as like a nun or like the Pope? Doesn't the Pope work until he dies?
She's 106.
Like, I feel like it's different.
She's 106. 106.
Okay, so maybe she doesn't need to meet with the sports teams anymore. But like, she's still like I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying? I feel like
No.
it's different when you work in religion. I feel like it is different.
You can still be religious. You can still counsel others as a person who is not in an official capacity. You can still live a religious life and a moral life and not have to go into work every day because, I don't know, you're more than a century old. Give Sister Jean let her sleep in and watch Wheel of Fortune or something. You know what I mean? She's been doing this for a long time, you know? Throw a little bourbon in the cough medicine. Just let her relax a little bit. She's been going into work since She's 106, Chelsea. She's 106. I'm trying to retire now. That's double my age. That's remarkable.
Yeah, but you don't work for the Lord. Like, I just feel like
Maybe
the
I do.
standard is different.
You think these bets are for me? They're for the big
right?
guy.
I mean,
they're for the big guy.
Mariners, Rockies.
Yes.
doing
always
the Lord's work.
Here's the thing. Each and every morning, I pray a little bit. I give thanks, which I do. And then at the end, I throw in, what bet should I make today? And if I'm really quiet, I hear, fade the Rockies. I'm like, thank you, Jesus. I knew it. I knew you were on my side. Yeah.
I'm just saying that the
106.
nuns who work for their entirety of their lives are probably the only people that can say this. Not me, but the people who work in this line of work are like, oh, she's retiring? It's supposed to be a life sentence, Sister Jean.
If she completes this life sentence before March and Loyola gets in, it feels like their must bet.
Oh, ride them all the way.
You know, she retires, and maybe because she's retired, she doesn't get to see all the lovely faces of the students, and she's 106. That she eventually bites the bullet, but it happens before March. They're going to play this season for Sister Jean, and everybody better be betting. Now, you got to have them at least in the Sweet 16 in your bracket if that comes into fruition. This is early futures, but you better get on it.
God.
I mean,
Chelsea,
Jean
if you worked at Loyola of Chicago, you were her boss.
Result of gambling. Mike Florio is going to come on here and blame Sister Jean for something. He's like, oh, this is a direct result of gambling. This team would not be winning if it wasn't for Sister Jean. She did this on purpose. All right, I will stop my jokes now. Go ahead, Jenks.
I was just going to say, if she rolled into your office and you were her superior at Loyola of Chicago, I think I'm going to retire. What? Sister Jean, you're 106. What are you doing? You're a spring chicken. I thought you were committed to the Lord. I guess not. I guess not. Go ahead. Go on home. You've only been here for more than a century. You feel like that's commitment, Sister Jean? What are you doing here? I got a bunch of gals ready to take your place in a heartbeat. I'd think about whether or not you want to roll away and retire. You're 106. You got a long way to go. A long way.
Yeah, but I'm not her superior. Her superior is God and Jesus, and they serve life sentences. God's been working for a long time. You know, you think he's looking at her and be like, 106 years? Come on. I've been doing this for thousands of years. You can do another 2 years on Earth.
Poor Sister Jean. And by the way, give me a couple extra reps on the bench press there, Sister Jean. What are you doing? I'm going to put an extra couple weights on the bar here. What are you doing? Let's go. Come on. Ooh, tough life for Sister Jean. Good for her. Good for her. Glad she's walking away. And you know what? Like Dent was saying, man, if that team gets on a run this year, just put all your money on Loyola of Chicago. All right. We're going to put our money. We're going to put our bets this week for our NFL power rankings. Let's do this. You want to start, Chelsea? I think, what do we got here? Not the same, but pretty close.
Yeah, we're really close. All right, so because a lot of this hinges on what I had last week, and I feel like it's unfair to drop certain teams really far just because of 1 week. So here are the updated power rankings. The Eagles still stand firm at number 1. I feel like every team in the NFL, you can point out flaws. The Eagles still look like the closest to perfect team in the NFL, and they won the Super Bowl. So they get that long-standing credit, in my opinion. Next up, we have a new number 2. I feel like the Chargers deserve some respect. The way that Justin Herbert is throwing the football right now, and the way that defense is, shutting down other teams, allowing the fewest yards per attempt of any team in the NFL, that is the difference between the Chargers and the Bills, in my opinion, because the Bills have Josh Allen, who is amazing, but their defense certainly has its flaws. So I still have the Bills at number 3, and then we go Packers. I'm not dropping them too low because of that loss to the Browns. It's a long season. There are going to be some mind-blowing losses, but it's still a good team. And then number 5, I'm going to go the Ravens because this is a regular season power rankings list. And I understand the Ravens are not winning some of these big games, but they are still a very talented offense. They've scored at least 30 points in every single game this year, and I think the defense could get better if some of those injuries shore up. So those are my rankings for week 3.
I'm very similar here. So I dropped the Ravens to 5. All right. I'm a little disturbed, more than a little disturbed about their inability to hold leads, their inability to keep up with Detroit, and how they were manhandled. I think that's the one thing more than anything else. They were just manhandled at the line of scrimmage. You don't normally see that when you're talking about teams from Baltimore, but still, this is a very good team. They lost to the Bills and Lions, so let's not punish them too much. Packers at 4, a little worried about some injury concerns on offense, but I'm not going to dock them too much for a loss in Cleveland where, look, they had a blocked field goal there. They probably should have won that game. Also, the Browns' defense is really good, so I still like what I've seen from Green Bay. Chargers at 3. Oh, yeah. I love the Chargers. I'm on the Chargers train all season long. I don't think they're going to Charger this year. I love what Jim Harbaugh is doing. This is one of the most complete teams in the NFL. Bills at 2, so we just are flip-flop there. You have Chargers at 2, Bills at 3. I'm going to stick with Josh Allen. Love that he's playing like an MVP, and I love looking at these stats and metrics, even though I'm not a numbers guy, where, in the fourth quarter when it counts the most, Josh Allen is at his best, which means the Bills will always be in it as long as he's the quarterback. And then Eagles at 1. It's not necessarily sexy, but as we saw last week, the Eagles have what it takes. They can be dynamic on offense if they need to. They will push you around. They'll do the tush push. They will find a way. And that was a good win against a very good Rams team. So Eagles at 1.
Okay, so now here the question is, what team are we leaving off the list that maybe gets an honorable mention? Because I'm looking at some of the scoring margin teams that are the best in the NFL, and I feel like that's a really good indicator of like what teams are really performing, because obviously it's like how many points you score and how many you're giving up. The Indianapolis Colts lead the league in scoring margin. Should we be higher on the Colts?
Maybe. I thought about the Colts. The Bucks are also 3-0, and the Bucks are really good. I thought about them. I thought about the Rams. I think the Rams, that's a tough loss for LA, but we both liked LA going into the season. I think I'm probably biased because I'm looking at their schedule here. I'm a little biased because I need to see a little bit more. I think the Colts are good. I think they have something in Daniel Jones. I don't think it's a fluke. But also when I look at their schedule, Dolphins, Broncos, Titans, I think that's what gets me. I just need to see a little more against quality opponents, and then I can buy in on the Colts. Right now, a 1-point win over the Broncos, I think, is what it was, is their most impressive win. 29-28. That's the one thing I can't. That's the one thing that's holding me back.
I think it's difficult this time of year when we've only had 3 games to really take a lot from stats. Because obviously it is not apples to apples when some of these teams have a lot easier scheduled. And like you mentioned, the Colts, 2 of their 3 games were against bottom feeders, absolute bottom feeders. And that pains me as a Titans fan, and especially when I absolutely hate the Colts. But I do think we still need to see a little bit of more, hey, we need to have this proven to us, especially for Daniel Jones. Like, I'm not sitting here and doubting the rest of the team, especially Jonathan Taylor. Once upon a time, he was one of the best backs in the league. So it's not shocking to me seeing the numbers that he's putting up currently. But maybe I think when we're talking about like the best teams in the league, and I think Daniel Jones is having a great season. He probably is going to have a great regular season, but I still don't put him above, the Josh Allens and the Lamar Jacksons because he just has not proven it yet.
No, I agree with that. And, ultimately you have to get it done, and you have to get it done in the postseason, or at least elevate yourself where you give yourself a chance in the postseason. And last year was not good in that respect. Anyone else we're leaving out? I mentioned the Bucks. How do you feel about the Bucks?
Yeah, I like the Bucks. I feel like they're great from a betting standpoint. So maybe they're not in my top 5, but I'll take them getting points, against good teams. And we have that very scenario this week, I believe. They are in my teaser. We'll see if they can keep that game close. I think it's against the Eagles.
Yeah. Coming up next on the show, why Chelsea says Sister Jean is going straight to hell after retiring early at 106. Tough for Sister Jean. We're coming back here on the Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network. Hour 2 is on the way.
Right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It wasn't catchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's a Football Thursday here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. We have a great hour on deck for you guys. We'll start with Thursday Night Football, the Seahawks and the Cardinals, an all-bird affair, if you will. We'll do sides, we'll do totals, we'll do props. And if you haven't been paying attention to the NFC West like you maybe should, we got you covered. At 7:20, we go on to Major League Baseball. It is absolutely wild right now. The Tigers just choked away a 15.5 game lead in their division. And if the season ends today, we get some really good first-round matchups. Red Sox, Yankees, Mets, Dodgers. We tell you how to use the playoff scenarios to your advantage. I'll come up next with the next a couple of segments here on the Daily Tip. All right, Jenks, I want to try to do something, and maybe it's gotcha journalism, but humor me for a minute. Okay, I'm going to give you a take, and you tell me if it is a good take, great take, or terrible take.
Okay.
The best beer of all time is Guinness on tap. True, false, or terrible?
I think it's a good take. I think it's a hot take. I've heard that numerous times. I've heard it's best when you actually have it overseas. You know, when you actually get real Guinness that hasn't been imported. But I would say it's not my favorite, but I don't mind that take. I've heard that, and Guinness is very good. So, yeah, I like that.
Here's your headline. Michael Jenkins heartily agrees with Aaron Rodgers. Because this was a take from your best friend, Aaron Rodgers. Somebody asked him about his favorite beer, and he said an ice-cold Guinness on tap. And I was like, wow, that's actually a solid take from Aaron Rodgers.
That's solid. I can't lie. I'm more of an IPA person. Like, if I drink a beer, I want kind of a double IPA, like a really strong beer. I don't mind a hoppy beer. But Guinness on tap that is cold is very good. So I don't like Aaron, but I think he's right here.
I wasn't expecting like a blue collar answer here. I was expecting something to the effect of, oh, well, I only drink kombucha. I only drink ayahuasca, infused beer or something crazy like that. So like, it is refreshing to hear him have like, I don't know, a decent take here and there. Because I understand like not all of his takes are terrible and he's not constantly high on ayahuasca. But that's how it feels sometimes. So Aaron Rodgers, a man of the people that still enjoys an ice-cold Guinness on tap. All right, let's get to this Thursday night football game because we have maybe what's going to be a good game, or at least odds makers are expecting so. Line is tight in this game. Seahawks 1-point road favorites here. This game in Arizona, total 43.5. So let's start by seeing if we can pick a winner here. So, Jenks, my first instinct is like, oh, the Seahawks look like the better team. Sam Darnold, I trust more, which is wild because there was a time in life when Kyler Murray was actually in the MVP race. Now, those days are long gone. DeAndre Hopkins is no longer on the Cardinals, and we've seen this Cardinals offense really struggle so far this season. It should be noted they're 2-1, but they have faced the likes of these quarterbacks, Spencer Rattler, Bryce Young, and Mac Jones, and they did not win against Mac Jones and the 49ers. They lost that game last week, 16-15. Then you look at the Seahawks, who are also 2-1, lost to the Niners as well, beat up on Spencer Rattler and the Saints, and then beat up on Aaron Rodgers, his Guinness, and the Steelers, 31-17. So I think a lot of it is hinging on what we make of the Steelers, because the Seahawks won that game pretty handily on the road. A big win for them there, 31-17. So I still feel like there are a lot of unknowns about both of these teams. Do you have a leaning on a side here?
I like the Seahawks here, and I'm trying to decide if I'm going to play them. I was working on my bets as I was listening to you. I got 3 baseball bets, maybe a couple football bets, maybe some props. Thinking about going big today, which I say every single day, I feel like. Yeah, I like the Seahawks here, and this number has moved in their direction. This line opened with the Seahawks getting a point, and so we've seen it swing through 0. Now the Seahawks are laying 1.5. I'd probably take them on the money. I did take them on the money line at -150. Now it's sitting at -125. I think ultimately what we're going to see here is I like Sam Darnold props as well. The Cardinals are very strong up front. They're very good against the run, but they have a lot of injuries in the secondary. If you look at their report right now, a lot of guys are questionable. They can be had in the secondary. I think Sam Darnold is going to pass a lot, and I still feel like that he is still undervalued in the market here. And so this is a team that I believe is better than we're giving them credit for. They're well coached. I'm not quite sure I buy into the Cardinals just yet. I think Sam Darnold's going to have a big night. I think based on how we've seen the Cardinals play defense, that, again, you can attack their secondary. I think that's going to be the difference here. I think it might be a lower scoring game, but I'm going to go Seahawks. I like the line movement, and I like the matchup, again, with Sam Darnold.
Yeah, it looks like this line has moved to 1.5 overnight. And if you're looking at the money splits, the Seahawks are getting 68% of the money over at BetMGM. I do think that Sam Darnold is going to have a big night through the air, but you know how I feel about passing yardage props. Sometimes they're just tricky. It is low at 219.5, but a guy can have a great night, and especially if this game turns into a Seahawks rout. And they have some, good options in the run game with Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker III. So that's what I worry about, the passing yardage prop. I do think in the receiving game, we have a target share god in Jackson Smith and Jigba. He has been putting up insane numbers from a fantasy perspective, from a props perspective, to the point where his prop tonight is 80.5, I believe. It's really high, but for good reason. You look at his last 3 games, 124 yards, 103 yards, and 90-yard targets, 13, 10, and 6. And one of those was a blowout game. The game where he only got 6 targets was against New Orleans. That was a 44-13 win. So if you're looking for somebody to trust, maybe when it's, a same game parlay leg where it's like an alternate yards prop, you can go JSN like 70 plus or something. But I still think that he has such big game potential. The 80.5, it still feels too low to me. Like, he is the go-to guy in this offense. And if you think Sam Darnold's going to throw it, I feel like 80.5 is still a very gettable number for JSN.
Yeah, I think it's a great play. I like that. I also like Trey Benson anytime touchdown for the Cardinals. If we're looking at the other side, just because James Conner is now out for the season, which is another reason why I like the Seahawks, right? So offensively, can the Cardinals keep up? Maybe. But James Conner is out, and Marvin Harrison Jr., I feel bad for the kid. He had a couple of really bad drops last week. He was really hard on himself after that game, and I saw some ridiculous post like, let's just admit this guy is an absolute bust. I was like, okay, I don't know about that. Yeah, whatever. I was just like, just keep scrolling, Michael, keep scrolling. He's going to be fine, but ultimately that is a huge hit to that Cardinals offense. So who are they going to go to? Who are they going to hand the ball off to? It's going to be Trey Benson. And also, he's been very explosive in limited duty, obviously, because he was the backup. But as soon as Connor was out last game, Benson came in, got 10 carries. He's averaging 6 yards per, and he's going to be a threat along with Kyler Murray in the red zone. So you can get Trey Benson at plus 110 anytime touchdown. I like that quite a bit, too.
Yeah, I think this is a good buy low spot on Trey Benson, simply because James Conner is out of the mix, and Trey Benson is going to take a lot of those opportunities. The problem is, if you're looking at his rushing prop, the Seahawks have been really good against the run, and they've played some good running backs. They faced off against Christian McCaffrey, and you're still looking at a Seahawks defense that's surrendering the 3rd fewest yards per carry in the league at 3.2. So this is a tough matchup on paper for Trey Benson. So I think the way you play it is maybe the receiving prop. Because think about it. If you have a defense that's really good against the run, you have a good defensive line, sometimes the quarterbacks like to do the short and dumpy passes. And if you do look at the Seahawks on paper, they're giving up the most receiving yards to opposing running backs, but also they faced Christian McCaffrey, who is a bit of an outlier, and I think he's skewing those numbers just a bit. But we have seen some of these numbers for Trey Benson, in the receiving game. Last game had 3 catches on 4 targets, only 9 yards, but I do think he is more involved now that James Conner is out of the mix. So I think maybe you play receptions. The number for him is 3.5, even money for the over. Or you can play his receiving yards. It's 19.5, but it's really juicy at -150. So I think either of those plays are good ones. Any way you slice it, I do think we see a healthy dose of Trey Benson tonight.
Yeah, I think so as well. I like that play quite a bit, and I'd be with you on that. And again, this is when you can find some value on players that aren't big-time names yet, or you haven't seen what they can do. There's still some question marks because will he be the guy? I mean, they really like him. That's why they drafted him out of Florida State. But, yeah, plus money there. I'd go for it. And, I'm not even a props person, so I like that a lot.
I'm wondering what we do see from Marvin Harrison Jr. tonight, because you were just talking about, like, the doubters and the haters, kind of discounting him. But, his number is really low tonight, or at least for somebody with his potential. 46.5, his average this season is 47.3. And here's the thing, last game. He had a couple passes that he dropped that could have put him way over, this number, because he finished last week with 44 receiving yards, 3 catches. But the targets are still there, and I do think that he will continue to be, a part of this passing game.
Sure.
Because, you're not just going to give up on somebody who is as talented as Marvin Harrison Jr. So he's at least 5 targets every single game this season. So if you're willing to buy low on somebody, maybe Marvin Harrison Jr. is it. But I've heard that take on BTJ before, and you're like, nah, dude. I've seen him drop passes. I will not be buying low on that penny stock.
I mean, I just feel like he's too crazy talented. He's bulked up in the offseason, put in a lot of work, and he's talked about that and how he wanted to, make that impact that a lot of us thought he was going to make during his rookie year. But the idea that he's some sort of bust is pretty preposterous. I expect it is a nice bounce back spot for him, I think. And also, he's got a guy who can certainly throw him the ball in Kyler Murray. And he had chances. Like, he had that wide open on I think it was like a 1st and 20, like wide open, and he didn't catch it with his hands, hit him in the chest. He had another opportunity in the end zone where he missed that one as well. He's just too good for that to happen again. So even though he's a name, he still hasn't performed up to expectation just yet. So because of that, I think that number has dropped, and you can find some value there. So I don't know if that's where I want to put my money, but at some point, the talent is there, and he's going to have a big day, and maybe it'll be tonight.
Yeah, maybe it will be. I'm wondering what we see from Kyler Murray and his legs. And the fact that I think every time you watch Kyler Murray, you're like, wow, I forgot how fast he was. He is so small and shifty that this is what makes him tough to defend. And this is what made him great at his peak when he was in the MVP discussion. So if you look at some of his rushing props tonight, 5.5 is the number of rushing attempts. Juice to the over at -145. I think that's a good look. He's been averaging well over this so far this season. He's hit this in every game. 6 carries, 7 carries, 7 carries. Or you could go, the bet that has more top end potential, because obviously when you play yards, you could get it in one rush. So 28.5 is the number. He's averaging 35.7. Juice to the over at -118. I do think, especially in primetime games when the lights are the brightest, this is when the quarterback rushing props are my favorite, because they're going to go for those extra yards. Not that a Sunday noon kickoff is not as meaningful, but still, this is a big divisional game for the Cardinals at home, and especially with a good Seahawks defense. I do think Kyler Murray will try to take advantage of his speediness.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to play this prop on some level. I don't know if I'm going to do a lower number and lay the juice, or I'm going to go over 28 and a hook. That was sitting at 29 and a hook yesterday, so it's gone down a touch. Now juice to the over. Yesterday it was juice to the under, so it's going to settle somewhere in there. But this is a guy who's averaged more than 35 yards per game this season on the ground. I think you make a great point about it being in prime time. And also, let's go back to James Conner for a second, right? Okay, sure. They'll probably hand the ball off to Trey Benson, but certainly Trey Benson is not James Conner. What does it mean? It means that the Cardinals will probably rely more on Kyler Murray to take off in particular situations. And there's something about him this year. He looks a lot more spry. I guess, on the ground than he has in the past. Maybe that's just the eye test, but when I watch him, I'm like you. He's had some highlight reel runs where you're like, oh, whoa, I'd forgotten. I mean, he's been pretty frisky there on the ground, so I'm going big card today, and I like that a lot.
When I think of the word spry, I think of the movie Bad Santa when he's like, is your grandma spry? And I'm like, oh, well, I think I would put Kyler Murray a bit above like Granny from Bad Santa. But yes, the point is well received. And I think it also matters that the Seahawks have been good against the run game, like when it comes to running backs, like limiting Christian McCaffrey to only 69 yards, not nice on 22 carries, is a big deal to me. So like if you're not getting a bunch of yards on the ground with your running back, I think the way to attack it is to have some designed runs or just maybe let Kyler Murray take off on a few plays. So I think that's a really solid look. And the more I look at this, the more plays I like, even though, you know, you got to be careful, especially when some of these games have been really low scoring for both of these teams. So we'll see how this one turns out in the NFC West. All right, next, we got to get to the drama that is Major League Baseball. How to play the playoff scenarios to your advantage with our daily baseball bets. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, It ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike
Please.
Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's
Yes.
way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Off and running on a Thursday edition of the Daily Tip. This segment will be dedicated to baseball. And let me sell you on MLB for a hot second, because I understand it's very easy to put the blinders on for football, but we have all sorts of drama brewing in baseball. Between the Tigers blowing a 15.5 game lead, it's the Guardians who now lead that division after winning yet again last night. Or you look at teams like the Astros, who probably aren't even going to make the playoffs. And then you have first round matchups that look like, a producer's dream. If you're talking about somebody who's writing the script to the postseason picture, first round matchups of the Tigers and the Guardians. The Guardians, the hottest team in baseball. The Tigers, the coldest team in baseball, and they're just playing now. So it looks like the Guardians kind of have their number. Then you have the Red Sox and the Yankees and the AL East in the wild card portion of the American League. And then over on the National League, you have a first round matchup of the Mets and the Dodgers, the two biggest media markets in the country, meeting in the first round. And who do they get in the second round? The Phillies. Congratulations, Phillies. You get to play the Dodgers or the Mets. I do think the Phillies have a good shot to win it all, though. And then you look at the MVP race, and Cal Raleigh has taken an absolute moment and turned it into an absolute season. He hit 59 and 60 numbers home runs last night in a big game, and here's how it sounded.
Fly ball to right field, number 60! A catcher has hit 60 home runs. Your MVP moment, Cal Raleigh.
Hell yeah, what a call. Your MVP moment for Cal Raleigh. He absolutely should win MVP. And there was something else in that call that I think needs to be shouted from the rooftops. 60 home runs in a season by a catcher is a massive deal. And people need to realize this. I said this yesterday. I'll say it every single day until people get on the train. And listen, there's only a few days left in the season, so time is running out to get on the big dumper train. But Jenks, better late than never.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome yesterday where Aaron Judge went deep. I mean, Kyle Schwarber went deep twice. Like, all the big guns were out last night. And so just when it looked like some of these other guys who are making a push were sort of trying to have their MVP moments, Cal Raleigh had the biggest one of all, 2. And so that crowd was electric. Like, watching those highlights, hearing the calls, it was unbelievable. He deserves it. I think he's the MVP, and I hope he gets it.
Absolutely. And those fans have a reason to be excited, because not only is Cal Raleigh looking like the MVP this year, the Mariners also clinched the division and could be the top spot in the American League. And it's been a while for the Mariners. And I still have this like sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that this is not a Mariners team to be trusted, because that's kind of what we've seen over the course of the last few seasons. But I will say this, the Astros are not playing well. And usually, the Achilles heel to the Mariners is the Astros. Like usually they're put down by the hands of the Astros. So at least the Astros are playing poorly. They got blanked by the Athletics last night. So I feel like if the Astros don't make the playoffs, I think I have some faith in the Mariners.
I mean, look, the proof is what they're doing right now. And I think this team is just different, right? It's different than what we've seen in previous seasons when what would happen? They would start to play well, then they would falter at the end. And I think that we forget how talented this Mariners team is. Like, I thought we'd be talking about Julio Rodriguez right now. We forget that they have a guy like him who also went deep last night, by the way. But that gets lost in the fact that Cal Raleigh is on this historic run. Have a really good pitching staff, and so obviously being in this position, they're going to have home field advantage early on. So there's a lot to like about Seattle.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that it's really simplistic to put a handicap on a baseball team or a baseball game and say, oh, vibes matter. It sounds stupid, but Jenks, I feel like baseball is so streaky. And you see these teams just get on these unreal hot streaks, and that's kind of how the game goes. Like, look at the Guardians. So as much as I don't want to say, like, oh, bet on this team based on vibes, it's kind of the case for the Guardians.
Well, yeah, I mean, they just can't be stopped, right? Like, they just keep winning and winning and winning and winning. And, sometimes if you look at a team on paper, it just doesn't tell you the whole story, right? You'll look at a team and say, oh, my God, they should be dominating or they shouldn't be this good. And the Guardians are good. But when you look at them on paper, they don't necessarily stack up with some of the other teams. But sometimes you match up well. You have a certain chemistry. You get hot. Momentum is a real thing, especially in baseball. And they have all of those things right now.
Yeah, and if matchups matter and your first round matchup is the Tigers, the team that you're making quick work of in really meaningful games, you already had a dress rehearsal for the postseason. And then in the next round, we would get the winner of the Tigers and the Guardians goes against the Mariners. So I know those are not teams that jump off the page like in normal years, but this season, that would be a great second round matchup. Whoever advances out of that one. All right, so before we get to our handicaps, I do want to single out Tariq Skubal because he did something the other night that I think needs to be mentioned. So, Jenks, you know the instance when Tariq Skubal was pitching against the Guardians a couple nights ago, and so he threw a pitch, and it was a fastball, and David Fry was trying to bunt it. It came back and hit him in the face, and it was a very scary moment. David Fry had to go to the hospital. I think he fractured several bones in his face. You could tell that Tariq Skubal was really shaken up by this moment. And after the game, it would have been very easy for Tariq Skubal to hang his head and say, wow, that was a big game. We just lost. We just blew this huge lead in the division. But instead of sitting at home and pouting, he went to go visit David Fry in the hospital. Yeah. And I feel like that was a very classy move by Tariq Skubal. So say what you want about Tariq Skubal and some of these terrible throws that he made, to first base, but I feel like that is a very redeeming quality, and it shows that like some things are bigger than sports. Oh,
absolutely. And you could tell that, first of all, watching this play was just, you could hear Fry's face crack. I mean, he has multiple facial fractures, broken nose. It was awful to watch. And then Tariq Skubal's reaction was he knew immediately what had happened and knew that it was bad. And yeah, when you have a guy who understands that at the end of the day, this is just a game and your health and your friends and family and people who care about you, your teammates, that is ultimately so much more important than anything that happens on the diamond, on the gridiron, whatever it is. And so he didn't have to do that. You could come out. That's the thing. You could easily sit in front of a camera and say, I'm thinking about him. I hope he's okay, and say all the right things, and it would have been fine. But to take that extra step and say, no, I'm not just going to say it. I really do care. I'm going to go there and make sure he's all right, because ultimately we're playing a sport. We're playing a game we love. That is sort of the real underlying, I think, not issue, but it's sort of the underlying feeling, which is this is just a game. So I'm here to tell you, I know it's just a game, and I'm sorry this happened. So good on Tariq Skubal for doing that. And best wishes to David Fry. I hope he comes back better than ever.
Yeah, a good human move by Tariq Skubal. All right, so let's get to our daily baseball bets today. And if you're going to be playing baseball, you might as well do it over at BetMGM with an MLB Parlay Boost token. Swing big on your next MLB Parlay. Use this Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits only at BetMGM. All right, Jank. So the first impression rose for me is usually pitching matchups. We do a lot of first 5 unders on this show. And so this one stood out to me. Mets and Cubs tonight. We have Nolan McLean, who's been very good for the Mets. The young guy, 4-1 with a 1.27 ERA, going against Shota Imanaga, 9-7 with a 3.37 ERA. And I know Shota has had some slip-ups this year, total of 7.5 in this game. But I think you can make a strong case for the Mets. You can make a strong case for a lower-scoring game. But what are you making a case for in this game? Did you look at this one?
The Mets, yeah, I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. I'm looking at that for sure, just because you've got Shota. And here's the thing about Shota is that he hasn't been quite as dominant as he was earlier in the season, but he also works longer into games as well, right? So he'll go 6-7 innings sometimes. I would also lean towards Noah McLean, who has been just unbelievable here. Like, he's been untouchable. The Cubs have not seen him. And I think because when you see Shota, I think for the casual batter, you're like, oh my God, it's Shota Imanaga. Nolan McLean has been the better pitcher here. Absolutely. And so you can actually get the Mets in the first 5 money line at -105, which I think is a great price. I would also look at an under in this game, deciding where I'm going to go, but I like both of those bets.
I feel like that first 5 price is like a little mispriced, right?
Yes,
because I feel like the Mets are the better overall offense. Nolan McLean has had the better numbers. So I think just from a value standpoint, and I understand it's on the road, and sometimes that matters, especially for a team who, over the course of the season, the Mets do not have good splits on the road, but that has kind of righted itself over the last month. It was more of a first of the season thing, and it's just their offense is so good. And I was looking against their numbers against lefties as well, and all of the numbers kind of align here. So I feel like the Mets in the first 5, or even the full game, I think is a good play in this one, just simply based on value. All right, free roll here, Jenks. Where shall we go next?
Kind of like trying to decide when we'll play it, but I kind of like the Rays today, taking on the Orioles. Drew Rasmussen taking on Cade Povich. Do I really want to trust the Rays? I mean, here's the thing. The Rays aren't good, but because of that, you can kind of find a decent price on, I think, what is a pitching mismatch. Like, Cade Povich is a guy worth fading. And so at home this season, he's 1-5 with a 5.66 ERA. He's made 21 starts this season. The Orioles have lost 14 of them. In other words, the O's win about 33% of the time when he's on the hill. Drew Rasmussen has been quietly very consistent this season. 2 runs or less in 11 of his last 13. And of course, once those starters are done, what do you get? You get an Orioles bullpen, which is the second worst bullpen in the American League, second only to the Halos. So pretty evenly matched here. You have a starting pitching advantage, you have a bullpen advantage, and you have a guy who historically has pitched well over the past couple months, Andrew Rasmussen. So leaning towards a raise on the money line.
I think the only knock against Drew Rasmussen is that they have a really short leash on him. I think he's on a pitch count of some sort. Like, he hasn't gone above 82 pitches this month. So maybe if you play the Rays, you can make a case for the first 5. Or I haven't looked at their bullpen stats, but I think, that's your one caution I would give you on Drew Rasmussen, because he has been good, over his last few or so. Only went 3 innings against the Red Sox, but that is a better offense on paper. It's just, here's my bottom line on both these teams. Jenks, I'm not a huge fan of betting on teams that feel untrustworthy, like one way or another. I want to bet on really good teams who are dependably good, or really bad teams who are dependably bad. I feel like both these teams are kind of in the middle. Like, even yesterday, I would have played the Orioles behind Tyler Wells, and it wasn't the case. It was the Rays who won that game. So it's just, sometimes I don't like trusting these type of teams.
No, I get that, and that's sort of where I am. It's like, okay, I feel like the numbers point me in the direction of Tampa Bay. I feel like this matchup works to our advantage, but also these are 2 very mediocre teams at best, right? The Rays are not a good team, and when you don't have a good team on any given night, they could just falter and put up a goose egg or something like that. So I totally hear that. I tend to try to find advantages for better teams, whether it's on the run line or a good line or a good price on the money line. And then you're like, okay, I like this angle. And also this is a good team. So I get that.
Yeah. But the tricky part right now is that some of these really good teams don't have a ton to play for. Like, the Phillies have a commanding lead in the NL East. And like today they have Walker Buehler going, who doesn't have good numbers, 9-7 with a 5.13 ERA, and they're minus 170 against the Marlins. So Jansen Junk is pitching, which is somebody who we normally either take an over or fade the Marlins here. But like, is it enough to play the Phillies on the run line? Do you get what I'm saying? Is that like some of these teams just don't have a ton to play for? Like maybe they win and they should because they're good teams. It's just the urgency does not feel there.
Yeah, I get that. The one thing I would say is that Junk has not been good. Like he will give up runs. There's no question. He will give up runs. He's given up at least 3 runs in 9 consecutive appearances, so he will get hit. And also, we know the Phillies bats, right? They're strange where they're away from Philly, but when they're at Citizens Bank Park, they completely come alive. They're a completely different team. We saw that last night with Schwarber going deep twice and the Philly offense exploding. So, and Walker Buehler has been better recently. I don't know if I necessarily trust him, ERA over 5, but I don't think this is a bad spot to take Philadelphia.
Oh, what about an over? Like, you kind of talked me into it there. Like, if you believe in the Phillies bats, and if you believe that, I almost called him Ferris Bueller, if you believe that Walker Buehler is going to give up some runs, so the total is 9, and I'm looking to see what we can get on maybe an 8, because the 9 is minus 120, so we probably won't get an 8.
Yeah.
Let's see, just for fun. Over 8 is minus 200. Never mind. But what about a total in this one? I'm looking at the money splits. 60% of the money is on over 9. I don't think that's a terrible look if you believe in the Marlins and their offense.
Yeah, I think that's the one sabotage. I'm probably going to play this game, I think. The only thing I worry about is the Marlins could go cold. They could. I mean, they don't necessarily have the bats that Philly has. But I do like the over in this game. I think Walker could get touched up. Well, not touched up, but maybe they can play a couple of runs against him. That's the only sabotage factor is Philly going off and then the Marlins go cold, which is why I would say if you like Philly on a run line, if you like plus money here, that's not a bad bet either.
Or you could do a Phillies team total, even though I think you probably have to play at 5.5. All right, so if you love baseball, stick with us. Buster Olney of ESPN is coming up next here on the show. You won't want to miss it.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike
Please.
Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But like we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes. Appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games.
Back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back as Hour 2 rolls on here on the Daily Tip. Jenks, I was just laughing to myself because I feel like I need to make that meme that features Bernie Sanders that says, I am once again asking for you guys to pay attention to baseball because we have all kinds of drama right now. Because I get it. It's football season. A lot of people like baseball. But listen, it feels like we are among one of the most exciting stretches in baseball we've had in a long time.
Oh, man. I don't even know where to start. I cannot wait to hear what Buster has to say, whether it's the Tigers' collapse or Cal Raleigh's chase, getting to last night, getting to 60. Are the Astros going to find a way in? The Reds need to avoid being swept by the Pirates today. Didn't see that coming. There's all sorts of great, and most of those are team storylines, not to mention the individual storylines, like Paul Skeens was great last night. I'm just kind of going off here, but it's been an awesome year in baseball, and in particular, the last 2 weeks have been fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. So who better to campaign for your attention in baseball than Buster Olney, who joins us now. He is the MLB insider and senior writer for ESPN. So Buster, sell the people on baseball right now.
Well, I think the big sales point, and good morning, guys, is the fact we have no idea what's going to happen. It is absolutely so wide open in a way that I've never seen in my 35 plus years covering baseball, where it feels like that all of these teams are so flawed in different ways, and they have so many issues that everyone needs to basically MacGyver their way to an opportunity to win the World Series. I mean, you think about the Dodgers last night, defending champions, massive payroll, all kinds of resources. And who are they rolling out of the bullpen? Roki Sasaki, who hasn't been in the big leagues in 5 months, and Clayton Kershaw at the end of his career, and they're sort of auditioning guys for that role. Last night, the New York Mets, $340 million payroll. They had Jonah Tong, who's 3 weeks in the big league, starting the game, and they follow him with Sean Manaea and Clay Holmes. We did that game on television last night. I'm on my way to O'Hare right now. It was insane to think about, all of the decisions that all these managers have to make to try to, revitalize the team, find solutions. I mean, it is amazing how wide open it is.
Buster, one thing that we've seen that I sort of mentioned at the top of the segment is the Tigers and their collapse.
Yeah.
What in the world has happened to Detroit?
So in late June, I mean, they look like the best team in the American League, no question. In late June, we started to see some evaporation in that pitching staff around Tarek Skubal. On the day that Skubal pitched, they were the best team in baseball. But then on the other days, their bullpen was started to be kind of a mess. And that's why at the trade deadline, it was surprising to me that they didn't do more. I think that their front office basically played to what we thought was a sturdy lead and felt like, okay, we can take the efficiency route. They went out and added Finnegan in a deal with the Washington Nationals, but they didn't go big at that time, and they're paying the price for it right now. And they are struggling. What is it now? 8 straight losses. I think it's 11 out of 12. Their last 12 they lost. They're 26-39. That's a .400 winning percentage since July 9th. But here's the crazy thing. As bad as the Tigers have been, and they're, a 15.5 game lead in the American League Central going away, there's still an excellent chance they're going to make the playoffs because the Houston Astros would have to leapfrog them. We just had the Astros on Sunday Night Baseball. They are so beaten up with injuries. Jordan Alvarez out, sprained his ankle. Jeremy Pena, with the oblique injury that he suffered the other day. Josh Hader out. They've had to overcome so much. I actually think it's a miracle they're even in the conversation at this point. And Detroit holds the tiebreaker over Houston. So, Houston is 1 game behind Detroit. They would have to go over the top, and they're playing on the road right now. So I still think Detroit's going to get in, despite the fact they've utterly collapsed.
It's crazy. It's crazy to imagine a postseason without the Astros, too. Like, both sides of that equation are kind of crazy to me. But let me ask you a theory question. How much of these streaks is based on the manager? Like, do you place the blame or the credit at the manager's footsteps, or do you say this is the team? Do you say it is a joint effort? Because you could do it in 2 ways. You could look at the Tigers and say, okay, AJ Hinch needs to get his troops together. Or you could say, look at the Guardians. Hottest team in baseball right now. And I know people really love Stephen Vogt. How much of the credit or blame goes to the managers when you have these teams on these big streaks?
1%. This is all about the parity in baseball to me right now is all about this incredible wave of pitching injuries that we've seen. As pitchers have worked to increase velocity, as they built up their bodies, we're seeing so many more injuries. And I think those have become the great equalizer where all these staffs are breaking down all over the place. And so what do they need to rely on when that happens? Bullpens, which happen to be the most volatile part of any team in a given year. I mean, right now, normally when we get to the postseason, there are 3, 4, 5 teams with really great bullpens. There's only one great bullpen, and that's the San Diego Padres. Everybody else has problems. I mentioned the Dodgers. Their bullpen is decimated by injuries, which is why they're asking Kershaw at the end of his career, hey, can you get a few outs, coming out of the bullpen? And Kershaw told him, I'll give you whatever you want. The Mets, I'm sure today, are waking up trying to formulate a pitching plan. Same thing with A.J. Hinch. It really is remarkable how much the pitching injuries, I think, have pulled all these teams together in a mess. I mean, think about the Yankees. A month ago, people were calling for the firing of Aaron Boone, and are they going to make massive change? Guys, they might wind up being the number 1 seed in the American League.
Yeah. We're chatting with Buster Olney, the Major League Baseball insider and senior writer for ESPN. Of course, if you know baseball, you know Buster. And since you mentioned the Yankees, let me ask you, Buster. I mean, here we going down to the wire here, and Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh for MVP. Who do you got?
So, look, if you told me that you thought that Aaron Judge should be the MVP, I'd go, that's totally reasonable. You're talking about the best right-handed hitter we've ever seen. He's having this incredibly historic season in terms of his average in OPS. But having been, a baseball writer for a long time, I do not think, and I don't have a vote for American League MVP, I think that the writers are going to vote for Cal Raleigh because I think it comes down to this. A catcher hitting 60 home runs and leading a pitching staff to a division title in Seattle, a switch hitting catcher at that, and passing all these benchmarks, most home runs in a year by a catcher, most home runs ever by a switch hitter, most home runs in Mariners history. And yes, he has a chance to break whose record for American League home runs? Aaron Judge. You know, he still has a few days left, and who knows? He might tie it. He might pass it. I just think that's a story that the writers will not be able to pry themselves away from, and I think Cal Raleigh's going to win the MVP.
It does feel like a magical season for the Mariners, and I feel like there's this feeling in the pit of my stomach that, like, you can't trust the Mariners in the postseason, but I'll say this. Looks like the Astros aren't going to make the postseason. It feels like that is their biggest nemesis. So do you trust the Mariners this year?
I trust it. I mean, look, the Mariners in the American League West, I agree with you. They've had so many ups and downs that you look at that team and you wonder how it's going to respond in the postseason. But I've had, people basically since the trade deadline when Jerry DePota, their head of baseball operations, went all in an effort to try to win the World Series. They traded for Josh Naylor. They traded for Eugenio Suarez. It's one of the deepest lineups in the American League. In theory, their rotation is the best in the American League. But, of course, Brian Wu, the guy who's been effectively their ace this year, came off the came off the mound the other night with a right pectoral tightness. We don't know exactly what his status is going to be going forward, how effective he will be. But if you told me that the Mariners were, the American League team dogpiling at the end and going to the World Series, that wouldn't surprise me. I think on paper they are the best team at the moment. It just depends a lot on what can Wu give them, what can Logan Gilbert give them, and whether or not their bullpen will hold up. Because when we saw them last weekend in Houston, that group was on fumes. So they will really benefit from having a few days off this weekend and maybe a bye in that first round to set themselves up for the postseason.
So many great storylines, so many great insights from Buster Olney today. He is MLB insider and senior writer for ESPN. Buster, we really do appreciate your time. We know it is a busy time of year. Thanks so much.
Well, I appreciate it. Enjoy it down the stretch. I mean, it is nuts.
Poof. Absolutely. Grab your popcorn, Jenks.
Yeah.
We've been watching every night in our household. I am actually glad that we bought the extra innings package in baseball. Now I just have to pry my husband away from Ryder Cup stuff this weekend and maybe dialing into some of these baseball games.
I mean, it's so funny that baseball was my first love as a sport growing up. And it was so huge in the 80s. I mean, I used to watch the Baseball Bunch with Johnny Bench and collect baseball cards and played baseball. And then I kind of got away from it. And actually, this show, in a big way, has kind of brought me back to loving the game. And when you have all of these storylines, yeah, really. And so I watch it, keep up with it, and it sort of helped me sort of scratch the surface and say, oh, yeah, I remember when I used to be so passionate. And so to be passionate again. Ooh, good call, Double D. This week in baseball, absolute classic. And so to sort of rediscover that has been awesome. And we've got the storylines and the players to go along with it.
I think most people don't follow baseball because they don't understand baseball enough to. Because I think baseball has so many layers. And I understand it's like a slower sport. It's almost like one of those HBO shows that like takes a while to get into it. But once you understand it, it's really good. It's just like some of these other sports are so fast and so easy to learn that I think it's tough for people who just don't know the intricacies. Because it is a great sport. You just got to get to know it.
Yeah.
So that is my sales pitch for baseball. I've been campaigning hard over the last two segments. Hopefully you watch. But if football is more your speed, we've got Thursday Night Football plays after the break here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe Like, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. like this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Like, because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. Like, what are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike
Please.
Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There's a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes. They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's
Yes.
way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, like, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. You know what time it is? The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Good morning to you. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. My partner in crime is Chelsea Messenger. She's live in Nashville. I'm live in D.C. Coming up in our final hour, back to the gridiron we go. Tonight's duel in the desert. Cardinals, Seahawks, Thursday Night Football. We'll tell you what the plays we like in that game. In 20 minutes, we'll bring everyone in and make our picks this week in our NFL Survivor Pool, and we'll wrap things up with our best bets at 8:40. Also, we welcome in our audience on Stadium. We always stream our final hour. If you want to do that, easy to do. Just download the Bally Sports Live app along with BallySportsLive.com. You can find us on the web as well. Chelsea, let's dive right into this game because I know how it is when there's a big game on the schedule. Not only do you have some picks, but you got some props that you want to hand out as well. So let's do it. Seahawks and the Cardinals. The Seahawks laying a point. The Seahawks minus 115. Now minus 125 on the money line. So a little money coming in on Seattle. Cardinals are plus 105, and your total is set at 43.5. I think I'm going to go with Seattle here. Are you going to talk me off of it?
I don't think so, but I do have a lot of question marks about both of these teams. Now, just off the bat, situationally speaking, it does make me feel a little uneasy taking a road team on a short week, when you're looking at the Seahawks. But then you look at this Cardinals team, and I understand both these teams are 2-1, but the quarterbacks that the Cardinals have faced, Spencer Rattler, Bryce Young and the Panthers, Mac Jones and the Niners, and they didn't even win that game. So it's tough to look at their, schedule and deduce a lot from the stats at hand. And even playing these bad teams, the Cardinals offense has looked very pedestrian. And it's not going to be an easy matchup going against a Seahawks defense that's allowing the third fewest yards per carry of any team to opposing rush offenses. So I do think that the Seahawks on paper look like the better team. But I've seen this story before where people underestimate Kyler Murray and the Cardinals simply because it's a team a lot of people do not care about. So I do think this line is correct because I think a lot of people look at this line and say, oh, the Seahawks are going to win by like 2 touchdowns. Not so fast, my friend. I do think Kyler Murray adds an element to this game with his shiftiness. We know that he can run the ball very effectively and he's hard to tackle just because he's so small. So I do think this is maybe going to be a closer game than people expect. But at the end, if we're talking about who I trust more, I think I'm still going to go with the Seahawks.
Yeah, I'm going to bet on Seattle here. And it's interesting how this line has shifted. It was Seahawks getting a point, and now they've gone through 0. Seahawks laying 1.5. And again, they're at minus 125. But I feel like a couple things here. In a short week, it's always difficult to decide or discern who has the advantage. But I think it's Seattle because when they played the Saints last week, like that game was 38-6 at the half. So Seattle didn't take off the second half, but they definitely rested a lot of their starters in the fourth quarter because they just didn't need to play. New Orleans is terrible, and so that break matters. It may not seem like it does. It definitely matters in the NFL. And also, if you look at the Cardinals' defense, they're banged up. Will Johnson is questionable. Darren Hall questionable as well. Hakeem Davis-Gaither at linebacker may not go. And that's not even to speak of the offense where James Conner is out for the season for the Cardinals. So not only are they weak in the secondary, one of their biggest offensive players is out for this game. And also, I feel like that the market still doesn't respect Sam Darnold. He's one of the highest rated quarterbacks over 3 weeks in the NFL, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. I mean, the numbers don't jump off the page, but when you hear the name Sam Darnold, what immediately comes to mind? You're like, I don't know. I think we need to accept the fact that he is a good quarterback. I think he's going to pass a lot tonight. I think he can have success. And this is a really short price, so I'm going to be on the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think that's the way I'm leaning. I'm not sure if it makes the official card for me, but let's dive into the total for a second because I think this is a trickier handicap, at least for me. Because you look at both these teams, and they've been playing in a lot of low-scoring affairs. And I'll say this about both of their defenses because I already mentioned the fact that the Seahawks have been very stingy against the run when it comes to yards per carry. But this Cardinals defense deserves some credit for holding Christian McCaffrey to 52 yards on 17 carries. Yeah. And maybe it's just a matter of the Niners' offensive line not being as good anymore because Christian McCaffrey didn't have a great statistical game against the Seahawks as well. But, Jenks, do you have a feeling on this total? I feel like this is one where I don't really have a side.
I would lean to the under, but I don't really like the total at all. Like, I can't I think I know. Here's the thing. If you look at the trends, primetime unders have hit at a 60% clip over the last few years. Primetime unders are generally the way to go. And the Seahawks have not allowed more than, 17 points a game this season. But this is sort of a gut thing. It feels like an overgame to me. It feels like a game where maybe Seattle takes advantage of the Cardinals secondary and the Cardinals have to play from behind, which is going to mean Kyler Murray tossing it around or running the football. But I don't necessarily like to go on just feel. Every now and then I will. Sometimes that's the way to go. You see something or you just have a gut play and you want to go with it. For here, I think it's an under game, but then that sort of goes against how I feel like the game flow is going to go. So I'm probably just going to stay away from this.
Yeah, I can't make a solid case for it. And if I can't make a solid logic-based case on something, it's not going to be a play for me on this show. I do think there are some solid angles when it comes to props, though. When you're looking at somebody who could have a breakout game just simply because of the usage, you got to look at Cardinals running back Trey Benson. Simply because James Conner is no longer a part of the equation. For the run game for the Cardinals, he was carted off the field last game. He's going to be out for the season. So in steps Trey Benson here. And I will say defensively, the matchup is tough. Again, the Seahawks have been very stingy against the run. So maybe the way you play him is either an anytime touchdown, which I believe you can get at plus money, or you play him in the receiving game because he was pretty heavily involved, or at least, for a running back in the past 2 games with targets of 6 and 4. 4 catches for 30 yards in that game against Carolina and 3 catches for only 9 yards, though, against the Niners. But it should be noted that now that James Conner is out of the mix, he should be more heavily involved in this offense. So I do think there is room for growth when it comes to Trey Benson. So again, you can play him over his, to score a touchdown, or I think you play him in the receiving game because statistically speaking, from a fantasy football standpoint, the Seahawks have given up the most receiving yards to opposing running backs of any team in the NFL, but they also did face Christian McCaffrey, who is kind of a curve breaker. So maybe you don't take as much away from that, but I do think those are 2 solid plays.
Yeah, I like that as well. And Benson was a guy they immediately fed last week after James Conner left, and I hated seeing that. Hated seeing him get carted off the field. But he's got some explosiveness, too. I mean, they drafted him out of Florida State because of that. He's averaging 6 yards a carry, and he was getting fed even with James Conner in the lineup. They were making sure to, to ensure that he got his carries. So once they get in the red zone, I think Kyler is going to be a threat. I think Benson is going to be a threat. And again, when you have a guy who's not a big name, you can tend to find some value there. So him at plus money, and he's going to be their primary back, I really like that play a lot.
Yeah, and I love a good target share king, somebody who's going to get a lot of chances. That guy tonight is going to be Jackson Smith-Njigba. If you talk about targets, this guy has been the reigning king, it feels like, of the NFL. 13 targets, 10 targets, 6 targets, which should be noted that was a blowout game against New Orleans, so you didn't really have to throw it nearly as much. Maybe this game is a little closer, but look at his yardage. 124, 103, 96. So when you look at his prop tonight at 79.5, you're like, wow, that's a really high number. But he's gone way over this in all of his games. So I just think that the high-end potential is still there, and he's the long ball guy as well. Longest receptions of 40, 43, and 45 yards. So somebody fully capable of breaking off a huge play at any given moment. Jackson Smith-Njigba still feels like a very trustworthy play for me, even at 79.5.
Oh, I can hear it in your voice. You really like that play a lot. That's going on the card, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
If not that play, it's going to be a part of a same-game parlay where you dumb it down. You're like, okay, JSN, 60-plus receiving yards, and add it to other things. because like he's not going to be shut out, it feels like, of this offense unless he gets hurt, which we've seen that before when I'm like, oh, CeeDee Lamb, target share king, and then he gets hurt in the first quarter. So Jenks, hopefully that does not happen here.
Yeah, that was just a bad break. I mean, Lord, you've had a few of those bets that have come up like missing by the hook. I mean, right there. So when we started the show, we were talking about how, that whole Jordan Davis, I don't want to say controversy, but Mike Florio was saying, oh, that's because of the spread. He should have just, this is affecting the game. Jordan Davis should have been aware of the spread, and that's why he ran it back because, he just wanted to make sure the Eagles cover whatever that nonsense was. But the whole point is, look, the numbers are always very sharp in the NFL, which is why you can make a prop bet. And yeah, a couple times it's the hook. It'll get you every single time. I do think I mentioned Sam Darnold. I don't know why I'm such a Sam Darnold stan all of a sudden, but I feel like his passing yardage prop is low. It's 219 and a hook right now. I would go over his touchdown total, which is 1.5. Or I like over his yardage prop just because that Cardinals secondary is so banged up. The Cardinals are very good up front. So Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker III might have some success. They've been very good, but that's the teeth. That's the strength of the Arizona defense is their defensive front. So if Seattle is going to move the ball, they're going to have to throw it, which goes along with your Smith and Jigba pick as well. Like Darnold going over, Smith and Jigba going over, because I think they attack Arizona where they are weakest, and right now they are weakest in the secondary.
Yeah, I just think passing props can just be tricky sometimes. It's not really like, it's one of those things you have to bet it to kind of see it, because a lot of the yardage will come like at the end of the half and at the end of the game if there's like a 2-minute drill and they need to get down the field quickly, because a lot of times, like if the run's working, which again, like you should give some credit to the Cardinals defense for bottling up Christian McCaffrey, and maybe that's going to be the case tonight, but I do think we still see the Seattle rush attack like in some capacity, and a lot of this depends on if it is a close game. If the Seahawks start to run away with this game, I don't see them continuing to rely on Sam Darnold to sling it. So I think I'm going to stick with the receiving prop there. But if we are talking about X factors and quarterbacks, I talked about this when we're talking about our game handicap. Kyler Murray and his legs. We know he is a shifty runner. And I'm looking at his prop tonight. For carries, it's 5.5. Juice the over at -145. It's a little juicy, but he's gone over this number in every single game this season. 7 carries, 6 carries with at least 30 yards rushing in every single game. I think he is too big of a weapon for the Cardinals not to use him. And especially when the Seahawks are so good against their run when it comes to traditional, running backs, that I feel like this is a way that the Cardinals exploit this defense. And plus, like, he's one of your best players on the field. I know Kyler Murray is not one of those quarterbacks that people love to get credit, but, like, you'll see a run. And we've seen it in these past few games. He had a 30-yard run against the Panthers and, had 32 yards. So keep in mind that some of these rushing props, you can go backwards as a quarterback. So for that reason, I'm going to go with the carries instead of the yards.
I'm going to go yards here. And we've seen this number move. It finally sort of reached a threshold and came back. His rushing yard prop opened at 26 and a hook, and then yesterday hit 29 and a hook. I was looking at it yesterday and was used to the under. Now it's back at 28 and a half. But ultimately, I think two things here. Number one is Kyler Murray is averaging a little more than 34, 35 yards on the ground every game this season. And also, I think it's going to go into the game plan tonight. You mentioned how good Seattle is at stopping the run against traditional running backs. I think now with James Conner out, especially in prime time, the Cardinals are going to build into their game plan ways to get Kyler Murray loose, because he's had a couple of highlight runs this season where, I mean, he's all over the field. He looks like he's a video game, and he looks like he's faster than he's been in a long time. And also, they're just going to need him. Like, I think Trey Benson is going to get his carries because he's got to fill in for James Conner, but I don't think they're going to feed him like 20, 25 times. I think it's going to be a mixture of Benson. I think it's going to be a mixture of Kyler taking off on maybe design runs. And we all know he can scramble, so maybe it's a little bit riskier, but I'm going to go over his rushing yardage prop.
It's wild that we've talked about this game for the entire segment and we haven't mentioned Cooper Kupp. It's wild to me, the decrease in his production. And I understand he's not getting the targets like he used to, and JSN is the number one receiver there. But, like, he was once the winner of the Triple Crown. Like, this guy was incredible for the Rams, and that's not that far behind us. So Maybe he's the X factor in this game. Wasn't much of a factor against the Niners. Only had 2 catches for 15 yards. But I will say this, against the Steelers, 7 catches on 9 targets for 90 yards. And this is somebody who's very easy to root for. Like, I like the fact that he is a very technically sound receiver. He's not the most physically imposing, but he's worked really hard on the technical part of the footwork and, reading the defenses. So I'll be rooting personally for Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, and I think he's a great fit for this offense. He's clearly not a number 1 anymore, but he's a guy you can trust. He's a veteran guy, got great hands. So if you're a guy like Sam Darnold and you have a home run threat in Jackson Smith and Jigba, then you have a guy in Cooper Kupp, which if you need him, he's going to be there and make a play. Coming up next, why Micah Parsons is licking his chops for Sunday Night Football. That is next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, find out who'll survive when the Daily Tip crew lets you know their favorite survivor picks for the NFL. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like, Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because, I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But, I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh, man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. This is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem. Because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
The better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Thursday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we'll dip into our survivor pool and tell you who we're selecting this week as we try and stay alive. You know what I've been doing recently to help myself fall asleep is taking magnesium, which I know sounds really odd because I never really sleep well because we have to get up early and I always force myself to go to bed early. And I've tried, what have I tried? All sorts of stuff, actually. But this is the one thing I think is actually working. And I did a lot of research. It's like, oh, try this. And I ordered a couple bottles off of Amazon. And tell you what, I'm not waking up every morning like, wow, it's 4 o'clock. Amazing. But I'm sleeping a lot better. So it's been helpful.
I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I have taken it before. I've heard it doesn't necessarily help you fall asleep, but it improves the quality of your sleep.
Yeah.
So you still, like, for me, I think I had taken it before, but I still need melatonin to fall asleep.
Oh, okay.
So it's about making the right cocktail of drugs.
I can't take melatonin. I've tried it, and it just, like, I have the wildest dreams. Like, wild. Like, talking in my sleep. I'm, like, kicking in my sleep. I've tried little doses, bigger, it doesn't matter. I'm like, whatever it is about melatonin, I just cannot. I've tried it, and I know it works for a lot of people. Clearly works for you, but for me, it's just like a no-go.
Well, I take the kids' melatonin, so it's like half a milligram. So I think if you, like, microdose it, isn't that like a buzzword now?
Yeah.
If you microdose it, maybe the effects are different. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to start microdosing melatonin then. Who knew? Chelsea, so you're going to want to stay up late. No sleeping on Sunday because we get Packers and Cowboys. The Packers are laying 7 in Dallas. And, of course, this is the Micah Parsons revenge game. So this quote came out a couple days ago, but I wanted to get your thoughts on it because it is a great quote. And Micah Parsons was asked about what it will be like to try and sack Dak Prescott.
And what if you get that opportunity? I know you will want to with Dak. What would that feel like?
It's gonna be painful.
Oh my God. If I'm Dak Prescott, that's something that would keep me up at night right there. Like, you can take 8 melatonins and I'd still be eyes wide open like, Mike is coming after me and it's going to be painful. I would hate, oh my God, I would not want to be Dak this week because Mike is coming and he's coming every play and he's not going to stop and he's going to get his revenge.
He's going to have to join the Seeing Ghost support group along with Tua Tagovailoa, who's constantly like just looking over his shoulder. But do you really want to feed into this? Because my first thought was like Roger Goodell hears this and like, oh, that's going to be a roughing the passer penalty. Because like you can take him down, but like you don't need to hurt him. And like Dak wasn't the person who was negotiating your contract. So like that is weird to me as well. Like, so I guess maybe they weren't friendly teammates? Or is he just taking out his anger on Dak that he probably should be using on Jerry Jones?
I think he's just taking it. It's projecting. That's what he's doing. When he looks at Dak, he just hears, I thought we had a handshake deal. He's like, no, we didn't. And I'm going to take him down. he's just going to make a point. What's that?
Like, it's not Dak's fault, though.
No, I mean, it's
He's not in
not.
charge of the contracts.
No, it's not Dak's fault, but if you're Micah, you can't go to the sideline and sack Jerry Jones. I mean, you could try, but Jerry's probably going to be safe. You can give it a shot, maybe. I mean, if you're going to get a penalty, go for it. But the only way Micah Parsons can take it out on Jerry Jones is by performing on the football field. And what does that mean? It means pressuring Dak. It means being all over Dak. It means sacking Dak. It means standing up after a sack while half the people at the stadium at AT&T are cheering because they still love you, and half of them are booing because you're no longer a member of the team. Like, they're going to be conflicted because they love Micah. They didn't want to see Micah go. I did not want to see Micah go. And I think the only way for Micah to make that point is to take down the quarterback, because that's what he does.
Yeah, I think we always preach about, like, taking the high road, but, like, that's not fun. I do love it when athletes get a little petty. Like, sometimes the high road is what you should do, but listen, this is the scope of entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
So I love it when these guys are petty. So go ahead and get your petty on, Micah. We love to see it.
Then let me ask you about this. You put this in the chat, which I think is interesting. I've heard this a little bit, but I think it's worth expanding on, which is that the Cowboys weren't crazy about Micah's pod.
No, they hated Micah Parsons' podcast because he would get on there and talk about all the things they did poorly and then give a weird amount of credit to people that the Cowboys were supposed to hate. It started with just regular players hating it, and we know that Malik Hooker went on a podcast and basically ripped Micah to shreds when he left, because he was like, why is this guy podcasting when we can't stop the run? And then he's making jokes about us not being able to stop the run. He's like, that's kind of your job here. But there was a report that said that anger went all the way up the food chain to the quarterback, obviously being Dak Prescott. So he was not happy about it, allegedly, and I can't imagine why. I mean, he praised every single other quarterback in the NFC East except for Dak Prescott last
Interesting.
year. And then Dak's brother and his brother got in it on social media. So they're not exactly the best of friends.
Oh, I didn't know about the brothers getting into it. That runs deep.
I love how podcasting has become like an angle on some of these players, because so many people do it. And it's wild because, like, you can't criticize one and not criticize others, because everybody's like, oh, the Kelsey brothers have a great podcast. Like, Travis Kelsey's still playing in the NFL, but it is a podcast that I listen to. I tried to listen yesterday because they had Leonardo DiCaprio and, like, Benicio del Toro, but it was basically just like a PR podcast where they talked about their movie the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, boring. I didn't want to hear that.
Jake took out your earbuds, was like, here, listen to this about the Ryder Cup. Listen to this. You're going to love this. Check it out.
Here's Brandel Chambly. Like, no.
You're not going to believe what Brandel has to say.
He hates Brandel Chambly, for the record. But
well, let's find out what everyone else has to say when it comes to our Survivor picks and take a dip in the pool.
Two-man enter, one-man leaves.
There can be only one.
Who will survive?
All right, here we go. I think we all won last week. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think we did. No. Dylan. Oh, yeah, I'm getting the thumbs down from Dylan. He had the Ravens. So.
No, I took the Packers.
Oh, yeah, the Packers. Oh, is that what it was? Oh, against the Browns?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a
God.
tough one.
Sorry.
Yeah, tough out here. Yeah, bad one.
That's a tough out right there. Okay. Well, you know what? It's new week. Survivor pool time. I'll get things started. Speaking of the Browns, are the Browns going to win 2 straight? No, they are not. They are in Detroit taking on the Lions. Okay, sure. Letdown spot for the Lions, but Lions back at home, Ford Field, the turf. They're laying 10 points against the Brownies, and we saw how physical Detroit is at the line of scrimmage. They got their mojo back on offense. Not a problem. 3-0 so far in the Survivor pool. Let's go Lions over the Browns.
Let's go Lions. All right, so I'm going to pick another top team against a bottom feeder team. And so I'm going with the Bills over the Saints. I don't know if it was my turn, but I jumped in there. Sorry.
Sure.
All right, so we're going Bills over the Saints. Like, it's the Saints. Have you seen the Saints play football? Last week they got absolutely blown to smithereens by the Seahawks, 44-13. And now this game is in Buffalo, so I understand, like, maybe the only knock on the Bills is the fact that they kept it close with another bottom feeder in the Dolphins. But, like, in the fourth quarter, were you really nervous that Josh Allen wasn't going to get the job done? No. So even though the Bills' defense has their flaws, I still think they get the job done at home against the Saints.
You're asking me if I've seen the Saints play football? No. I'm still waiting.
The answer
I'm
is
still
no.
waiting for the Saints to play football. Whenever they want to show up and play, you guys let us know. All right, there. God, look at the handsome on this screen. Big, burly, and beautiful. Double D. What's going on, buddy?
Good morning. I'm taking the Fighting Jim Harbaughs, the Chargers over the Giants. I think this is, once again, Jackson Dart, I think, is an upgrade from Russell Wilson, but he's also a rookie quarterback. I think he will make mistakes during this game. I think the Chargers will bring a lot of pressure, and I don't know if that Giants defense can stop what's coming at them with the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh.
Fair. Okay, who is next on the pool? Let's bring in Dylan.
So yeah, I'm not gonna sink alone this week. Chelsea, I'm joining on your bit.
Oh, thanks.
No, I'm taking
You're the
Bills.
problem.
I think this is a massive spread for a reason. You have Buffalo, who's one of the best teams in the NFL, versus the Saints, who's one of the worst. That's just a typical guide that I use for Survivor. Didn't work out last week, but hoping to bounce back this week.
God. But this is at least a home game. Was that game in Cleveland? It was, right?
Yeah.
See, that goes against my standards, is I like to take teams that are at home. So we got this, Dylan. We good.
I always bet on teams sponsored by Dude Wipes. That's when you go in on the Brownies last week. What do they call them? Alpha Dog uniforms? Wasn't that the official name
Alpha
of the
Dogs.
uniform? All Browns? Okay.
Worked last weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they'll work after that. I'm going to go to the bottom of the barrel. I'm going to take a matchup of two teams that are 0-3 and pray that these two silly geese don't jump in the pond of ties. I'm taking the Texans over Chelsea's Titans. If the Texans have any hope of being a playoff team, which I don't know that they do at this point, but if they want to keep that idea alive, they better win. They can't start 0-4. And the Titans have not been very good. Chelsea knows this. We all know this. I like Cam Ward, but outside of him, they don't really have a lot going on that roster. If the Texans can't beat them, they got to fire that whole team into the sun.
Texans have been bad. Like, why is C.J. Stroud regressing the way that he has? He looks like, remember he came on, it was, oh my God, and that was the comparison for Jaden Daniels, which was, oh my God, look what C.J. Stroud did. Look what C.J. Stroud did, and now he looks like a different quarterback.
Well, yeah, because his offensive line's not good. Like, last year, they gave up the second most sacks of any offensive line in the league. And this year, he's running for his life again. So, like, maybe he's not as good, but it's also a team thing as well. And as far as the Titans go, like, I'm officially dead inside. Like, if there's ever a year to beat the Texans, this would be it. But I can't trust our head coach to know the rules or manage a game at halftime. To make the right calls with 2 minutes left in the half to where we're not giving the other team points. So, like, I don't know if I'd pick, the Texans in Survivor, but, like, the Titans are an absolute disaster. Like, they are calling for Brian Callen to be fired in, like, the next 2 weeks.
It's wild. 3 games in. So, which team is in the biggest danger of losing this week? Bills are going to win. Come on.
The Texans.
Is it the Texans?
It'll be the one game where Cam Ward plays out of his mind. All of the whole narrative is about how Callahan can't do his job, about how they stink. We just had that conversation. Watch, he's going to turn around and go for like 350 yards and 2 tutties, and C.J. Stroud's going to have 118 yards.
Is there a possibility that the Giants with Jackson Dart could surprise us here? I'm not picking on you, Double D. I don't think this is going to happen. But you know how it is with a team getting a spark with a guy who has a live arm and there's not a lot of film on him from the NFL and he comes in. That's not going to happen. Not against Haba, right?
It's okay, Jenks. We're just going. We're regressing, like C.J. Stroud here, and going back to what we did last year, fading Dykstra. It's cool. I'm okay with it. It happens. There is some concern there because I do think, and I think you've said this too. I do think Jackson Dart is the future of that team. Mm-hmm. I think he is that good. His placement on balls. If anyone's happy right now, it should be Malik Neighbors going, I have a quarterback. Oh, yay. So it could happen. I just don't know if that defense is ready for what Justin Herbert's going to bring because he looks unconscious right now.
Dylan, what do you think? Chime on in here, man. Is it me, the Lions, or the Doo-Doo Browns going to show up and do something here?
No, I gotta kind of agree with Denton, even though he was kind of self-sabotaging right there. But I think the Titans could be live in this if Cam Ward plays well. I mean, he's kind of made some boneheaded mistakes so far, so I don't feel great about the Titans. But yeah, if I were to pick on one, I'd say the Texans, and CJ Stroud just stumbles yet again.
That's fair.
Yeah, no. We're not putting this on Cam Ward. We are not putting this on Cam Ward because he has been good. The problem has been the coaching and the fact that Calvin Ridley has the dropsies.
He does.
Like, he was supposed to be the veteran receiver and the security blanket that Cam Ward could depend on. And now he has some of the worst drops and the most drops of any number one receiver in the league. So, like, you can blame a lot of things on the Titans, but do not blame this disaster of a season on Cam Ward.
There is the Titans' passion we've been searching for all year long. Don't you dare.
It's been here.
I was trying to find it because you went from I'm dead inside when it comes to the Titans to don't you dare take a shot at Cam. I knew it was in there somewhere. It's like Darth Vader trying to find the Force in there. It's like, I know you have some good in you, Chelsea. I know you have some Titans passion in there somewhere. And we found it.
Well, I'm still dead inside for the team. The organization is a trash can. Okay. We have one good player.
Cam Ward. You have Cam Ward. Coming up next year on the show. Ooh, man. We've laid out our bets for Thursday Night Football. We've talked Survivor, but which one of those bets is going to make the official card? Find out next when we wrap things up here on the Daily Tip.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like, Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because, like, I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo, and I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But, like, I just could not believe, like, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh, man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. like this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Like, because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks? You interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. Like, what are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes. They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's
Yes.
way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It wasn't catchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get...
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Thursday morning. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets coming your way in mere moments. Chelsea, oh my God, you have 3 bets on the card. I have 6 bets on the card, so we're going to get to those shortly. I don't think I asked you. It's time for an update on Blake. She had a game on Tuesday night, from what I understand. What'd she go, 2 for 3, stolen base? How'd it go?
Oh, on Tuesday?
Yeah.
I think she got on base every time, but listen, like, nobody plays defense at age 6. So, like, they cannot throw the ball to first. So, like, if you even make any type of connection, you're getting to first base. So, like, that's, like, I think everybody got on base, and I'm pretty sure they did not record a single out. So, like, I'm not electing her into the Hall of Fame yet, but we do have another game tonight, and I know she's really excited for it.
Oh, that's exciting. I got to get back on the athletic train. I got to work out or do something, man. I had to, like, take a break because I thought I injured my hernia again, re-injured it. And I was like, oh, my God. But I took a break. I'm good. I went to the doctor. I'm fine. I just have to be careful because I had surgery on that a few years ago. So I was like, he's like, no, you're okay. Just take a couple of weeks off. You'll be good to go. But I got to get back in the gym or do something to be active. What about, I feel like you work out, 2 or 3 times a week? You're in the gym on a regular basis, I feel like.
2 or 3 times a week?
I don't know.
I'm there
I'm
5 to 6 days a week. And
Oh.
I've been doing that since I was like 9. So I think it's now it's been such a long running part of my life that
Right.
it feels strange when I don't do it. So
Right.
I'm one of those people that, like, I have, like, I don't know if this is called Stockholm syndrome or like what it's called, to where I don't feel like it's a good workout until I almost die. To where people are like, oh, just go for like a long walk. I'm like, no, that doesn't feel like a workout to me. So, like, if I'm not doing some type of like high intensity exercise, it feels like a waste of time to me.
Yeah.
And I know I need to get off of that mindset because, like, I don't know, think about like 20 years down the road, like, I'm probably not going to be able to do like high intensity sprints. But it's a mindset that I am working on.
Wow. I'm definitely not trying to work out until I die. Like, I may have a heart attack here. A couple more reps and I'll be done. I'm just happy to get in the gym, so maybe I'll do that later on today. Got a lot of work for tomorrow's show, but it's always fun because we get to talk football all show long. Before that, how about an episode of Bet Sweats? Bet Sweats coming up next. Bet Sweats. Joe O, Semi P, of course, they'll be along, handing out their favorite plays for Thursday Night Football. Always love hearing what they have to say. Andy Molitor from BetSperts joins at 10 o'clock, and then Chuck Esposito is along at 11:20. All right, here we go. Loaded card, let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Okay, Chelsea, it is your time to shine. Where are you going?
Yeah, it's time to bet on another target share king, and his name is Jackson Smith in Jigba. If you're looking for somebody who is guaranteed to have a big part of this offense every single game, it's JSN. And you look at the targets here. In 3 games this year, he's had 13, 10, and 6 targets. If you're looking at the entirety of the NFL, it's tied for the 7th most in the league. So we know that Sam Darnold is going to be looking JSN's way. And plus, the high-end potential is certainly there, as he's had longest receptions of 40, 43, and 45. And here is his yardage, from the last 3 games. 124, 103, and 96. And I understand at some point the bubble is going to burst, but I don't think that night is tonight. I do think Sam Darnold slings it a bit. I think this game is maybe closer than people expect, and the line indicates that. The Seahawks only a 1.5-point favorite, so I'm going to go JSN over 9.5 receiving yards for -140 over at BetMGM.
All right. Good luck on that. Like that play a lot because I think Sam Darnold's going to have a big night. I got a huge card, so I'm going to start in baseball. Early action, Reds on the money line against the Pirates. If you are playing at home or looking at it, I don't mind the Reds on the run line at plus money here, but I got them at 164. Juicy card today. Whatever. The Reds need this win. I can't imagine them getting swept by the Buccos. Braxton Ashcraft has been really good for the Buccos this season, 4-3, 2.62 ERA. He's sort of split time between the bullpen and as a member of the starting rotation, but he's not going to go long in this game, and then the Reds bats can get to that Pirates bullpen, one of the worst in the majors. Nick Lodolo goes for Cincinnati. He has an ERA of 2.74 when pitching away from Cincy, and the Reds just have to get this win. I think they do. Let's go Reds on the money line.
Going with the Reds again.
Yeah.
All right, so for me, back to football, going to go with somebody who I feel like has a lot of room to grow in this offense, and that is Trey Benson, the running back for the Arizona Cardinals tonight. Over 19.5 receiving yards, not rushing yards, receiving yards. Just because I think this is a very tough matchup on the ground for running backs, as we've seen, for Seattle giving up the 3rd fewest yards per carry of any defense in the NFL. So I think the way that the Cardinals use Trey Benson in this one is to use him with his catches. And so 19.5 is the number tonight. He's gone over this in 1 game. But keep in mind, that's when James Conner was in the fold. He was the starting running back for the Cardinals. Now he's out for the season. So it's going to be the Trey Benson show tonight. And I think he gets some of those catches. And the matchup, again, looks really good on paper, at least. The Seahawks are giving up the most receiving yards to opposing running backs of any team in the NFL. So I do think that he goes over his receiving prop of 19.5. Next up, we're going to go with Kyler Murray using his legs tonight. 25-plus rush yards, you can get that for -147. This feels like it has a very stable floor because he's hit this in every single game this year. He's rushed for 32-plus in every single game, and the carries have been there as well. At least 6 carries in every game this year, and we know that Kyler Murray in prime time, I feel like when the stage and the spotlight is the brightest, he's going to will his team to a win, or at least try to. I don't know if the Cardinals win, but I do think Kyler Murray puts his team on his back and tries to run the ball a little bit. 25-plus rush yards is the play for -147.
All right. I'm going back to baseball here. Marlins, Phillies, over 8.5. Right now it's at 9. I'd play it at over 9 as well. Here's the thing. Jansen Junk going up against Walker Buehler. Junk will give up runs. There is no question about it. Yeah, last time out against the Rangers, okay, fine. 7 innings of 1-run baseball. That is not the norm. Before that, he had gone 9 straight appearances with 3 runs or more, increasing his ERA by more than a run. Phillies bats always live at home. I expect him to struggle. Walker Buehler going for the Phillies. Looked okay since coming over from the Dodgers. Still an ERA over 5 this season. The wind is blowing out today at Citizens Bank Park, and at home, the Phillies are the 3rd best over team in Major League Baseball. We're going 8.5. Mets at the Cubs, first 7 under 6.5. It's -145. Here's the thing. You got Nolan McLean going for the Mets and Shota Imanaga going for the Cubbies. Now, Shota has been Shota, sort of. He's given up at least 3 runs in 5 straight starts. I think he gets hit here, but he'll often go into the 6th or 7th inning. He's very consistent in that way. I like the Mets on the first 5 money line. You can find that at -105 as well. Nolan McLean has been an absolute stud, and you're not getting the value on him, or you actually are getting the value because everyone's looking at Shota. Nolan McLean has been unbelievable during his 7 starts this season, has not allowed more than 2 runs in a single start, and the wind is blowing straight in today at Wrigley. This should be a low-scoring game, first 7 under 6 and a hook. How about some Thursday night football? Seattle on the money line, -125. This line has switched. It opened with Seattle as a dog in this game. They were grabbing a point. Now they're a 1.5 favorites, so we've seen the money come in on the Seahawks. And the reason why is I just don't know how good this Arizona club is. They beat the Saints by a touchdown. Their defense is leaky enough that the Panthers almost came all the way back and beat them. And then last week, they got edged by a beat-up Niners team. The market still does not respect Sam Darnold. 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. He can take shots down the field against this very weak and banged-up Cardinals secondary. Again, James Conner out for the Arizona offense. I think Seattle wins tonight outright, so that's the play. Seattle on the money line. Also on Kyler Murray. Whew! More than 25 rushing yards. The original number set at 26 and a hook. Went up to 29 and a half. Now back to 28 and a half. You want to play the over there. But worth the juice at over 25. I think we see a lot of design runs for Kyler tonight with Conner out of the lineup. The Cardinals have hinted as such. He's averaging more than 34 yards per game this season. He's hit this number in every game this season, so Kyler over 25 rushing yards. And finally, Army +5 at ECU. Anytime you have to face a service academy on a short week, I like the service academy. It's really difficult to prepare for that triple option that Army brings to the table. They are 4th nationally in running the football. ECU got pushed around by BYU last week, and Army could easily be undefeated right now. They've lost 2 of their games this season in overtime. This number got as high as 5.5 before we saw some buyback here. So let's go Army +5 at ECU. There we go.
Important clarification. It's 25 plus yards. So, Jenks, if it lands on 25, you win your bet. So
yes.
Just so you know.
Yes, correct. 25 or more.
Those yards matter.
Yes.
People are like, 1 yard doesn't matter. It absolutely matters.
No question. You can hit it. As long as it's 25 or more, we still cash, and that's the important thing. All right, Donkster, get on in here, buddy, because we got to find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats after we talk to you.
Why isn't anyone talking about the magazine cover that I'm on?
Oh, I'm afraid to ask.
Go to your local newsstand and pick up this month's edition of Jugs. Donkster, here's the caption. Friends and insiders talk to Jugs about how the former model captured the heart of a country and became the most talked about donkey in sports.
Former model?
I showed some pictures of myself.
Well, that's not modeling. Do you have a bet?
I do. Marvin Harrison Jr. over 46.5 receiving yards.
Oh, good job. Actual prop bet. Don't want to see that from you. Well, Bet Sweats hung us out to dry once again. Thumbs down. Nothing doing. Stuffed at the goal line. 4 straight attempts from the one. Not getting in.
It's fine. We've been through this before. And plus, we have 45 seconds to go. We don't need them anyway. I was thinking to myself, they've got to get a cameo from Mike Tyson to be like, Beth Sweats, right?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Can't you
Come
pay
up next
for
on
cameos?
Beth Sweats. Except he would just speak normally. Like we do it with the lisp intentionally. He would just talk. You know?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They got to pay for that. Put that on the docket.
How much would a Mike Tyson cameo cost? I wonder. We gotta look that up. I'm gonna get a cameo. $2.50 for every cameo. I feel like I'm stealing money. Yeah, that's gonna do it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Hope you all have a great Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Strickland and props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've
Please.
been waiting for the Mike
Please.
Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having a
Please be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to
False
be
flag.
against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's
Yes.
way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries
Yes.
tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn's.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, like, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
The Cal. Fly ball! Watch it fly! Cal Raleigh, how far? Wow! Number 59! Fly ball to right field! Number 60! A catcher has hit 60 home runs!
Welcome into Bet Sweats on this Thursday. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. We continue to get set for the weekend. This MLB playoff race is a thing, as you could hear from the highlights last night. We will break down Survivor. I love breaking down Survivor. We'll do that today, Thursday Night Football. Week number 4 kicks off with Seattle, Arizona. We'll break down that matchup coming up in about 20 minutes. Guest-wise, Andy Molitor from the Deep Dive Podcast will be hanging out, so will Chuck Esposito. He's got a book report, sharp action this week. Where we're headed with this monster college football lineup. We'll go over some of those games and what we like, and it's a Thursday, so it's going to be 10 toes down for everyone. We're all on edge. Can't wait to see what Gertz has got in the hopper today. So far, the ones that are top of mind, he said that Indiana would go 0-9 in conference play. That is already wrong. And he called the Bears going 0-17 that wrong after the Cowboys game. So I can't wait to see what he's got today. How you feeling, Sam?
Feeling good. He was also floating the idea earlier this week of Heisman Doza. So if you go from 0-9 in the Big Ten to Heisman Doza, of course, Heisman Doza is the quarterback at Indiana. If you go from 0-9 to Heisman, then what? How does it get more convoluted than that? I can't wait to find out. I know he's really excited for 10 toes down. I also noticed this morning that BetMGM took down the market for AL MVP. You cannot bet it right now at BetMGM. Yesterday, it was basically minus 110 each way, and Cal Raleigh hits number 60. I've seen it at other books as high as minus 200 for Raleigh to be the MVP. Remember, 2 weeks ago, Aaron Judge is minus 600. Now Cal Raleigh is favored. It is off the board at BetMGM.
We had the conversation many times. Okay, Raleigh's probably going to get 60 bombs. He's probably going to get there. And then the pushback we would get is, yeah, but Judge is a better player. Judge is more impactful. Judge is the MVP. No questions asked. And we kept getting back to it. How is this happening? How are we going to have someone who's going to have 60 bombs, and he does it with plenty of room to spare? I can't wait to see how high he actually climbs on this single-season home run list of all time. He's walking with the kings of baseball. That's where he's at as a catcher. And people are like, nope, not going to be MVP. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Well, now it matters. It certainly looks like it matters. Votes are not being tabulated, but the betting market is screaming that it matters. So that's fascinating. How high does he go? Does he catch Maris at 61? Probably. What about Judge? His record from 2022 when he hit 62 bombs. Is he going to do that? Is he going to be the guy that stands atop if we remove the steroid guys? Maybe. It was Judge. Maybe it ends up being Cal Raleigh. And now they're like, yeah, this is too much momentum. This is way too historic. He's going to be the MVP. That's what the betting market is saying this morning after hitting number 60 last night.
They do have a total on his home run number. Again, you cannot bet MVP right now, but you can bet over under 62.5 home runs. What, 4 games left, I believe? Yeah, 4 games left. The under 62.5 is minus 1,200. So If you like the over, you get a nice pay, plus 550. I don't know.
Yeah. Are you surprised that we made this flip? Because we knew he was going to get to this 60 mark. We knew it. And that's why we kept bringing it up like, this is wild. We're going to have a 60 home run hitter and nobody close to him, and he's not going to be the MVP. Are you surprised that, okay, it happened, it actually got there, even though it was expected to get there, and then we see this change?
Not really surprised, because baseball is a numbers-driven bank, right? People love these big round numbers, 40-40. Last year, Ohtani, 50-50, 60 homers, 70 homers, hitting 300. Those big round numbers speak to voters. And I believe we had this conversation 6 weeks ago. If he hits 60, he's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't look like he was going to get there. There was a little stretch where he didn't have the power, and it's crazy how that affects the market. He goes like 4 days without homering, 5 days without homering. Oh, he can't win the MVP. And then Judge gets out to minus 1,000, but then he cracks 60. And it's, oh, yeah, he's the MVP now. The light goes off. Because if you're a voter on the fence, now you have that in front of you. And a lot of these old school voters, they value, let's put it this way, they value 60 homers more than your WAR. Because if you look at his WAR and his OPS and all that stuff, Judge runs circles around him. But when you can tack a number like 60 home runs to somebody's name, that's powerful. And it's powerful with a lot of the older voters that still submit their ballots.
34 home runs last year. Now we're at 60 and counting. We'll see how high he ends up getting. This is a truly remarkable season for Cal Raleigh. Also remarkable, the results that we had last night all across baseball. So many of them impactful. Cleveland takes out Detroit. Boston wins at Toronto as a heavy favorite. Yankees win as a heavy favorite against your White Sox. Judge with 2 home runs. On the National League side, Cubs whip the Mets. The Reds lose in extras. The Diamondbacks lose in extras. So all of these teams in this NL wildcard race drop. Mets, Reds, D-backs, all losers last night. What was that 3-game parlay? Jeez.
Nobody wants to win that final wild card spot in the National League. Nobody. The Mets have been trying to serve it up on a platter for these other 2 teams, but nobody wants to take it. Nobody. Brutal. I did, as I said yesterday, I did bet the White Sox money line. Got plus 310 at the wire. And I convinced Jeff Schwartz, let's bet the White Sox. He's like, why are we betting the White Sox? Exactly. And then in the pregame, the Yes Network is on, showing everybody just pounding beer, champagne in the locker room. And Jeff goes, I see what you're doing. The White Sox pitcher walked the first 3 batters.
Who was it again? We didn't know who he was yesterday.
Ellard. His name was Ellard.
Yeah.
He walked his first 3 batters. Jeff looks at me and goes, that's not good. He actually got out of the jam, though. But then Aaron Judge hit a home run, and that was it. 8-1 Yankees win. But that National League wild card, back to your point, nobody wants it. Nobody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, okay, if you break that down, it's funny because we keep watching the Arizona number. Mets lose and Diamondbacks lose, and the number still continues to tumble a little bit. But it's still 200-1 for the Arizona World Series. So Arizona has 1 more with the Dodgers, then 3 with the Padres. Cincinnati has 1 with Pittsburgh, and then 3 more with Milwaukee. They're both 1 game back behind the Mets. I don't know. You look at the odds right now. Let's see. To make, the Mets are minus 170. To make for Cincinnati in 3-1 range, Arizona 7-1 range.
How many more times can Arizona get knocked out at the end of a game and keep coming back for more? That's my only concern. They've had
extras.
so many opportunities in the last 2 weeks to just claw back in and gain a game, gain 2 games. There was a game last week where they lost in 11. They lose in 11 innings. I mean, I don't have the number in front of me on the extra inning record. I'd be curious to see what it is. Here we go. Got it right here. In extra innings this year, the Diamondbacks are 7-12. And you're one game back. 7-12. You win another game or two, you're right there, man.
Cincinnati's is worse. Cincinnati lost in extras too. They lost to Pittsburgh last night. And their extra inning record is atrocious. So
3-12.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's so bad, dude. So bad. Remember before the season, they were the hot team. Everybody was betting them over the win total. So how many wins are we at exactly? Because that number kept
80.
going up.
They got 80. I think the win total closed at 82.5, right? Does that sound right? Right around the Detroit number.
Might come down to the last day on that one. There's a bunch of win totals that might come down to the last day. Okay, so I was looking at the wild card tiebreakers, of course, and it's head-to-head to start. So let's say the Mets tie with one of these teams. First, you go head-to-head. The Mets lost 4 of 6 to Cincinnati. If they tie with Arizona, now you got to go to another tiebreaker because it went 3-3. So then you got to go to the division record, and yeah, we still have division games left, so it's a bit of a mess. There. So I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea. Houston's 1 game back. Speaking of teams that don't want it, Houston gets forgotten about. They lost their 5th in a row last night. It's like these teams that it makes you not want to take the value. When we say, well, it's baseball, anything can happen. You just want to get in. None of the other stuff matters. Like, well, it just feels, we know they want to get in, but they're not playing like it. Like Detroit hasn't been playing like it in a month. Look at Houston right now, losing 5. Guys, just win a game and you're in. Win a game and you got that playoff spot. Nope. They scored 0 runs last night. I think the game before that, they scored 1 run. It's hard to trust these teams in that last playoff spot because nobody is grabbing it.
You also have a Tigers team that's lost 8 in a row. 8 straight. Yeah. 9 out of 10. I'm not going to say they'll miss the playoffs, but they're only a game up on Houston. Obviously, they're going to be favored in a lot of these games rest of the way. But, man, they just don't want it. There's another market that was off the board this morning. You could bet on the American – oh, no, it's back up now. Guardians minus 700. I don't know why they keep playing peekaboo with these markets. They keep taking things up and taking them down this morning. Cannot bet MVP still. Yeah, the division is back up. Guardians minus 700. Tigers plus 450.
Speaking of things off the board, you know what else is off the board?
No.
Red Sox to make the playoffs.
Oh, they're in. They're in.
Yeah. Garrett's got to be happy. So there you go. Big ticket there that he's going to cash on the Red Sox to make the playoffs. So, I mean, there's a bunch of races going on. 2 divisions. You got the AL East, AL Central up for grabs. The Yankees and Blue Jays are now tied for first place, and the Guardians are up by a game. And then you've got the AL wild card, Detroit up a game on Houston. And then the NL wild card, you've got the Mets up a game on both the Reds and the Diamondbacks. So baseball fans, you're going to be paying attention. We know a lot's going on. Monster card in college football. NFL always takes over, but it's all going to come down to this final day. Like a lot of this stuff. Like we could talk about hypothetical matchups. We have no idea because so much can change. A lot of these division leaders might not be division leaders by the time the seedings are set.
Do you know when you wake up on Thursday morning and you just start feeling good about something? Like, because we talk about obviously 5 days of content and trying to figure out when we're going to strike in football. We'll get to this later in the show. But I woke up this morning, put my feet on the floor, and said, you know what? Alabama's going to beat Georgia on Saturday. I decided this morning. Yep, I'm in. I think they're going to win. Maybe 10 toes down. Maybe. They're better. They're better than Georgia, and they're going to win. I decided that this morning.
It's funny because of the big matchups going on this weekend, a lot of the ranked ones. That's the one I am most undecided on. That's what I'm torn on. Like, I have an opinion just about every other game, or a strong lean every other game. And the Bama Georgia one is the one I'm just stuck on, that I don't know which way to land on that. But yeah, it's funny. People, after they freak out about Alabama, when you're not hearing anything about them, like, oh, they're playing well, they're back on track. And so that's where you're at. You said win outright. You're not saying +3, right?
I'll do both, but +130 money line will get my money.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll have a full segment breaking down college football bets. Like we mentioned, what a weekend, especially Saturday night. Oregon, Penn State, Alabama, Georgia going on at the same time. USC, Illinois is a good game. I'm looking forward to Notre Dame and Arkansas. I'm very curious about how the Razorbacks show up after a couple of road losses in that one. A lot of fun. So hang out with us throughout the morning. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweat's Thursday Night Football Breakdown next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Darnold on the move. Darnold throws, and he's got a man. Touchdown! Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
This is Bet Sweats with you on a Thursday. Week is flying by. Sam's hanging out in New York. He's got Bear Bets recording that today, and we're almost there. We're almost there with the weekend. We are live on X for the next hour here on Bet Sweat. So if you want to check out the show, watch the video there, bet_sweat, Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. We've got Survivor conversation coming up in about 20 minutes, one of my favorite segments of the week. It's an interesting conversation. It begins with Buffalo, but I think it's more than just, you plug in Buffalo. There's some strategy involved, and maybe the ownership on Buffalo won't be as high as you're expecting it to be, or many others are expecting it to be. That's kind of where I'm at. We'll get to that in 20. Thursday Night Football, Seahawks, Cardinals. We've got a road favorite. You don't see that a ton with Thursday Night Football. The home team usually has the big advantage there, but hey, it's a divisional matchup. We're not talking about some far travel here. Seattle visits Arizona. Seattle is a 1.5-point favorite. The total 43 in the hook. Sam, we've got two 2-1 teams, but I would certainly make the case that one of the 2-1 teams has been much more impressive than the other.
And of course, that's Seattle, a team that we have sort of fallen for in the last 4 days or so. You and I came to this conclusion together. We were talking about the NFC market and how unsexy it is at the top if you want to bet Eagles or Packers or Lions, although I think the Lions still have a decent price to win the NFC. It was a lot nicer after week 1 when they got pants by Green Bay and everybody's like, oh, Detroit stinks now. Yeah. Oh, well, number. But we were looking at the teams in the 8 to 15 range and had no interest. And then you started to say, there's a team down the board that I really like. And that was when I wrote Seattle in red Sharpie on a note and flashed it as you said Seattle. So it's very difficult for me to sit here and go, oh, I like Arizona tonight. Seattle's defense could be a top 5 unit in the game. And they also have had very solid quarterback play from a guy who was cast off again. And if you think about the trajectory of Darnold's career, it was very bad for a long, long time. And you think about his Jets career and his Panthers career, there wasn't a lot to like. But if you remember, Sam Darnold had a quick detour to San Francisco and got to work with Kyle Shanahan and from Kyle Shanahan. Goes to Minnesota and gets to work under Kevin O'Connell. He's a different quarterback now. And it's not like I trust him to take this team to the Super Bowl or anything like that. I just think he's very good at things he used to be very bad at, if that makes any sense. Like the bartender last year has been so bad at picking games and then finally has a great year. And you're like, wait a minute, is he sharp now? Maybe. That's how I feel about Sam Darnold. He has sort of figured it out. My question to you is, since we've been talking about Seattle for 3-4 days now, what are we missing on Arizona? It's weird to feel this confident about a road team on Thursday night, not only in the micro, but also in the macro, to think about what they could do down the road. What are we missing on Arizona? That's my question.
Okay, so how are they 2-1? Well, to start, they had 2 weak opponents, New Orleans and Carolina. They had a stronger opponent, but a beat-up one. In San Francisco, teams know each other, comes down to a field goal at the very end. What are we missing on this team? Is this team good? I mean, that's another way of asking that question. I don't know that they are. So we also have this James Conner injury. That's a deal. Is it a big deal? Is it a massive drop-off to Trey Benson? I'm not sure. In limited action, he's been just fine for them. So maybe some people are overstating what exactly that's going to be. What is the strength of this team? How much do you trust Kyler Murray? Like, all that is up in the air. In the past, Trey McBride has been the target hog, and a lot has gone through him. Well, it looks like they're trying to change that up a little bit. No knock on Trey Benson. He's still going to end up produce Trey McBride. He's still going to end up producing, but they're clearly trying to get Marvin Harrison Jr. involved more. That has been their intent. It's not working.
What the hell is going on there?
Got to catch the ball, dude. I mean, he just doesn't look like the guy that everyone expected him to be coming out of college, right? And I'm sure the expectations are super high, and just because of the last name, like there was just this assumption that he's going to step in at the next level and be just as good as his dad. And nothing could be further from the truth at this point. So offensively, your back goes down, who does so much for you. I think Benson can be okay. Obviously not as good as James Conner. Like defensively, they're strong against the run, but so is Seattle. So Seattle can shut down that run game as well. I'm not sure that Benson's going to have a great day. I was curious about the props. They put it at 57.5 rushing yards, 14.5 attempts. He's plus money to score an anytime touchdown. Man, what are we missing with them? What are they great at? It's like, aren't they the definition of mid? Like they're going to pull off some upsets from time to time. They're going to keep games closer than, you probably expect a lot. But I also look at them in these 3 games, Sam. They've been outgained in all of them, including their 2 wins against New Orleans and Carolina. And they were outgained against Mac Jones by 100 yards, even though it was a close game, but they were outgained by 100 against San Francisco.
I like Seattle. I'm just wondering, is it too obvious? Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't. I don't know if you've seen, by the way, speaking of Harrison, and I'm glad you brought him up. I love Paul's thoughts on Harrison because there was a time last week mid-game when 8 receivers had a target and Harrison didn't have a target yet. You're like, Kyler's not even throwing him the ball. And then when he does throw him the ball, he drops it or looks uninterested. Yeah, no, I know. I saw the catch middle of the field that should have been had. He's wide open. There's nobody around him, and he drops it. I don't know what's going on there, but there's an influencer. I don't know if you've seen some of these clips where the guy basically gets really heated. Maserati Marv, he a Mitsubishi. He a Pinto. He a Dodge Neon. It's very
Dodge
funny.
Neon. Oh, so good. That's a good one.
Well, because that was the nickname. I think it was Gus Johnson who gave him the nickname in college.
Yeah,
when Marvin Harrison
do
Jr.
you not,
was at Ohio State.
Do you remember me ranting about it last year? It was so stupid. So the worst. He was trying way too hard with that one.
It's Maserati Marv. And this influencer guy, he a Mitsubishi. He a Dodge Neon. It's very funny.
I need to see that. Paul was in on the mark here. Paul, yeah.
Paul was for sure. I don't know if Paul's here. Paul might be. He might be there. Look at the headphones set up. Woo! Good morning.
Yeah. So we writing off Marv after 2 weeks? 3 weeks? 3 weeks. We writing after Marv after 3 weeks?
No, I'm not. It's just been alarming. It's been alarming.
It's notable. It's notable because everybody was expecting a big season.
Yeah, and I was one of them. I thought bounced back. And look, he acknowledged the drop, said, he has to be better for sure. Tough secondary for him to go against. A tough defense for him to get on right, now. Trying to think of counterpoints. Right. Trying to think of counterpoints, like how much do you like Jonathan Gannon made his bones on defense, like him against Sam Darnold would seem to be a mismatch. Maybe, but like again, looking at the numbers, it doesn't look like Arizona's defense has been all that great. So that could be, I guess, maybe a counterpoint. I don't feel as strongly about Seattle as you guys, probably because I've been burned by Seattle in the past, and I'm also just like, we're going to see it. We saw it with the Vikings last year, as good as Sam Darnold was. The bottom's going to fall out a couple times a season.
Oh, sure.
And he's going to look like, old Sam Darnold. Not going to get to I don't think I'm getting. What about the under? What about the under? With this defense, like Kyler is like, has he even eclipsed 200 yards yet this season? I don't know that he has. And then back to the Gannon, I believe in Gannon shoring up their defense a little bit, short week, all that. Maybe under is a play for tonight. So Kyler's going 163, low. 220, 159. I know it's 43.5, I believe.
Yeah. I don't mind it.
I just don't
Cardinals-
trust them. I don't trust
Yeah.
Arizona. I just don't.
So Seattle's beaten Arizona 7 straight times. 7 in a row. 6-1 against the spread over that number. Not why we're betting it. We're clearly talking about the matchup. I just think that's kind of interesting. Their struggles there. Is that a teasable side? It is numbers wise. Low total goes through the 6 and the 7. But to your point, Sam, you don't trust them. I don't either. Like, I don't even feel good about taking a plus 7.5 on a tease with them because I don't know. They could win outright. They also might not cover like 7.5 if you were to tease them.
So it's very difficult since we do have a primetime game tonight. We do this every Monday and every Thursday. It's very difficult to get excited about the side until we see where the room's at. Let's be completely honest here. If the room comes in and goes 5 pro props on Seattle, like this over and that over and that over, Seattle's dead. Seattle's cooked. And you know what else is probably going to be in the room? And we're not helping this because we just bashed Mitsubishi Marv, Dodge Neon Marv. What if the room comes in and goes, oh, Harrison unders? He's going to have 150 yards tonight.
Then I'm betting this touchdown plus 210.
Ladders. Ladders.
You know who the room's going to be on? My other guy. They're going to be all over JSN.
That's my fear.
Well, they have to
I mean,
be.
There's
no other option.
Seattle. My fear is that the room has 4 or 5 pro Seattle props, which leans into obviously an angle and a look on Seattle, and then Seattle will get shut out because the room is the gift that keeps on giving on this show.
There will be a Kyler prop. There will be at least one JSN prop. Maybe Trey Benson. Maybe they're like the fantasy players. Oh, yeah, I picked him up this week. Let's go, Trey Benson. It's only 57.5. He's the lead back now. He's going to do everything. I could see Benson popping in there. Yeah, I'm going to be mad because JSN's definitely going to be in there because where else do you go?
Well,
McBride.
I see the room, and I will get to it later. But the number one prop is hilarious.
Oh, is it like under? Is it over a half a rushing yard for a receiver? Again?
It's not Zay Flowers. It's not Zay Flowers going over half a rushing yard.
Yes, I'd love that. So, how much Seattle, Arizona, 3rd and 4th favorite in the division? Does it change anything? The winner, the loser of this game? Is there going to be like a big separation here? 2-2-1 teams. These are the long shots, 7-1 and 8-1. Is the loser going to fall way back or what?
I don't know about way back. It's difficult to envision the winner getting much shorter, though, because you look up and San Francisco and the Rams are both favored this week. And I saw some sharp bets on San Francisco -3. You know how I have access to some of these accounts from people that I really respect. San Francisco -3, San Francisco -3, San Francisco -3. That market is now 3.5 at a lot of books, including MGM. They're betting against Jacksonville, which I don't know that I'm surprised by, but it makes sense, even though San Francisco keeps adding guys to its long list of injuries. And then you got the Rams at home taking on a Colts team that probably falls behind at some point in the game. We've talked a lot about the Colts, and I even bought stock at 2-0. Thinking, yeah, they're going to win this division. Have we seen them play from behind yet? They've just jumped ahead on everybody. And not only do the Rams have the ability to jump ahead, but the Rams can also play from behind. They were trailing at half in their first 2 games, and McVay made those adjustments. Of course, the Rams played from ahead last week, led Philly by 19, and fell apart late. But I think San Francisco and Los Angeles both win. So whoever wins this game tonight, obviously the odds go shorter. It's hard to envision much shorter. And then you could kick out the loser to, I don't know, 8-1, 9-1, maybe.
So that's a Purdy line, right? Going up to 3.5. Certainly seems like it.
You don't trust Shanahan, do you? You do not.
Nope. Not for a second. I don't know what to believe. I'm curious what Andy Molitor is on that game. But it going up to 3. He's limited on a Wednesday, which is a good sign for them. And so then the line starts to move off the 3. So what happened last Wednesday? People react to San Francisco for some reason, even though you can't trust them. Not for a second, but the line ends up moving. That's what happened last week. So it moves up to 2.5, and then they end up winning by 1. Same thing going to happen? Don't know. But that certainly seems like a Purdy line to me. Joe O, Sammy P. All right, let's talk some Survivor. Really looking forward to it. We have 2 double-digit favorites. 1, a massive number, but it's coming down. What does that mean? We'll talk about it. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. It's another week of trying to stay alive in our survivor pools.
Survivor, man, that's like the beer bong of the contest.
Give me that thing. I'll do one. I'll do one. We gonna do one.
We got knocked out of Survivor in week 1.
I think it's in my rules of Survivor. I think no Jaguars.
Every week, you can be done.
Survive and advance with us right now on Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM.
Oh, yeah, this is extra exciting this year because a lot of times the problem with Survivor content is that everybody's excited early on. And as you heard, like last year, eliminated in week 1. So many people eliminated in the first 2 weeks, and it was a real damper, and you're not talking to a large audience. This year, you're talking to a large audience. We finally got some, I don't even want to say chaos. We got some upsets of pickable teams this past week. And in most pools through 3 weeks, about 20% of the pool is out. But if you've been playing it safe, you're still alive. So we had 2 favorites that went down. I don't think anybody was taking Baltimore, even though it was more than a field goal on Monday night. But the 2 obviously were Green Bay and then Atlanta. And I knew a bunch of people that were on those picks. I didn't understand it. I didn't get the Atlanta one at all. But, yeah, not when you want to take them. One person that was eliminated with Atlanta told me, well, they looked so good on Sunday night. I go, I know. That's why I was staying far away from him. Is this different? Like, Sam, how we think is so different than most people. Like, they look at, oh, the Falcons look great against the Vikings on Sunday Night Football. Big spot. That's a good team. I'm going to pick them next week in Survivor. And we think, nope, that is the worst time to pick them because other people are going to be thinking that.
Let's start with Buffalo this week. It's a conversation that has to lead every Survivor chat. Are you using them? It's a free space. They're going to win. Even though I got an email this morning from WGR 550 in Buffalo, here's the subject line. How healthy are the Bills heading into Saints week? ? And I'm like, oh, no. And then you click the email, and the second link in the email says Bills getting healthier heading into week 4. So I didn't even have to listen. I'm smarter than that. Sounds like they're getting healthier. I don't know that they need Ed Oliver to beat New Orleans. So that's where you start. And I saw you sent that tweet from Survivor Atlas that projects 30% of the people or more to use Buffalo. We saw a clip of Derek Stevens estimating that Buffalo might be even higher. He said, like half of the pool, maybe?
He said,
I don't know.
He said the most popular pick ever that they've had in Circus Survivor.
And that's a prediction. That's not a statement that he's making with any real fact. He's just guessing how it would go. Buffalo, yes or no? Survivor.
No.
No. Okay.
No. I'm not saying free space, but it's just about as close as you're going to get to one. The line is coming down. We're at 15.5, and that's not why I'm saying no. The money line is minus 1,300. Minus 1,300. So I get it. If you just want to survive in advance and take Buffalo, I understand it. For me, it's a play of how many other options are there? We have 5 games where we have spreads of at least a touchdown or more. So there are other options. Of the teams at the top, of the teams that you would even consider this week, Buffalo has the most future value. Next week, they get New England. Next week's tougher. Week 8, they get Carolina. That might be a spot at Carolina when almost everybody has already used the Buffalo Bills because they're going to be a favorite just about every week, a sizable favorite at that. Later in the year, they go to Cleveland. I don't think anybody's going to hang on to them that long that is still alive in Survivor. I'm no, just because I know at least 30. I think I would guess higher than 30%. But you do have to keep in mind there were people that picked Buffalo last week, like you and the boys from the 108. You guys took Buffalo in your pool, and there were other people that were thinking along the same wavelength. So you have to consider that as well. Right now, I'm a no on Buffalo, but there are pools where I have 10 spots, right? A bunch where I have 5 spots. Will I put one on Buffalo? Okay, that makes sense. But I'm saying pools that I have 1 or 2 spots, I'm probably staying away from Buffalo because I want to use them later. And there are other options that I like that I won't have any other time to use them outside of this week.
I don't think I've ever made it into October in Survivor. So I'm probably the worst person to talk about this. I'm being hyperbolic. One time we made it to week 9.
Whew.
I'm out with my entries. And then last week, 108 guys had 2 entries left. They came in with 2 entries and they had 2. And Chris was like, we're going to do double Seattle. Double Seattle. I said, why don't we diversify? Why don't we take Seattle and Dallas? And I talked him into Dallas.
Oh,
so
no.
It's wholeheartedly my fault. It's definitely something that I contrived and I debated. So they did not do double Seattle. They did Seattle, Dallas. So only 1 bullet left.
Okay.
And this week, I said early this week, I told them, let's see, I got to pull the text up. Ask me who I like and then don't pick that side. That's how we win, is what I said. Which is true. Look, if anybody can own it, it's me.
It's a different thought process. It's different game theory.
I suck at it. Hand up. So take what I think and use that to get us off that side. I have no issue with that. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So as we get deeper into the week this week, I sent the Circa Survivor projections where it said Buffalo 30%, Houston 26, Detroit 11. And Chris said, damn, I was definitely looking Bills. But he didn't like to hear the 30% projection on Buffalo.
Oh, yeah.
I then said, go with your gut, LOL. You guys have been right all along. So then he responds, my gut, huh? F it. Dart's taking down the Chargers.
No.
He's kidding. He's kidding.
I know.
That's something I would do. That's something I would do. But these guys who are very good at Survivor, I think are going to take the free space, and I support it because whatever I think no longer matters.
I don't hate that. Look, you're down to 1 spot. If you're down to 1 spot, I'm taking Buffalo. So I'm in a pool that has not a ton of people in it, like a big money pool. I'm like, I might take Buffalo in that one. But, and in those sorts of pools where you don't have a lot of people, Buffalo's going to be maybe 50%, maybe even higher. So something else to consider. Okay, running it down, let me tell you who I like, who I don't like. Okay, so Buffalo, I might use a little on them. They're not going to be one of my main picks. So just because I want them later. I mentioned Cleveland always scares me, man, just because that defense is so good. I don't want to go against them. There are other spots where you can take Detroit. This is the second biggest point spread. I just don't want to go against that Browns defense if I don't have to. So I'd rather go against another bad team. I'm not going with that one. And we are talking about a $5 money line with the Lions. Denver, I used everywhere in week 1. If I had them available, I would also probably stay away. This sounds so stupid. I just crossed off the top 3 favorites on the board, right? 7.5 Denver. Houston's also 7.5. I do like Houston. 0-3 Houston. I do like them. There's no future value. The next highest point spread on a Houston game is about 4.5 for the rest of the season when they play Jacksonville or Vegas. Tennessee is awful. They're both 0-3. I think Houston's got to pull out a victory here. And you're at home. I do think they get it done. The Micah Parsons game. Green Bay laying 7 at Dallas. I don't know about them covering the 7. I think the Packers win off that loss against the Browns. So I think the Packers are a good look. Not a lot of future value with them. They played Carolina in week 9. To your point about Dart, I don't want to take the Chargers. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this game's going to be. If it was Russ, let's party, man. Let's take the Chargers. This is a good spot for them. I'm probably staying away because I don't know what it's going to be. Carolina's still terrible. I don't care that they won 30-0 last week. Doesn't matter. They did not dominate that game. Things just went haywire. New England should have won. 4 fumbles. We know the story. They should have beaten Pittsburgh easily. I'm going to have some New England. So those are the ones that I like. I like the Texans. I like the Packers and the Patriots. And I expect the Packers and Patriots to be low-owned teams.
Packers make a ton of sense for sure. Having just watched them spit that game away against Cleveland. You're up 10-0 with 5 minutes to go on the road. You got it in the bag. Cat gets out of the bag, wins outright. Don't know how it happened. I had Cleveland +8, and I thought I was going to lose 10-0, and I was going to launch something out the window. I would have been so mad. But they win somehow. Green Bay's probably winning. So let's flip this. You gave us what you thought about for Survivor. I'm in reverse Survivor. I'm still alive there. Apparently, I'm very good at many losers. Now I'll lose because I just said that. I've gone Tennessee, Chicago, Miami. The team I have in there right now is Cleveland. Cleveland really winning again, back-to-back weeks? I don't know, man.
When are you going to use Cincinnati?
I could use Cincinnati. That was my other team that I was thinking about. I had it down to 2 AFC North teams. Browns to lose or Bengals to lose.
Yeah. My point is you want to use Cincinnati. You don't want to realize, Burrow's coming back and you haven't gone against Cincinnati yet. So you want to do that at some point. I don't know that this is the spot. But yeah, you do want to do that. We'll see what happens with some of the other quarterback injuries. Yeah, Tennessee you can use whenever. New Orleans you can use whenever.
I've used Tennessee. I can't use them again. I'm already out on them. Yep, Tennessee, Chicago, Miami. I've burned.
You haven't gone against the Giants yet. Are you considering that?
No. Dart.
Yeah,
Dart Moon.
I don't know what this is going to be. You want one? Go Philly.
Yeah. No,
Philly.
No, stop. Stop. Sound like me
A little
now.
too risky. Yeah, I know. All right, we'll check in with Andy Molitor on the other side, see what he's thinking this week in the National Football League. See if he's got a play tonight. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The USC quarterback, Jaden Mayava. Now, Jaden Mayava, from a statistical standpoint, he checks all the boxes. Week 1, and they've played jabronis. So, that also has to factor in. But I'm just looking at, he's not the only Heisman Trophy winner who's played jabronis. I just told you Bryce Young had a 34.1 QBR performance against Mercer. It's college football. Week 1, week 2, you get a lot of guys who play jabroni teams. But Mayava has taken advantage of that. Week 1, his QBR, 96.8. Week 2, QBR, 96.7. That is what you want to look for with a future Heisman Trophy winner. Now, the team success is where this could get tricky for USC. Over at BetMGM, the Trojans have an updated win total of 8.5. Now, we just got done saying you need to be on a team 10-plus wins. And if you're not winning 10, the cutoff is 9-3, and you better put up some sick stats to win the award. Maybe Mayava can put up some sick stats, man. 96.8, 96.7. We're off to a pretty good start, aren't we? Even though it was against Georgia Southern and Montana State, we're still off to a pretty good start. Must admit, I would say this, though, about USC and about Mayava's case. The thing that he has working in his favor is that when you look at past Heisman Trophy winners, not only does his production mirror what they did in weeks 1 and 2, he's also coached by a guy who's known for producing Heisman Trophy winners. How about USC head coach Lincoln Riley? Most recently, Caleb Williams, who we talked about at the top of the hour, now with the Chicago Bears. Things aren't going well, but at USC, things went pretty damn well. Caleb Williams won the Heisman Trophy playing for Lincoln Riley. His first 2 starts that year, 96.3, 97.3 with his QBR. Sound familiar? Sounds a lot like Jaden Mayava, doesn't it? How about Baker Mayfield? How about Kyler Murray? These are guys that played for now USC head coach Lincoln Riley. Whether he was the OC or the head coach, they all played for him. They developed under Lincoln Riley. Hell, Jalen Hurts had a season where he finished in the top of the Heisman Trophy vote. Like, it was like second or third in the Heisman when he played at Oklahoma for Lincoln Riley. Like, Lincoln Riley, he might not win you national titles, but he's going to win you some damn Heisman Trophy.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We're still live on X. It's Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you on a Thursday Night Football coming your way between the Seahawks and Cardinals. We'll get Andy Molitor's thoughts on that, among other games Week 4 in the National Football League. Director of content for BetSperts, one half of the Deep Dive podcast, which is a daily podcast now. Andy, how you feeling, man?
Feeling good. It's Thursday. We got football. We've got the Ryder Cup. What a weekend. What a weekend. It's really fall now. Like, now it's fall. Now it's autumn, guys.
I saw you off camera there. Well, you're on camera, but you were in the green room kind of vibing to that Hawaiian jazz thing that brought us back from break. I liked it too. You're a big Hawaiian shirt guy though, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. And yeah, it's now my daughter had stole one from me. It's like the homecoming week. I don't know if you guys have that where every day's a theme. And she's like, oh, it's Hawaiian Day. And kids don't own Hawaiian shirts anymore, I guess. I got to steal mine. But yeah, big Hawaiian shirt guy. That's what happens when you put some weight on at your age.
You don't see a lot of skinny Hawaiian shirt guys for the most part, right? We were just talking about Survivor. Are you doing Buffalo or no?
Not across the board. I will use Buffalo. Yeah. Like Drew and I, Dinzik, we put a couple together. I have a bunch of my own and other stuff. I'm in multiple contests, but we have one we call our chalk path. And with the chalk path, we're sticking with the chalk just to try to get as far as you can with that one. and maybe change it up at the end if it's looking like, there's going to be a bunch of chops. So in the chalk path, I think you do stick with Buffalo. That is the chalky pick, but there's some decent cases to be made for the Lions if you don't like them down the road. The scary ones are obviously the road teams, the Packers, after they, did what they did last week, and then the Broncos is still, you're still betting on Bo Nix, and you're waiting to. I guess you're not dead on Sunday. You can wait as long as possible for that one, but kind of the same thing with the Texans too. Big favorite, playing a bad team, but we've seen the Texans play, and that hasn't given me confidence in that team either.
So I'm in reverse Survivor, pick the loser, and it's a $25,000 pool. Pretty serious, right? I'm down to either Cleveland or Cincinnati. Joe brought up the Bengals. Obviously, Burrow comes back, you would think, at some point, and that becomes less attractive to go against. Pick a loser, Cleveland or Cincy.
Man, as much as I just dogged on the Texans, watching that offense against, Green Bay basically do nothing until they get some lucky bounces there at the end with the special teams. And that kind of feels good to take the Browns. It's always the Browns, man. Detroit, I think Detroit gets a little more going on the offense than Green Bay was. It was a terrible game for Green Bay offensively. I'm not sure what they came in there thinking they were going to do.
After 3 games, which teams have you moved the most in your ratings?
The Colts, I think that's maybe just everybody's, isn't it? That was such a low start for them. Just seeing the Daniel Jones thing felt like hey, I'm a coach that needs to extend the life of my career. I think Daniel Jones screws it up less this year and doesn't make me look as foolish. And maybe I can buy another year. And now he's favorite for coach of the year. It's kind of wild what we're seeing there. And I guess we did see the highs in New York, and you get a grown-up in the room calling plays. You get a good offensive line. You get some good weapons. You got a Jonathan Taylor, and I guess Daniel Jones is, this is probably the ceiling for him, but the ceiling is definitely good enough to win that division and maybe even win a home playoff game. So the Colts have jumped up a ton since the beginning of the year.
It's noticeable on film, too. I know you do a lot of your work with power ratings and numbers, but just watching as much ball as we do, I watched a lot of Anthony Richardson last year and never understood it. And then you look at the stats. Oh, he completed 47% of his passes last year.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to be that bad. And you watch him now, and Jones is he's throwing the ball, intermediate stuff, short stuff. Guys are open. He's hitting them in the numbers, and they're moving the chains. He doesn't have to throw for 300 yards. He just has to hit open targets and protect the ball. So far, he's done that. Now, they got a tough spot this week. And the Rams, as you know, were in total control against Philly until they weren't. But I do believe in Indy. I think they're winning that division. Now, that's not a hot take at 3-0, but I double down on it after 2-0 and feel really good given how bad Houston's O-line has looked.
Yeah, and you kind of hit on it without hitting on it. You said guys are open. And that seems like the biggest thing when you rewatch those games. And that's scheme. That's play calling. That's play sequencing. Like they're making it easier on him because he's not maybe ever going to be this elite quarterback. But when they are able to scheme these guys open for him and say, take this easy stuff, move down the field. We don't have to have huge chunk plays and deep balls. You don't have to be some weird Russell Wilson like character out here. And just go move down the field and win games for us. We're playing the Titans this week, guys. We don't have to do a lot. And yeah, they're absolutely able to do that. And it's wild how high I have them compared to the preseason number.
Which game, side or total, do you have the strongest opinion on?
Man, it's probably tonight. I did bet Seattle. I don't know if I've heard anyone super in love with Arizona, which sometimes scares me, but you know what? Whatever. We're all just going to win. Community win tonight. This is early in the week. Man, I took Seattle when they were +1. Not that this is a huge move across 0. This isn't some, from 2 to 4.5 or something, but it's nice it's moving my way. It's nice the injury news has kind of gone my way, I guess. So a lot of this was injury stuff. Will Johnson, the young cornerback, He's doubtful. They've had other injuries in the defensive secondary for Arizona. We're probably getting Julian Love and Devon Witherspoon back, maybe Charbonnet. And just, again, this is kind of very similar. This is probably the team I've moved up the second most compared to the Colts, because I wasn't super high on this team to start with. I had my doubts about just like, hey, you brought in Clint Kubiak, but you brought him in January. He was expecting Darnold. He was expecting Metcalf. Fant, the Lockett. That was a whole different offense he signed on, and they've done a really good job despite really not getting the run going, which they want to do. They're still, just putting Darnold under center a lot more and having a lot of success with it because he can roll out and hit people on the run. And, JSN is, I don't know. Look at the pace. He's got like 300 yards. I actually went and looked up his offensive player of the year number this morning just to are they slacking on that a little? Can I go get a long number on a guy that's just going to get stupid volume? And if he doesn't get hurt, it's like 15 to 1800 yards maybe. So I did look at that this morning. I like him quite a bit. So yeah, I'm on Seattle tonight. Hopefully we start week 4 with a bang.
There's going to be somebody too that waits till the wire and decides, oh, I'll lay Seattle. Oh, and -1.5, -2, and they'll lay it. And Seattle will win by 1 because life isn't fair. For somebody that hasn't gotten involved yet, where do you stand on the 1.5? Some people say games don't land 1. Others say they're never laying 1.5. Where do you stand on the mythical 1.5?
If I was betting this game right now, I'd probably lay 2. I'd like sell it out. A lot of books let you bet more. I'd just say push it even more. If I'm going to already take this and worry about the close win, give me all of it. Give me flat money, even money. I'm not even going to pay juice on this. Give me 2.5. It's kind
3,
of the opposite.
3.5.
Yeah, give me
4.
Give me
4.5.
Give me Seattle 6.5, 3-1. No, I don't. It's buying points. Honestly, it is buying points, and buying points in itself is not a sin. It's the price, and the books know exactly what it's worth, and they charge. They're charging $1.20 on a dollar. That's kind of what you're getting when you buy down. So, I can see laying the money line, but because it's just a derivative at that point, and that's probably a fair number. But I've never been an advocate of just laying more juice in this case. So, boy, I feel bad when this is going to land 1 and somebody is like pumped to bet the Seahawks now. It's not like we've ever had a weird situation. I bet that game, the tie game, the Seattle-Arizona tie game where they missed all the kicks. I told Drew, I'm like, I can't even remember which team I had, but I bet somebody had a pick. And it ended up being the stupidest push of my lifetime. But yeah, these NFC West games, they can get weird. So shop around. Maybe there's a 1 out there.
This is Bet Sweats, Andy Molitor, our guest from the Deep Dive podcast. Check out BetSperts as well. All right, as a Vikings fan, Vikings observer, the team you pay closest attention to, do you want McCarthy back? I'm not saying you don't want him back, but in a rush, is there much of a difference between McCarthy and Wentz?
So Drew and I do the Wednesday show. We go through every game, and this is obviously the second one up. And we got like 5 minutes deep on this, and we realized we hadn't even talked about the game yet or the matchup. This is what we talked about because it's so interesting because Wentz had a good enough game. Obviously, he was in an elite game state. The defense put him in such a good position right off the bat. But it turns into a weird spot if they get a couple wins because this is a game they can win, and then they have a very big advantage for the travel next week, being in London, staying there. If Wentz is 3-0, it puts him in a very precarious spot because I don't think anybody thinks that's a long-term winner. Like, this is what we should be doing. I don't know. If it's 3-0, people are talking to themselves, this is Darnold 2.0. We can't let another guy get out of town. We've got our quarterback again. You know how homers are. They get super excited for that. So I would prefer McCarthy plays some more to see what you have. You spent a high draft pick on a guy, and you got to give him a little more time. He didn't get reps last year. He got a little bit in the preseason this year. The guy's got to play a few more games. So I feel like that's the direction they'll go, but who knows? When you're winning, you're winning.
Which stinky dog would you rather take, Andy? Carolina catching 5.5 at New England, or the Giants catching 6 at home?
Oh man, I liked how the Chargers are playing. The Giants are the variance game, though, right? I mean, Carolina looks good right now on paper until you go look at that box score last week, and it was kind of a fluky game. But I could be talked into the Giants a little just because you have a high variance player in Jackson Dart that you've never seen play. Like, I'm just reminded of that game. Oh, shit, I was there. The Vikings game against Josh Allen, where everyone's like, this guy's kind of a bust. Who knows? Big arm. And then he goes and just starts running. And they beat the Vikings by, I think, 17 as 17-point dogs or something. You just never know what you're going to get. So if you want a stinky dog with a high variance, wide variety of outcomes, you could probably take the Giants there. They're at home.
Have you bet any awards? I think you were talking about Dart too. We were talking about it when he was 30, 35. It was obvious he was going in soon. I think everybody knew, even after he went for 450, you're like, I guess Dayball's got to go one more week with him. But he goes from 35-1 last week to now like plus 650, somewhere in that range. Did you take him, or have you done any other bets?
Yeah, we talked about that a couple weeks ago. I did take some Dart in the 20s. And it was kind of exactly what you said, Joe. It was like, he's going to play at some point. And I think that game with Russell, that really pushed his number up. That was like a really nice boon for anybody who wanted to bet that, because it's like, Russell Wilson isn't playing this whole season, guys. Like, that's just a little bump to the number for you. You should take some Dart. He's going to play eventually. 650 is probably a bad number. Like, don't go betting that. And I think that's incorrect, because you just never know with a rookie. Guy might stink out loud. But I'm pretty pumped that he's in this early. He's got his left tackle back, and it'd be nice. You don't have to win games to win Rookie of the Year. Just put up some numbers. Just go out there and make some flash, make some pizzazz, make Sports Center. That's all you got to go do.
With the Chiefs and the Ravens, obviously the loser falls to 1-3, and the winner will have saved its season, narrative-wise. Are you doing anything on Sunday, or are you doing anything from a future position going into that game?
Somebody tried to talk me into the Ravens on this one. Both of those defenses are just giving me the heebie-jeebies at times with some of the stuff they're giving up, especially what we saw from Baltimore. Not real pumped about futures on either one. I don't know how you would attack that. I mean, did you have something in mind as far as, like taking a longer number than you would have got preseason on to win the AFC, or, division prices? I just hadn't even thought about how to attack that, because the Chiefs are maybe one of the teams I've moved down the most too. Just you can't play if you don't have any good wide receivers at all. Like Tyquan Thornton's your one. It's a tough hang.
I was just hooking Chiefs playoffs with other things, like Chiefs to make the playoffs, Thunder to win the title. That's about 5-1. And then Chiefs to make the playoffs, Padres to win the World Series is 25-1, things like that.
No, I like that. I could see something like that, especially if you can parlay a couple teams to make the playoffs, or put something together like you that, geez, you got to wait till next June to cash that for the Thunder. I think that's coming home, but I like mine to cash.
I ain't going anywhere. I'm going nowhere.
Andy, we got 10 seconds here. USA or Europe? Ryder Cup.
I bet Europe.
Yes.
Everybody's betting Europe. Everybody.
Yeah. Well, the people we trust, right?
Right.
There's a lot of other people that are taking the U.S. side,
big
the
number.
favorite in that one. Yes. No.
Pretty evenly matched, in my opinion. Big number, guys.
Andy Molitor, Deep Dive Podcast. Check out BetSperts as well. Thank you, Andy. Best of luck this weekend, all right?
You guys too.
All right, college football bets on the other side. Bet Sweats, you got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
See, on that one, they said both of our last names. I don't know. Andy has me thinking now because I don't even pay close attention anymore. He's like, how come it says Joe O there and Paniotovich on that one? Anyways, Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, BetMGM network. We'll take a look at this weekend's college football card, NFL injuries to watch out for later on this hour. 11 a.m. Eastern. 10 toes down. Every Thursday, we take stances, all 10 of them. Gertz shows us some ugly feet. He wants to show us more. We say, no more feet, Gertz. I don't care what you found on Feet Finder. We can't be dealing with any more of that. Let's go to college football, Sam. You teased earlier. You're like, you know what? I put my 10 toes down. I woke up this morning and you decided what?
Alabama's winning. They're going to beat Georgia. I don't need the points. I'm going money line, although I will definitely lightning bet Bama +3 as well. If you look at how DeBoer has fared, even going back to Washington and even before them, they always sort of play to the competition. Remember the year that Oregon was an 8-point favorite and then a 10-point favorite? And Washington won both. Like, they were very good in those roles as dogs. And then Washington would play like Oregon State, be a 12-point favorite, and then go down to the wire, right? Like, I don't know what it is about that guy. Like, when they're supposed to win and win handily, they struggle. And then when they're dogs, they're great. They're great. But go to Florida State. Oh, Bama's a 13.5-point favorite. Oh, they're going to lose. And then you start disrespecting Bama, and now you say, oh, they're 3 points worse than Georgia. It just speaks a lot. Uh-oh. You see behind me?
Oh, no. Do I see behind you? Come on. Come on.
We're talking about how much pressure there's on Penn State this weekend.
We were talking about how Bama's going to beat Georgia.
I disagree, though. But we can disagree on our podcast later.
What's with the sweater?
So Oregon has a hockey team. It's like a club team. I bought all the sweaters. And I wear them on big Oregon days. Big Oregon days. They're like oversized. They're nice, man. Like comfortable, like a little loose. I love it. I got green, yellow, black. It's awesome.
How much gear do you have? Because they have everything you could ever think of. I don't know that I'd be able to stop if I was an Oregon guy.
Okay, so like I have stuff that they've given me, obviously, and I just buy stuff too. It's a lot of green in my closet. It's a lot. And then I get stuff like sent to me. So it's like there's companies that license Oregon products, like the Oregon O's and stuff, and I get some of their stuff. So it's a lot. My son probably has like 7 Oregon sweatshirts. That's all he wears every single day.
Jeff Schwartz joining us on Bet Sweats. I've never, Joe, by the way, I've never felt so small in my entire life. Like he could just snap my neck right now at any point.
Sammy's rude. We went to eat last night at a Penn State bar. That's how rude Sammy
Of course.
is.
I did bring him there.
It was good, though.
He's been
what do you
laying
think?
it out all week.
Honestly, what do you think? Yeah.
I've thought for weeks, and you know this on text threads, that I think that it's a very tough situation for Oregon with the environment and with the youth of the group. There's only 8 starters, really, 8 players, honestly, that played a significant amount in the Big Ten championship game and the Rose Bowl. They're playing in this game. Like it's a younger team experience wise. But then I look at like Penn State, man. I watched Drew Aller on film. And we can just stop the run at all, just a little bit of stopping the run and put that game in his hands. I like the situation we'd be in. I'm not concerned about our offense. I do think we might start slow. Again, the environment, haven't done it before, but Drew Aller is missing on easy throws, man. Like stuff he's got. If we can just get him to do that in this game, I feel pretty good about where we'll be. But look, we lost by the 3, by the point spread. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I think we just have to weather the early storm, whatever Penn State's going to throw at us. That's my official prediction.
Run, what about
we can stop the run?
I keep thinking about that Northwestern game, man.
What about people have? We were up 34-0. Northwestern had a 75-yard touchdown run. I had to look at our roster to see who was playing. I didn't know the numbers on defense.
Yeah,
I think you have that. Yeah, so I think we're better than last year, I think, up front. We'll see. I mean, that's why we play the games. I think we'll be better.
Well, good
Hopefully.
luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good show, everybody.
Nice sweater.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
It looks great.
I'm impressed. You know what impressed me the most? No hesitation, no concern about bringing your earwax into his body. Like he
None.
just took that earbud. He don't care. He's all
That's
good.
my roll dog.
You guys are
we
tight.
go out,
Yeah.
and he doesn't drink. He didn't drink anymore. He's like, I drank everything in college, so he doesn't drink. He's my roll dog, though. We roll out, and everybody's like, "Oh, that's a big guy." I'm like, "Yeah, you should see his brother."
Yeah. Nobody met. You can be as loud as you want at the bar. You're good.
Yeah, nobody's saying a thing.
Nope. So yeah, I mean, that's probably the key right there. How's that Ducks defense going to do against the run? That's probably where we're at. Okay, we're still at 3.5. You think it's getting to 3 by Saturday?
I don't know. I did talk with a couple guys yesterday who just keep waiting for that push on Oregon, but there's a steady appetite to lay Penn State at 3.5. You have more public tickets on Oregon, undoubtedly, because you hear the same things. Oregon's better. Franklin doesn't win big games. Those are the narratives. So that's going to be the public side. Doesn't mean it can't win, but we're going to do the room tomorrow for college sides. They've been horrible. Started, 2-18 or something like that?
Yeah.
The room's going to bet Oregon.
Yep.
Gonna bet Oregon.
2-18, and then last week 2-1. It was their best week by far, and they lost on the juice.
Nobody wants to lay Penn State, but Penn State is still hanging -3.5. Like that push to 3 hasn't really happened. And if you remember, either Tuesday or Wednesday, Superbook went to 3, and it got pushed right back to 3.5. So there's clearly some sharp support on Penn State to not only get it off the 3 to 3.5, but to keep it at 3.5.
Yep. No doubt about that. All right. So Penn State, Oregon, Bama, Georgia, both under the lights. Those are going to garner a lot of attention, a lot of bets. Sam is on Bama. Are you final stance like right now on Thursday morning is you're waiting for a 3 on Penn State and then you'll bet Penn State? Like you're certainly more early in the week, I would say that you felt more sold on Penn State than Bama. Now it feels a little reversed.
Yeah, I feel better about Bama as we've gotten deeper into the week, and I have to do picks on bear bets, and they're like, what are the bets? And I have like 2 hours to get my bets in. I don't think I'm going to put Penn State on there. If we get to a 3 tomorrow for our show, I'll do it. If we get to a 3 by the end of this show, I'll do it. But I don't know that we're going to get there. I hate to be so bullish and stubborn about laying 3, but to me, 3 is important. It just is. Yep. But it's Penn State or pass. Let me reiterate. I'm not flipping to the Oregon side. And then we get to Saturday, and I'll watch everybody on College Game Day or big noon kickoff take Oregon, and then I'll fire on Penn State. That's how it'll go.
Yep. Okay, that makes sense to me. Let's talk about Notre Dame, Arkansas. This number's come down. Monday, when we're doing Monday morning market moves over the college football games, this was 6. Notre Dame laying 6 on the road. Now it's at 4.5. I am with that move. I understand why they are betting Arkansas as a home dog. Makes perfect sense to me. Everyone's talking about the Notre Dame secondary. It's a problem. You know, even Purdue got into the 20s on them this weekend. EPA per dropback, 93rd in the country is this Notre Dame defense. It doesn't matter who your quarterback is. Well, on the other side, they got a decent one with Taylon Green, too. He's got 12 passing touchdowns, couple rushing touchdowns on the year already. And you look at what Arkansas has done. They're coming off back-to-back losses, 1-score losses on the road. A couple weeks ago, it was a 1-score game. They lose by a touchdown at Ole Miss. You know, that's a pretty good loss. And then last week, they lose by a point at Memphis. I think they're going to be just fine. They're going to hang in this game. They might win outright. I agree with the move. Of course, I wish it was still 6. I don't know that we'll get there. I'm going to hold out and see if we can get there because I don't think it's going to continue to drop. But I like Arkansas in this spot. The total sky high as it should be, 64.5.
Still at 4.5 at most places. We do see some 4. They're betting against Notre Dame for sure. And those are sharp guys that took that 6 off the board on Tuesday. I went to the gym Tuesday. I don't know if I told you the story. I was on the phone.
Mm-mm.
My buddy goes, I really like Arkansas. I'm like, yeah, like I could see it. It makes sense. I went to the gym for an hour. I came back home. Like I try and shut down for an hour a week, 90 minutes a week on Tuesday. And I get home and it's 4.5. I'm like, oh my God. I left the house for 1 hour, Joe, and missed the 6 and the 5.5 and the 5. That's what I get for going to the gym.
I saw that your favorite website On3 yesterday. They were talking about the Ole Miss quarterback situation. Well, first off, you've got Lane Kiffin. Do you see this when he was on McAfee?
No.
So he's on with McAfee, and McAfee's like, "Hey, I see that Austin Simmons ain't playing." He's like, "Oh, that's news to me." It's like what I guess the official word now is unlikely to play. That's what Odds Logic ran with, but I don't know which report they were going off of about Simmons unlikely to play. I saw On3 say that Chambliss is garnering Heisman attention. Where? I don't know what they're talking about. Like
he's not.
We've done multiple Heisman segments this week, and we haven't talked about him at all. He's still sitting at 50-1. But anyways, it is Ole Miss laying 1.5, total 54 in the hook against LSU. You know, it's funny. A lot of people are like, man, this LSU team, they're tested early. Have they been? Does that win at Clemson look good now? Like, oh, you probably should have beat them by more. When you look at the state of the Clemson Tigers right now, they beat Florida by 10. That was the Brian Kelly game when he was all mad after the press conference. When he was being asked negative questions, he freaked out on the reporter. They win there, but again, they only put up 20 points. You know, with a true Heisman contender at quarterback, I think a lot of people are expecting more out of this LSU offense, which we're not seeing at this point. But it's close to a pick 'em here, LSU Ole Miss.
Did you see earlier in the week that this was the big reveal that Lane Kiffin's daughter is dating one of LSU's star defensive players? And they did the big reveal this week. And
no,
Lane, you didn't see this? Oh,
no, I missed it.
They waited until Ole Miss LSU week to announce it. His daughter's name is Landry, I believe. Landry Kiffin. So she makes a post with her boyfriend, who's one of the best players at LSU. They waited to announce it this week. And then Lane commented on it. I don't know. You know, Lane's very out there, and you never know what he's talking about, and you can't really take anything he says seriously. He commented on the post and wrote, "Take the over." And everybody was like,
Lane's awesome.
Well, I mean, the obvious inclination is they're going to just run it up. Like, that's what he wants to do. He wants to run it up. But then somebody had said, is he saying take the over on the relationship? Is he saying what? Like, nobody knows. And
is he saying it's over? Is he saying it's over?
I don't know. I think what he was getting at was, we are going to run it up on my daughter's boyfriend's team. I think that's what he was saying.
Knowing him, probably. That's funny.
Don't know.
Oh, man.
Don't know.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. The next person that likes LSU will be the first one. Everybody likes Ole Miss in this game. Everybody.
Yeah. I do, too. That's my concern. If the room's on Ole Miss, I'm going to be a bit concerned here. But, yeah, I get it. I understand why there's a lot of Ole Miss love. But, yeah, we'll see if the number moves, where the room is at as well. Are you going to be betting on your team? You got a big weekend coming up, officiating a wedding. Like, are you going to add the stress of Illinois LSU to the docket?
No,
USC,
Illinois.
sorry.
No. I knew what you meant. No, I'm good.
Yeah. Still 6.5. I thought we were going to go to 7 across the board with the stuff that's come out with the Illinois secondary and what happened last week. But still 6.5. It's tough. Like, you look at this season, and yeah, USC is the much better team, but it's also the first test for the Trojans. So they have a run of a few games here where they're going to be tested for real. And I think a lot of people are interested in how Illinois bounces back, it's going to be viewed as really good or really bad. It could be really bad again.
I don't know what's up in the secondary. They got multiple issues injury-wise. Miles Scott's going to miss a half after the targeting. Defensively, they have a lot of issues, and here comes USC's freight train. I'm nervous there. There is a Big Ten dog that I will take, though, and we'll talk maybe more about this tomorrow. Washington, plus 8.5 against Ohio State. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll get more into that coming up. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweat. A lot of NFL news, a lot of NFL injuries to keep a close eye on. We know Thursday's a big day. We'll get word on a lot of that. We'll tell you which names to watch out for. 10 toes down, top of the hour. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A lot of injuries to take a look at. We'll talk about that coming up. 10 Toes Down, top of the hour. Can't wait. That's 20 minutes away. We'll check in with Vegas, get a book report from Chuck Esposito in the 11 o'clock hour Eastern as well. All right, Sam. So we're at the point in the week, now Thursday, where you're starting to get books say, okay, this team's popular, that team's popular. If I were to say that right now in the NFL week number 4, there is one public dog, who do you think it is?
Public dog in the NFL.
One public dog. Yep. A
No.
lot of favorites love.
Let me ask, is it a 2.5 point dog or is it a bigger dog?
Bigger.
Okay. Giants.
No, not the Giants. I do think it's
Panthers?
predictable.
Panthers?
No.
I don't know. Give up.
Colts.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. That number came down. I don't know that was sharp money with the Colts. You would have a better idea. We'll talk to Chuck Esposito about that. But that was 4.5, and we're still sitting 3.5, right? The Rams hosting the Colts?
Yeah, 3.5 basically everywhere, including BetMGM.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Public's backing them. Like you mentioned earlier, haven't played from behind. Most of their damage has been at home. And then this past week, yes, they had a runaway victory, but it was against one of the worst teams, definitely the worst coaching staff in the NFL, in the Tennessee Titans. They did do it on the road, so you want to give them that credit, give them that 3-0 credit. But this is a different beast going to visit the LA Rams, matching up with McVay. So, yeah, the public is jumping in on that, saying, give me the Colts and more than a field goal against the Rams.
Okay. I could see it. I wouldn't be running to bet the Colts this weekend. I also think there's this realization that, oh, maybe they are good. And now I get points. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of Johnny come lately. The train has already left the station. You're jumping to try and grab on and make sure you're a part of it. You don't get left behind. And then the Rams win by 10. And you're like, I knew they sucked. That's how this could very well go. You haven't bet the Colts at all. Haven't done it in 3 straight games. Now they're 3-0 catching points, and you're interested.
Now you're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You guessed Giants, right? Like New York's a big market. They're a popular team. Excitement around it. Nope. There are some books saying that the Chargers are the most popular play so far. They're betting against Dart, which is interesting. Can't wait to see where the room is at. And then Chiefs Ravens. Why? Why are you betting the Ravens? That's what they're doing. I can't do it. Not with my money. I'm not saying you have to bet the Chiefs, but I don't know why you're betting the Ravens right now.
I will probably get there on Kansas City. I've also talked about them in a teaser. Good news yesterday on Worthy. Looks like he's going to go, obviously.
News.
Big deal. It's only one player, but it changes a lot because you can do different things with Xavier Worthy, right? He could obviously hit some home runs. You could run trick plays with him. He's got speed, and that's their issue right now. There's not a ton of speed. Everything they do is slow and methodical, and you're throwing to guys like Hollywood Brown and Juju, and you got backs that don't have this lightning speed, like Kareem Hunt. When you think of Kareem Hunt, you don't think of lightning. You think of thunder. And Pacheco's never been a big breaker. Worthy provides much needed speed, also deception. I know he's only one player, and we always harp that, one receiver isn't worth a lot, relatively speaking. But that's a big deal for how they operate because it puts everybody closer to their natural role. And then eventually they get Rashee Rice back, and now you're stacked. Now you're where you need to be, and you get more development from your young offensive linemen, and you feel like you can make a push second half of the season. So Fox wants picks naturally for all the big games. So I got an email Monday. Hey, can you write your best bets for Baltimore, Kansas City? Sure. I'd love to. Love to. So I went Chiefs. And inside the story, I hinted about obviously teasing them up to 8.5 and also doing what we talked about on this show, parlaying Chiefs playoffs with other things. Baltimore's defense is a problem. And I think still this game should be closer to a pick 'em. So when they opened at 3, Westgate opened it up Sunday night. They opened at 3, and within 10 minutes, it got hit to 2.5. Now they're going to fight around the 3. Guys are going to bet it to 3. Other guys will bet it off the 3, and we'll probably live in that 2.5, 3 range all week. I don't think it comes any lower or goes through 3. But I do think Kansas City catching 2.5, 3 at home is enticing. I do.
Matabuke already out. They already said that for this game. So he's not going to be playing Worthy. If you're limited on Wednesday, no, he practiced in full. I think he's good, man.
I do too.
They'll see how it responds. So yeah, no,
I didn't see anything on Van Noy. I don't think I saw anything on Van Noy. He's been out too for Baltimore, obviously. But yeah, I mean they leave a lot to be desired, and with Worthy coming back, I would think that Kansas City can attack Baltimore's defense. We'll see.
Jaden Daniels, on Wednesday, he was limited. He was asked, how much running and cutting have you been able to do so far? His response was, enough to feel good if I play on Sunday. So he wants to be out there. They are a 1-point road favorite. Washington at Atlanta. The Falcons coming off a brutal performance.
Yeah, end of the show yesterday, I gave Falcons. So
yeah,
I'm sort of buying into the rumor that we might not see Daniels. That number was 1.5 at the time. Now it's pick 'em at a couple places. I see offshore Atlanta favored by 1 at a couple places, including Chris. So there's a good chance Atlanta is going to move to the favorite, assuming Daniels is out, which is what I assume at this point. When you get bookmakers texting you, not looking good on Daniels, and we just got hit on the other side, guys like that usually aren't wrong. They usually have an idea of what's going on. So I never thought Daniels was going to play. Again, I'm not saying that he's out, but it's not sounding good, and they're not betting it like he's playing. So if you follow the money, you see the support come in on Atlanta, and it's very difficult for a lot of people to get to that side. Well, they just lost 30-0. How can I bet them? Well, it's one game, a bad game at that, but it's a new week against a new team. And now Marcus Mariota's likely got to go on the road and do it in Atlanta. We'll see.
Philadelphia's laying 3.5 on the road, man. Eagles minus 3.5. Their edge, Nolan Smith, he goes on IR yesterday. And we find out that Mike Evans is out for probably a month. They're saying 3 to 4 weeks with this hamstring injury. It's going to be a whole lot of Ibuka. Bucks, 3 wins, but all very close. They've won by 1, 2, and 3 points. Comeback victories at the very end in all of them. You know the public is going to come in heavy on the Eagles. And this number is not budging.
No, it's not. I know some guys that laid 3 on Philly. The 3s are gone. Now it's 3.5. Philly is not a team that people are excited about right now. I don't know why. I would think that Philly would be more of a public team week to week, but it really hasn't been. And we saw the wise guys probably correctly bet the Rams. I mean, anybody who bet a 4.5 or a 4 or even a 3.5 had the right number for 57 minutes or whatever, and then just go south at the very end. I mean, eventually Tampa's going to have an issue with a defense like Philly's. I know Smith is out, and that came across the other day. So many injuries on that offensive line. So many. And Fangio has been so good at just preying on weak offensive lines forever. I'm inclined to think that Philly wins, maybe by a touchdown. Did not bet it, though. Have not put it in contest. It is funny. I'm like, oh, wise guys bet Philly. I don't like it, though. Who am I? Who am I to say,
Yeah.
oh, I don't want to lay 3.5? Well, these guys laid 3. And obviously the 3 in the NFL is way more important than the 3 in college. We all know that. But they laid 3. Actually, I got the list right here. I got the 3 sides they played. They got the Eagles.
Okay.
They got the Panthers and the Falcons. Those are the 3 that they played this week.
Panthers, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Their receivers there, McMillan, Leggett did not practice. It's like Tet. It sounded like he said he was going to be fine come the weekend. At least but
Sounded
that's
like a
Wednesday.
maintenance day, didn't it? Sounded like a maintenance day.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. 5.5. That's just sitting there. They're not going to 6. You know, I brought up the idea of Patriots and Survivor, and that's a different conversation. Patriots just getting out of there with a win at home versus Carolina. I know what the score said. The score was not indicative of what happened in that box score as far as the yardage and that game. That thing just got away from Atlanta. But, you know, Carolina, 5.5. They completely changed the Patriots depth chart, the running back, finally. Guys, a little late. React during the game. How about it? Benching Stevenson. Ramondre in practice yesterday, as you know, he was 3rd on the depth chart. So he goes from fumbling away the game. They let him do it a couple of times to where they finally get him out of there. But now he's 3rd.
If Gerard Mayo was the head coach, what's the appetite to bet New England here? There's probably none.
0.
Oh, Vrabel.
0.
Vrabel's here now. Oh, I'll lay 5.5. It's Vrabel. You know how I feel about Vrabel. I like Vrabel, but the Vrabel hype is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I do think they win, though. Do you think they win, Patriots?
Yeah, I mean, they're a 5.5 point favorite, but I'm not laying it. No way.
Yeah. No. Oh. And those people in the Boston area are going to lay it. I think that's insane. Yeah, I wouldn't lay it either. 5.5. Who are the Patriots to be favored by almost 6 here? Like, it's crazy. Crazy to me, even though I'm not buying the Carolina Panthers either. Joe O, Sammy P. All right, we got 10 toes down. It's a Thursday. We do this every Thursday. Taking stances, hot takes on the other side. Everybody on the show gets involved on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
We are 10 toes down.
Are you sure?
Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect you.
Let's go. It's a Thursday. Time to put 10 toes down. Everybody on the show gets involved. We're taking stances. I was very happy. I was a little short. I should have gone higher. I said we're going to get at least 2 games last week. Favorites of 4 or higher that end up losing outright. I think it ended up being 3 with Monday Night Football. We'll see where we stand coming up with today's 10 toes down. We saved the best for last because last is Gerch. And Gerch has been so wrong on all of his 10 toes down, at least the big ones where he takes these big stands. Of course, we all remember Indiana will go winless in conference play. They didn't just win. They blew the doors off the Illini. They had Illini fans crying. Like, they were crying first off that the game wasn't going to be on NBC, and they didn't miss a snap, and then they were wishing that they missed every snap because it was an embarrassing episode by the Illini. So Gerch misses out on that one. They win their first conference game. And then he says the Bears are going winless, and the Bears kick the Cowboys' ass. That's what ended up happening. They don't have Jalen Johnson. They have nobody in the secondary, and Caleb has probably the best game he's had as a pro. So we're really looking forward to Gerch. But, Sam, we start with you. What you got for 10 toes down?
I believe I only have 9 toes because I lost my 10 toes down last week.
It's a bad rule. I don't like it. I mean, chances are by the end of the football season, we'll be toeless.
That's okay. Cowboys did not blow out the Bears. I have to refine my 10 toes down mojo. I need you to tell me to look into the camera. I need you to tell me to stand on business. Maybe slap me in the face or something like that. Look into the camera.
Look into the camera.
I got 3. I got 3 this week.
Okay.
Number 1, Alabama's beating Georgia this weekend. I don't really need the points. I'll take plus 130. Big game for Ty Simpson. And there's a guy I know who says this is the time to bet him to win the Heisman. And I'm not quite there. But if you look at Simpson's numbers, and if they go into Georgia and win, that schedule opens up for Alabama, and he's going to put up big numbers. You know the talent is there. The 2 questions at Alabama are the quarterback and the coach. And if you can get there on Alabama and believe in the 2, you can get a nice spot this week. So I like Bama. And this guy likes him to win the Heisman, Simpson. Again, not there myself, but Georgia's defense, if you go back and watch some of the footage against Tennessee, that secondary is a problem. And Bama certainly has the weapons to do things down the field against Georgia. So Bama wins outright. That's number 1. Number 2, San Diego Padres are winning the World Series. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel good about it. We talked about this right before the trade deadline. We were buying stock in teams, and I checked a couple of my pendings, and I do have some nice numbers on San Diego. Not as nice as, not as nice as it could be maybe if you're just jumping in now. But, 12-1, 14-1 on San Diego, I don't think is a bad idea. This is the year. Everybody always says, every year people like San Diego, the trendy team, the hot team. It never happens. Well, not yet. So let me go San Diego to win the World Series. BetMGM apparently has 15-1. That's even better. So let's go San Diego, and let's get hot. Let's make a run. My third one is that Jake needs to ask out Hannah Montoya. It needs to happen.
Wait, how is that a 10 toes down? Are you saying he's going to, or he won't?
No, I'm telling him to look into the camera and ask Hannah Montoya out. It needs to happen for the show. We need the content. We need this. I need this.
Nothing, Jake? No, he's speechless. For the first time.
I'm speechless. I'm stunned right now.
I mean, Sam, we could. You want to disclose our texts from yesterday about this subject?
Do not.
Oh no,
Definitely
Oh, no.
not.
What emojis were used?
None.
None.
Okay.
Worse.
Oh,
Much
boy.
worse.
Much
Okay.
worse.
Okay. Yeah, that Sam, since he's come to the network, has gone away a little bit. Let's keep it that way for the safety of all of us. All right. So 10 toes down. You've got recap 3 again.
Bama wins outright. Padres
Bama
win the
outright.
World Series. Jake needs to ask out Montoya.
Okay. That's it. Those are his statements for today's 10 toes down. 3 good ones. Oh, man. I have one that is similar, but not as strong of a take. All right. I'm going Major League Baseball because what I'm going to talk about is going to occur before we have another 10 toes down. So I got to jump in. And it comes with some projection of what's going to happen. Here's my 10 toes down. So we know the format, the wild card. All the games are played in one spot. Couple road teams usually win. I'm calling my shots on a couple of road teams, a couple of lower seeds to advance past the wild card round, even though I don't know the matchups. The Red Sox will win the wild card round, and they will beat whoever they play, whether it's the Yankees or the Blue Jays. That's how it's shaping up. It will be the Yankees or the Blue Jays. I don't care which team it is. They're going to win. Red Sox 9-4 against the Yankees this year. Blue Jays, Toronto fans know this. As Jeff Feinberg was alluding to yesterday on the show, already falling apart. They can't wait for it to all go away, and it's going to. Red Sox are going to advance. It's looking like Cubs-Padres, and you've had the stance on the Padres winning the World Series. I agree with you. Falling apart for the Cubs right now. San Diego takes out Chicago. We get word today, MRI for Cade Horton. He left a game with back stiffness the other day. He's become their dude. He's become their number one that they didn't land at the trade deadline. Okay, they lucked out with that. Look how great he's pitching. Oh, now he's – what's going to happen there? All the attention on this team, all the noise about Matt Shaw. And a lot of it has not been about the baseball. I don't like the vibes of this team right now and what's happening. And here you go with San Diego. They have as much talent as anybody, almost anybody. I don't like the way the things are going for the Cubs. Give me the Red Sox to advance and San Diego to advance in the wild card round. By the time we have next 10 toes down, that might already be over because that would mean they win Tuesday and Wednesday. All right, that's my 10 toes down. Going baseball. Let's go to Paul Aspen. 10 toes down.
All right, not to put you guys on the spot, but not a big deal either way. Just off the top of your head, if you had to say this team is the luckiest team in college football. Could be part of this year into last year. Is there any team that comes to mind?
Luckiest. Talking top tier team?
Team that was in the postseason last year. We'll put it that way.
Okay.
Notre Dame.
They had a lot of turnover luck, but
Penn
this
State?
luck box, no. With apologies to Sierra Santos and Aaron Hawksworth and I guess Herm Edwards, this luck box Arizona State team, oh my God, another last-second win last week. One-score game, last-second field goal against Baylor. Shocker, they won the turnover battle 3-0, 4-0 if you count. Baylor going on downs, not converting a 4th and 2. 7-2 in one-score games last year. 1-1 this year. You got the loss to Mississippi State. Turnover margin last year, plus 14. That was 6th in the entire country. Apparently that's going to continue this year. They lost a grand total of 3 fumbles last year. 5th best. Sam Levitt had 6 interceptions all of last season. He didn't throw one last week against Baylor, but he has 3 already this year. Look, they're getting bet this week against TCU. I'm not about to – I mean, it's gone 2-3 through the 3. I'm not saying I'm taking TCU here. They'll probably win. They'll probably win this game against TCU. Then they have a bye. And then they go to Utah versus Texas Tech versus Houston at Iowa State. Right now, they're second favorite in the Big 12. 10 toes down, Arizona State will not even make the Big 12 title game. Don't waste.
Let's go. Let's go.
Fade Arizona State. All right. I like it. That makes sense. They're going to lose to Utah in a couple weeks. Did you make that bet? I know you were close on it for Utah to win the conference, 15-1.
I will.
You will.
I mean, I've got them hooked with the Bills and something else for like 200-1. But yeah, but that was at 5-1. But yeah, no, I'll double down. I'll grab some 15.
Do you also think the coach is a little much too? Is there part of that too, Paul?
I mean, I didn't get too much into that just because like all the regression stuff and just like watching it week after week. But I don't disagree.
He's a hardo for sure, which is fine. He's their hardo. I mean, he's a hardo.
Yeah. Jake Hassan, 10 toes down.
All right, this is going to be very Chicago-centric. I have two of them, but whatever. First one, the Bears are going to win this weekend, and it's going to be the start, or I guess the second win, of a 4-game win streak, because then they get the Commanders off the bye, then they get the Saints, then they go to Baltimore, where they're just going to lose by 30. They're going to get everybody invested. They're going to rip off 4 straight wins. Everyone's going to say that the Ravens are vulnerable because they haven't looked good so far. Maybe they drop another game in between. And the Bears are going to give everyone faith, and then they're just going to reach into the city's soul and rip their soul out and just lose by 30 to the Ravens. It's going to be hilarious. I can't wait because this is what they do. They give you false hope. Second one, not only are the Cubs going to lose to the Padres, they'll just get swept. They won't win a single game in the playoffs. I started hearing people say the Cubs World Series.
Get out.
In what universe is that pitching staff getting you to a World Series, much less winning one? I don't see it. I don't think the Cubs are going to win a single game in the postseason. I think they get swept by the Padres in the wild card round.
That's a show bet.
I have to mention my honorary, what do they call it? Honorable mention for 10 toes down. The Raiders are going to do to the Bears what the Bears just did to the Cowboys.
I'm with you. I'm with that. We're going to see that Bears secondary. Geno? Yeah. Yep.
Get the good Geno game.
All right. This is what we've been waiting for. We got to clear the decks here. Gerch, time to tell us what goes wrong with your 10 toes down.
All right, guys, I think so for this week, I'm just going to run it back with my previous 10 toes down. And the Chicago Bears will not win one game the rest of the season. They will finish with 1 win on the year, as well as the Indiana Hoosiers will also not win one more game the rest of the year. I am 8 toes down.
Winless.
Is that a quadruple down then? The double down, run it back.
Are we going to do this every week?
So what do we do?
Okay, now they're going winless. Going winless.
So we need to parlay the Bears to win and Indiana to win, basically.
North and
You
Big
could
Ten.
also parlay the Bears under 3.5 wins with IU under 9.5 wins at plus 2,420.
What did you see from the Illinois-Indiana game that you did not like?
Everything.
This is crazy. Most Indiana
Is it too
fans
much of a
would be-
bit at this point, boys? Too much of a bit?
I don't know. I
Not yet.
I think it's lazy, honestly. I think it's lazy.
Yeah.
I
All right,
thought
I was
you
maybe
were going to have a
struggling
strong
to come
Ryder
up with
Cup.
one this.
I thought you were going to have a strong Ryder Cup
something this week. All right.
No Ryder Cup? No USA
No, the-
Europe takes?
The Europe team is going to beat their ass.
Oh, no. It's going to be right.
There we go.
We're screwed.
There it is. There it is.
Someone tell Andy Molitor and everyone else that told Jeff Feinberg.
Sorry,
Sorry,
the
guys.
most un-American show I've ever worked on.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
Oh,
sorry for
we're
the country.
all right. Thank you, Gerch. So what do we have to do with this information? Like we can't really
USA.
do anything with the Indiana one. But yeah. So we're betting
Bear-
USA now.
Bears, Indiana, USA parlay.
Yes. Oh man, now we're screwed. Everybody's screwed on that Europe bet. All right, that was good stuff. 10 toes down. But we did learn that fading the Cubs is a show bet. San Diego, independently. Like, I didn't know that anybody was going to bring up any baseball, but we all got there. We all brought up baseball in some form or fashion. And the Padres are on the mind of all of us. All right, Joe O, Sammy Pete, this is Bet Sweats. Let's get a book report, find out where the sharp action is coming in, NFL and college. We'll talk to Chuck Esposito from Stations Casino out in Las Vegas. That is next. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
NFL week number 4 starts tonight with Thursday night football, a monster slate of college football action. A lot to be excited about, certainly in the betting world. Welcome back. This is Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. You've got Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. And Sammy, people never, ever forget. We were promoting on X that Chuck Esposito was hopping on the show from Station Casinos, and we quickly got a reply. Chuck Esposito, remembered him jumping on the Mike North show a long time ago. And I forgot about that. I'm like, oh, yeah, I was producing North back in the day. I probably called Chuck a few times to get him on the horn on 670 The Score in Chicago. So we bring in Chuck. Station Casinos, excited to talk about this great weekend of football action. How you doing, Chuck?
I'm doing well, guys. It's always fun to be back on with you guys and talk a little bit football.
I'm sure you probably have no friends coming in this weekend, Chuck, for the Bears-Raiders game, huh?
It's amazing, the demand. You know, it's, I'm going to the game, but everybody wants to go. So it should be a fun game. Bears come off that big win. Caleb played really well in that game, and we'll see. Early action has been on the Bears. That number has come down a little bit, guys. But our locals really back the Raiders big time. So I'm guessing we'll still be Bear fans from our side of the counter, not only from my fan side of it, when they kick off on Sunday afternoon.
Let's talk Ravens-Chiefs. I assume by the time we get to Sunday, this is going to be the one, Sunday afternoon, where you're going to get the most amount of action on. The Ravens, a 2.5-point road favorite. So we get a Mahomes home dog scenario, and a lot of people saw the Ravens really struggle in primetime, and short week for them. What are they doing with Ravens-Chiefs, and what are your thoughts on where this number goes?
We've actually ticked this game up to 3, guys. And you talk about Mahomes being a home dog. This is the second time in 3 weeks that he's been a home dog, because they were a home dog to the Eagles a few weeks ago as well. So very uncharacteristic to see a Chief team home dog twice within a short period of time. It's a big game for both teams. Both teams come into this game 1-2, but I think it's a much bigger game for the Chiefs. Chief loss here, and the Chargers have a very winnable game against Jackson Dart and the Giants. Chargers easily could be 4-0, wins against every team in the AFC West. Chiefs could fall to 1-3 at that point, where the Ravens, even at 1-3, I'm not too concerned about them in the AFC North. It's a much bigger game for the Chiefs. One of the things you look at here, Baltimore just 1-4 against the number of their last 5 games against the Chiefs.
I'm curious about sharp stuff, Chuck. I mean, people love to hear about what your respected players are liking and what they're thinking. Was there a bet you took from somebody this week that made you think, oh, that's interesting?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to last week first. We saw a tremendous amount of sharp money that came in on the Browns, which really was a little bit of an eye-opener for me last week, and they actually got there. I'd say this week's slate, the one that has kind of surprised me a little bit, is that this is perfect Joes versus pros. We're seeing the public all over the Green Bay Packers Sunday night at Dallas, but we've started to see some sharp money come in. Some of our biggest bets for the week so far have been on the Cowboys plus a touchdown, and we saw that defense just get throttled back-to-back weeks by the Giants and Bears. And then you've got Micah Parsons going back to Dallas. Dallas is banged up on the offensive line, at wide receiver, in the secondary, yet we're seeing some sharp action on the Cowboys right now at plus the 7.
Okay. Sharp action on the Cowboys. We're all sure that that would not be sharp action at 6.5, that key number of 7. What about the Philadelphia-Tampa Bay matchup? We've got a couple of 3-0 teams, but you can certainly poke holes with the results of how the results came about with both of these squads. The Eagles favored by 3.5 on the road. A lot of injuries to talk about. maybe a disappointing Eagles offense, at least early on in games? What do you think?
Yeah, I worry a little bit about Tampa. I mean, I know that they're undefeated, but you look at all those last-second or last-minute wins that they've gotten this year. They are going to get Works back, and it looks like Godwin. But missing Mike Evans, I think, is a big piece of that. I still think this game won't be extremely one-sided, but it looks like right now ticket counts are at 62% favoring the Eagles. So my guess is we're still going to need Tampa. Tampa's 4-1 straight up in their last 5 games at home. Philly's 4-1 against the spread in their last 5 games going back to last year. Philly's gone over, guys, 4 of their last 6 games. So maybe the total in this game, you could see a little bit of overplay. But my guess is we're going to be Bucs fans when this game kicks. I just think that loss of Mike Evans is going to be huge. I know Mbuka's played really well, and I know you get Chris Godwin back, but he's been off for a long injury. I think it's going to be tough for Tampa in this game, and I think we'll be rooting for them heavily from our side of the counter.
I'm curious how guys like you handle these games overseas. I mean, we know people bet them, and we're betting them at -110. That's the way it goes. But when you get these games in England and Germany, we got the one in Ireland on Sunday, Minnesota, Pittsburgh. Like, how long did it take you to kind of figure out how those games go? Because they're not the average NFL game. Obviously, there's a lot going on. The time clocks are off. The totals are generally low. But how do the games overseas usually work for you?
Well, I mean, first, you're right. I mean, it was an adjustment period for us, but also for the guests. Number one, I'll say yay sportsbooks, because for us, it gets us an early start time game. We're open at that time, our mobile app, our kiosks, so guests are able to grab their coffee and whatever they'd like to have that morning and actually play the games from the comfort of their home. But it's definitely an adjustment for us. I mean, you look at these two teams, and I think Minnesota is a really good team. Pittsburgh, to me, the jury's still out a little bit, especially on defense. But we try to put up a number without taking into consideration, of course, home field. Although Minnesota with back-to-back weeks, I think next week when they play at home against Cleveland, I think they have a decisive advantage in that case. But right now, we look at it, we've seen early money on Minnesota. We kind of put a number up that we think, guys, will be a good two-way number, and let the guests kind of push us. But we may move these games a little bit quicker because you don't have that same feel for one team or another playing at home.
With Chuck Esposito, this is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. And Chuck, Thursday is the first big day as far as injury news. A lot of times on Wednesday, these vets aren't going to be practicing. You might get some movement, but for the most part, we start to learn stuff today, especially with quarterbacks. What are the key injuries that you're keeping a close eye on that could actually move numbers this week?
The two big ones for me, guys, are Jaden Daniels, if he plays or not against Atlanta. We've already seen this number start to come down a little bit. They're also going to be missing Terry McLaurin, which I think he's definitely not going to play. Daniels, we're still not sure. And then, of course, the 49ers with Brock Purdy. That number's kind of been all over the place. The expectation is that Purdy does play in that game. But those are the ones that kind of jumped off the page early on that we really kind of had to look at and adjust and keep a close eye on. I mean, we're in a social media era, and our guests are just as educated as we are. They're tuned into all this stuff. They're looking at that stuff. But those are the two right now. It's the Jaden Daniels and Brock Purdy to see where that number goes based on the injuries to those two quarterbacks.
I can't imagine it's easy with San Francisco, and Joe has talked about this for years. He doesn't trust Kyle Shanahan, and I think there's valid reasoning for that. Wasn't it last year, Chuck, when Purdy wasn't able to grip the football and he couldn't throw it at practice? And Shanahan's like, oh, yeah, he's fine. And then he didn't play, and they bet you from 3 to 6 or 7 with Green Bay. I mean, it puts you in a bad spot because you take the coach at his word, and then you take the injury at its word, and then it's all fabrication. It's all smoke.
Yeah, like I said, I know we're in an information era, and we're trying to watch that stuff and look at all practice reports and what we can read, locally from what's getting sent out in those markets. But a lot of these games where there is an injury, guys, especially at the quarterback position, because it's such a big change in the number, we're going to move a lot faster. We may have these games a little bit circled up where it means they're limited a bit, and the exposure might not be as great until we get a definite yay or nay. On the flip side, we had the Giants who went from Russell Wilson to Jackson Dart, and it only moved a half a point, where usually you see a veteran go to a rookie. We've seen anywhere from 3, 4, 5, 7 point moves Not the case with the Giants, although they play a very tough Charger team that's given up the least amount of points in the AFC this year, but not a huge adjustment there. So always stuff we're looking at and dialed in at, and many times our guests will tell us if that number's too high or too low based on the action that we take.
With Chuck Esposito here on Bet Sweats, let's jump over to the college scene. Boy, what a slate of games do we have here, Chuck. We've got to start with Oregon, Penn State, under the lights, number 3.5. What do you think?
Yeah, it's one of those games where I'm wondering which way they're ultimately going to push us in that game. I think you look at Oregon, 5-2 against the number of their last 7 games. Penn State being the small favorite, 16-3 guys straight up in their last 19 games, 6-0 straight up in their last 6 games at home, being a very small favorite. 7 of their last 10 games have gone over. I think it's a real test for Oregon here. We know it's going to be a whiteout based on the time the game's going to be gone off. Happy to root for whoever we need at kickoff. It looks like right now, ticket count just favors Penn State a little bit at 58%. My guess is we might be Duck fans at kickoff on Saturday.
Oh, you'll have that avalanche. Oh, you can't bet Franklin in a big game. It'll come in. They'll bet you Oregon, Chuck. You know it.
Yeah, for sure. What about Bama, Georgia? Georgia, a 3-point favorite in that one.
Yeah, we saw some early action come in on Bama because of the points, and it was a little sharp. It didn't really cause us to move. We don't want to move off that key number of 3 right now. Bama 6-3 against the number of their last 9 games. But you look at Georgia at home being a small favorite, 20-0 straight up in their last 20 games at home. However, Bama is 9-1 straight up in their last 10 games against Georgia. So something will have to give there. I'm not sure who we're going to need yet at kickoff. Again, ticket count is fairly balanced. There was some early action in favor of Alabama, but since that kind of Monday, Tuesday, we've seen it kind of level off a little bit. So not quite sure yet who we're going to need. I think it's a much bigger game to Bama here based on their schedule, but be happy to root for, again, whoever we need here. But a monster slate of great games on Saturday.
Also curious, Chuck, how the future pool is looking for you right now in college. Anything you're rooting for or against in the college football future market?
You know, the way it's slated now, guys, with so many teams making it, I mean, early on we saw some Texas Tech money that came in. There were some smaller schools that we saw some big bets come in. Texas Tech is one of them that we saw some action come in. Indiana a little bit. But we know it's a long season. We know the way the playoff format is structured, that a lot of these smaller schools have to take on some of these big boys. And what we saw last year is double-digit spreads in a lot of those games, and it didn't matter. But those are kind of 2 of the schools that we've seen some play on just based on value and the price before the season started. Texas Tech was the real surprise to me that we saw so much action on Texas Tech.
You gave us sharp action on the Cowboys in the NFL. What about on the college front? Where are the sharp bets coming?
One of the bigger games that we've seen a little bit of sharp is the LSU Ole Miss game. The initial push, we saw some LSU money come across, and then we've started to see now some Ole Miss money come in. So initial push of sharp action was on LSU plus the points. We opened the game 2.5, went as low as 1. It started to creep back up a bit right now. But that was one of the pushes early. And then the Southern Cal-Illinois game, another big game. Although Illinois did not play good against Indiana last week, we've seen some sharp play on the Illini as well, plus the points there, guys.
Got to ask you one puck question, Chuck. I know you follow the puck. Vasilevsky, again, not at practice for Tampa. That's 5 straight days of no Vasilevsky. What's going on there?
I'm not sure. We've been keeping an eye on it as well and trying to monitor everything that's going on in the NHL as we get ready for puck drop next week. But that would be a major shakeup across the board, especially with our future book odds for so many teams in the East if there's something big going on there. But I'm kind of in the dark a little bit, as you guys are right now, just trying to get a gauge on what's ultimately going to happen there.
Last thing for you, Chuck, a monster week over at the book for you. We also have the Ryder Cup. So every year, are you in a position where you need Europe or what?
Yeah, mostly we are. It's fun to have an event like Ryder Cup. I think you look at, USA is at minus $1.55, Europe plus 35 to lift the trophy. I think if they're tied, 14-14. Europe would retain it. But we do get some great action on it. I think every year now, as we continue to expand our overall wagering menu with props and live wagering, that all these events that go on that even capture international exposure are tremendous for us. We've got the Las Vegas Aces, our WNBA team, in the semifinals. NBA and college hoops not that far away. Puck drops. So you guys name it. There's always something going on. No real downtime. But with the Ryder Cup, it does add a nice element to our overall wagering menu this weekend.
Chuck Esposito, Station Casino, setting the scene for this weekend and all the sports betting going on. Chuck, thank you so much. Let's do this again, all right?
All right. Sounds great, guys. Just let me know. Good luck this weekend. Go Bears.
You got it. Thank you, Chuck. He's still holding out. He's been in Vegas a long, long time, but he's still got that Bears love there. Wow, Cowboys. All right. The +7 they're coming in on. The public going on the Packers. Not a surprise at all. Whew, maybe we'll get there. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets. We've got the room for Thursday Night Football on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way. Where's the room? Everybody's been waiting all day for this to find out where the room is at for Thursday night football. We can't wait. Let's not overcomplicate things. We have opinions on the game, but the room dominates all. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Shout out to Sister Jean, retiring at 106 years old, Sam. Dude, look, when I saw it come across the timeline, I thought it was bad. Thought it was really bad. But I was like, oh, she's just retiring. I'm like, I thought she was already retired because it's the first time I've ever heard of somebody retiring from their job at 106 years old.
We didn't work together at the time. We've been friends a long time. I was so sick of them rolling her out every game. Never cared. Ever.
It was a bit much.
Yeah.
A bit much. Yeah. But like nobody even knew that Loyola nationwide really had a basketball team until that story happened. But yeah, I think a lot of people were probably the same boat as you. Probably.
Well, and they knocked out my Illini. And then they were parading her around the court, and it's like, this old bag. I've had enough of this old bag.
Stop!
Yeah,
This
no,
is ridiculous.
Had enough. It's enough.
Man, Sam, he was celebrating Virginia. Like, come on now.
Remember when they put crying Jordan on her when they lost? Remember that?
It's funny. It's funny. I do let me just state for the record. I do not want to be here when I'm 106. Okay?
No.
I'm not talking about doing this show. Could you imagine doing this show at 100?
No,
I don't think that'll happen. Yeah, we're sweating bets at 100. Jeez, crazy. Good for her. I hope it's not bad reasons, but I mean, like, can't believe she didn't retire at 90 or 95 or 100. She waited until 106. Amazing. I will retire far earlier than that. I think all of us will. All right, let's bring in our guy, Paul Aspen. He's got the room info that everybody's been waiting on for Thursday Night Football.
Where's the room?
All right, Paul, a big Sister Jean guy. Where's the room at? What everybody wants to know. Not hard.
I didn't realize there's another Mark Wahlberg movie coming out that looks like every other Mark Wahlberg movie. Anyway, not really the point.
Is he walking into an apartment screaming at someone?
He's wearing a leather jacket. I think that tells you all you need to know. I mean, yeah,
Okay.
He's that guy. He's the same guy. All right, boys. I don't think you're gonna like this very much.
See, here's the thing. Like, there's not a lot of options for player props between these two teams. So, yeah, it's probably going to be bad, but we know that. Go ahead. What's number 5?
Number 5's all right. Kyler Murray. I mean, it's not. Don't like the angle or the bet. Over 5.5 rushing attempts. Minus 145.
Dummies. Minus 145.
Dummies. All right. Sam Darnold, number 4, most bet prop at BetMGM for tonight's game. Sam Darnold, over 219.5 passing yards at minus 115.
Was that Sister Jean? Who was that?
Oh, no.
I think that was a Seahawk.
A what?
A Seahawk?
Let me hear that again. That was not a Seahawk. Oh my God, that was it's like a train set I had in the early 80s. What? That's a Seahawk. It's the best we got. What kind of library are we working with here?
Joe, I looked in the break, all right? And I looked for bird screeches.
Jake.
Like, it was a quick.
Play it again. One more time, please.
That was not a Seahawk. Nope. Definitely.
My first guess was ostrich, to be honest.
Yeah.
Famously
he found
can't
that
fly.
on Bing. What the hell?
All right. Well, we might have another one coming for you after this one.
Okay.
So I'm surprised this is not number one. I think it's kind of number one, but because number one's actually ridiculous. But number three, we know where this is going. JSN over 79.5 receiving yards at minus 140.
Oh my God. Better.
I hear that one.
Yeah.
Hearing that one, that's more of a hawk for sure.
Yeah. Chelsea Messinger was on this one, right? Over 79.5. Yeah. It does
Minus
feel like a low
140.
number. And he's been averaging about 100 yards a game. So I get what, yeah, the minus 140 is ridiculous on a yardage prop. Don't ever do that, guys.
It looks like the current number is 83.5 at BetMGM at minus 115. I mean, honestly, like I if you're gonna go over, I'd do that, or maybe 90 plus at plus money, but not minus 140.
Okay, I don't think this is awful. You've got a quarterback prop on each side and the best player, the best skill position player. All very predictable things so far. But number one and number two will tell the story.
Number two is actually not a bad thing for you guys. Trey McBride, over 60.5 receiving yards.
Duh.
Minus 150, minus
course.
110.
Fine.
Of course, that's
Fine.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Every Sunday morning, JLC takes McBride props. Everyone.
Maybe this means it's a Marvin Day. Finally.
Could.
Can
I'm
keep
not betting
hoping. It's
that.
only been a year and a month. All right. The room outdid themselves this time. Well, it's not Zay Flowers over half a yard or whatever rushing, but Torrey Horton, number one most bet prop at BetMGM.
Come on.
Over 22.5 receiving yards at minus
Under.
115.
That he's not going to have a catch.
Yes. That's awesome.
Stop playing the Sister Jean sounder, please.
It is painful. That is much better. What are we doing? Like what? I was like, what did Paul have cooked up? Like it was an emergency. Like right before we came back from break. Jake, I need you to get these two sound effects. This is very important.
I feel like it's going great. Yeah.
It's very good.
Also, realizing
this
both
is-
teams are birds, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, there you go. No, Paul teased us with this and kind of thought that we would be upset. I'm not at all because we knew JSN and the two quarterbacks would be involved. And a no-name player, they are all in on Horton? Come on.
He had what, 30-something yards and a touchdown last week?
Oh, can't wait to bet this. This is 100%. I got to add this. 100%. This is not hitting. Very good. All right, lightning bet. Sam, where are you at?
I like Torrey Horton under 22.5 yards. It just hit me like a hawk in the night.
Slow
Jake,
down.
Hit it. Thank you.
Not that one.
The other one. I like Torrey Horton. I don't know why. I just do. I like the under. What's the number, Paul? I don't even know. It doesn't matter. Under. I also have Bama. Give me Bama +3 and Bama money line +130.
Horton under. Can I find 0 receptions? I would like to find 0 receptions, 0 yards, because I would bet that. But the under, let's do it. I did not think we would all be sitting there tonight watching Cardinals Seahawks, rooting for nothing with Horton. But Horton's going to be the guy. He will be the guy that we will be paying closest attention to. Give me the Seahawks laying the 1.5. I like that for sure. A couple college plays that I like, but I'm waiting to see what happens with the numbers. We'll talk about those more tomorrow. We talked about in our college segment earlier on in the show. as well. Had 10 toes down, Andy Molitor, a lot going on today throughout the show. All right, Paul Aspen, what do you have?
Fading the room to the moon. Horton under 22.5. Looks like even money at BetMGM right now. So in on that, like the Bama look as well. And again, we can get more into this tomorrow. But I mean, if they win this game, woo, there is. I mean, again, it's Bama, so you're not getting probably the best numbers in the world, but it kind of opens up for them. And Vandy, I think they're going to smash the hell out of Vandy after Georgia. Anyway, Jake.
Hello, from avid bird enthusiast Jake Hassan. I'm going to go the Pirates on the money line. I think the Reds continue to slide. I don't think they're getting in. I'll take our Red Sox on the money line too. I'll back Brian Bayo. Walker Buehler's strikeouts is 3.5 at plus 105 to the over. Phillies fixed him against the Marlins. Gimme, and please, Diamondbacks, just win. Just win. Just win. It's not that hard.
Snakes alive.
So, what are you going to do with Montoya? You're going to his 10 toes down.
Phrasing,
you have a reaction?
first of all.
Do you have a reaction? Well, the whole front. Like, it's Sam's 10 toes down. Don't you want him to look smart?
I would love Sam to look smart. Jake actually gets a date with noted influencer Hannah Montoya 10-1. What do people want from me? We tried.
Lottie's?
We tried.
Oh, you're giving up?
Invite her to Lottie's. She'd love
Cody's?
Lottie's.
Yeah. Yeah. The girl that lives in River North wants to hang out at Lottie's for sure.
Why don't you invite her to a kickball game?
How do you know this?
Getting worse somehow.
Yeah. How do you know where she lives?
Because she posts from there all the time. I'm just assuming.
And she says I'm in
It'll
River
happen.
North?
It'll happen.
All right.
Send her your
We'll get
bird
to it.
sounds. She'll love it.
They're Paul's bird sounds more than anything.
Oh.
I'm passing blame here.
Wow. All right, Bet Sweats, be with us on a Football Friday. Tomorrow will be a lot of fun. Starts at 9 a.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it